I got Burger King. That's the best, closest I can come to some fresh meat.
That's yeah, I heard you saying that, and I pray for you.
It's a rodeo burger, so that means it's got onion rings on it and barbecue sauce.
Right, dude. I mean, if you're gonna eat fast food, you gotta get away from the fact that it's terrible for you. Burger King's not bad. Burger King, as far as if you're just going for something that tastes good, decent portions, like Burger King could be all right, but yeah, it's still
All
bad.
right,
Terrible.
follow my logic here. Follow my logic here. We already have discussed how the food from these places is meat, but it doesn't rot. Okay, so
Yeah,
I'm meat. So if I eat it, I won't rot either.
I heard your argument before as well. Right. It logically follows. You win.
Exactly. Twinkies last forever. You are what you eat. Therefore, I'm going to live almost forever.
Well, no. The thing is I guess if I want to actually get serious about that, uh, I mean, there's good and bad bacteria and like your gut biome and all that stuff. You need like good bacteria, stuff that like helps to kind of help that ecosystem out. And if you're throwing those preservatives and stuff in there, it's going to kill the good stuff too, unless you're a machine. If you're a robot, then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, nice try. I'm not answering that question. Batman, you're hot micing. Thank you. You're about to tell us the secret code to your vault full of Colombian coffee. Wait a minute. Is Colombian coffee illegal? Or is that Cuban cigars? I can't remember.
It's Colombian cocaine that's illegal.
Oh, okay. I'm happy because all I have is Zimbabwean cocaine.
And fentanyl.
Dude, what even is fentanyl? That's what I'd like to know.
It's bad. Bad like Burger King.
Is it an organic chemical or is it a synthetic chemical?
I'm pretty sure it's synthetic. It's like lab made. Uh, I don't. I'm just going with pretty sure. Like, I mean, what do they say? It's like 10,000 times more potent than like um the strongest freaking which was opioid, which was like I mean it's an opioid, so I guess it's derived from natural stuff, but it's lab made.
Yeah, I think synthetic means the compound exists in nature, but it's being constructed artificially. But and then I think artificial is that it's a compound that doesn't exist in nature at all. Maybe I don't know. I
Yeah, I'm
can't
pretty
remember
sure
which
it's
way
still
it goes.
considered an opioid, so under that under that logic, it would be whatever you said there. It's not synthetic, not completely artificial, but um, far from natural. That's for damn sure. I don't know. I mean, I just want to know, because it was like, this touches into that area though. It was like big pharma, that they created this stuff. There must have been like a benign purpose for doing so, right?
That begs the question: what is what has medium pharma been up to, and why are they slacking?
Is medium pharma, is that considered like all the medical cannabis programs in the States? Is that what medium
I don't
pharma is?
know. I don't. I'd consider that like homeopathic or something like on the lightest end.
That would be low pharma. Small pharma, I suppose, not low. Small. We're going small.
Man, I ain't gonna lie, man. When you got a name as a dude like Fresh Grown Flowers, I assume you to be a little bit effeminate. But I like to buy flowers for the ladies.
If you're a dude who puts a shirtless profile picture inside of a server that's mostly men, I'd assume you're gay. But we're not here to make personal assumptions, are we?
Well, here's the thing. It's not mostly. So I may be in a server with men in it, but the picture's for the women. The fact that you look at it and you get offended, well, that makes you gay. That signs and seals it right there.
Nobody's offended. I feel bad for you. You're kind of skinny, man.
Wow.
Well, you're fat too.
I am
You
skinny.
guys, hey, do you guys need your own room to be created so you can decide which one's going to be the top?
Listen, the body shaming's cool, bro, until somebody gets called fat. It's all good.
Hey, your left arm is fatter than your right arm, bro.
No, it's actually that's the right arm. That's my
What? My whole life's a lie, bro.
that's my jerking arm.
Dude, why? Yes, but why would it? If you take a picture in the mirror that's in selfie mode, is it correct left to right or not?
Oh, that's not a mirrored image. But when you look at it,
Like some of them, like some of them do that. It's so dumb. And then people
yeah,
make comments, right? What are you in England? Because your steering wheel's on the wrong side of the car. And I'm like, dude, it's a flipped image, bro.
Let's be specific. So what presents itself on the left side of the picture is actually my right arm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would be correct, as if you were standing in front of me.
In Galaxy, anyway, you can choose if you want it to be a mirrored image or if you want it to be.
Yeah. I can do that with my camera too. Yeah. I can flip that left or right. I can mirror it. Yeah. But I didn't. I didn't mirror that.
You guys know
It's
what
just
chiral means? There's a term, it's called chiral, and it has to do with the reflection of something not being able to be rotated on its axis and produce the same image or something. And only certain
chiroscopy.
shapes. Yeah, that might be it. But oh what was I getting at here? Oh yeah, if you see it from one instance, your brain might tell you, oh, that thing could be rotated and look the same in every orientation. But until you actually do it, you'll find out that it can't.
Yeah,
It's just
that's
one
like
of
that.
the weird things.
Because I always I shovel with the right arm, and I'm not ambidextrous when it comes to shoveling. I can do a lot of things left and right, but for some reason I shovel asphalt all day long with the right arm leading. I try to switch my stance, but it doesn't feel natural. It wears out my shoulders.
Yeah, it is pretty funny that way. Like, you'd think at first glance that humans should be completely ambidextrous because we're pretty much the same on both sides. But you have your preferred side for pretty much everything you do. Sometimes it's left, sometimes it's right.
Yeah, but what's funny about that, like if like let's say you break your arm. I broke my arm when I was in middle school, and it was in a full cast, and I had like the actual like combination lockers that I had to open. Well, dude, that fucks you up at first, big
Yeah,
time,
you got to be ambidextrous quick than a motherfucker, didn't you?
like yeah, it doesn't take long before you adapt, and all of a sudden it becomes natural to do it with your other hand. But then, of course, you get out of the cast and you freaking go back to favoring your
Yeah.
normally favored side. But like, yeah, it's just kind of it takes a little bit of time, and then it gets flipped in your mind, and all of a sudden it becomes kind of natural again. Like I got pretty decent at writing with my left hand and everything. Like,
Yeah.
where
You
at
know what I'm
first it
gonna
was.
try? So supposedly you can do that with your eyes. You can wear these
Yeah.
inverted glasses, and then it'll end up being that you can walk around and everything's upside down. I want to try that one time,
What?
but I'm not sure how long it takes to take effect, though.
Fuck,
I think I
that
heard about it. It's only like a matter of a few hours or something like that. And
What? Man, that's worth it then. If I have to take like a week off of work, that might be too intense.
Yeah, I feel like I'd get vertigo as soon as shit inverted. Get that vertigo. I'm all good when we're flying, but I've been with some Air Force pilots where they do rolls, barrel rolls and shit. I don't like that inverted shit.
Yeah. So let me ask you this question: Is your mind upside down?
Well, no,
Think about it.
I don't think my mind can be other than it perceives that through its senses, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, but think about it this way, homie. Think about it this way. They tell you. Okay, this is what they tell you: that in the focal plane of your eye, the light, crisscrosses itself and ends up the opposite angle, right? Which means everything would be upside down. And then it says your brain flips it right side up. But if your mind is already upside down, why bother flipping it right side up in the first place?
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. Yeah, I see it as our mind just creates an illusion in our mind based on the data that we get from our sensory perception. You know, so I don't think my brain exists in darkness, and I don't think it ever actually sees the real world, but it sees the parameters of the data I can collect with my sensory perception. You know what I mean?
But the battle mode, remember that thing in our ears that help us?
Vestibular.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that thing is helping you getting your vertical
Upright.
and your way, yeah,
Yeah.
and your
Yeah.
upright without using your senses. So and even if you are jumping or making
Well,
a split,
it is a form. The vestibulars, they are sensing movement and pressure changes. So that's part of your senses.
yeah, but those things will help
Although,
your body move some way to make
yeah,
that equilibrium, but sometimes it will use it without conscious. So you will use those things without being conscious of using them. So they will make your body work in some ways without you making those commands and those orders.
That's right, brother. Like your eyeballs. Your eyeballs have a gyroscopic, uh, a little bit of a gyroscopic effect when you turn your head. Their eyeballs try to stay
yeah,
horizontal.
Yeah.
yeah. So these senses we're not always in control of, but we use them to perceive the environment, to
and
navigate it.
they those things, not us, those things already understand the up and down.
Yep, got it.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with
Yeah,
that.
you know what else they understand? They understand coordination cues with perspective
So I
relative
would say,
to am I going uphill, downhill, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
yeah. So I would say that the vestibular system is a system that somebody calibrated and zeroed out. So that would just be another proof for a creator or an engineer. Somebody had to engineer that, design it, and then calibrate it and set zero. Zero being erect, upright, or stationary, so that it could
Yeah.
sense movement. So, yeah, I would say that information that it pre-exists us, and somebody had to design it, input the information, and then zero the system. Or design a system that's self-zeroing, self-calibrating. Either way, it was designed. Our entire universe shows evidence of intelligent design. I don't think that's an argument anybody even really argues anymore. The real diehard people will tell you a designer doesn't 100% mean a god. They say creator, but it does mean creator. If you designed it, you created it, but you wouldn't have to be God. You could say a higher life form manipulated us, designed our environment, messed with our systems. But it still doesn't get rid of the possibility of an overall creator, a prime source, a prime engineer, first designer, first programmer, the source of the information itself. I like that argument, but it always leads into, well, who created the higher life form that manipulated us? Who created them? Same with the Big Bang. Who created the Big Bang? And who created that? That created that. It just reminds us that some things are unknowable. Maybe all things aren't meant to be known, or at least not at this time.
Hey, Battle Mod. Not to take you off that, but I know you liked some of these videos at other times. Look at when you have a chance, check out the video I posted. Some of the downhill longboarding. Freaking these guys are nuts.
Oh, I do too. Those dudes, they should try parachuting. They'd probably love it. These dudes that do this shit are crazy.
Yeah, more and more schisms, more denominations.
Did you
Yeah.
see?
What?
I was.
Are you saying sentences? Just can't hear you.
No, I just posted a video of a car there that I.
Is that a? That's a big block Chevelle, huh?
It's a Yanko though, bro. Fucking, there's only so
Yeah, I
many of
see
them.
that. Yeah, there's only so many, but is it original Yanko or is it Yanko conversion?
Yeah, all original, 40 something thousand
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah. I never did like the orange that Yanko used, but I still love the cars.
Dude, I just want him to remake Toyota Celica, but as a uh, looking like a mid-engine car, kind of like McLaren F1 and what are the new Camaro.
They got so many kids.
What I really want though, bro, is I want to be like the McLaren F1, where it has a center cockpit, and seats on the side. So 3 seats. That's the key. And I don't have $1 million to buy a McLaren, so I want a cheap one. I want a cheap version. What's all this ruckus? Oh, man. What's up?
You're hot mocking AI.
Doing it on purpose.
What's going on, bro?
I do that sometimes, especially if I don't like the guy that's talking.
What's up, Mike?
What's up, bro?
Just chilling, bro. Just playing. I just won pool right now, so I'm on a high. I just beat my buddy at pool, and he's actually really good, so I'm kind of on a high right now.
Oh, I know how that is. When a
What?
guy that has never beat me actually does. It's been like 15 years I knew him. Oh man, they don't let me live that one loss down, and I'm thinking, dude, you lost consecutively for 15 fucking years. What's one win? But I'm with you. One win shows progression and maybe
That's
a
all we
change of
need. That's all we need.
maybe a change of times. Listen,
Right.
when I was younger, my dad, he was a state champion. I used
Oh
to
shit.
chase him, man. I racked the balls for him so many times and never got a shot. And then when I was like 17, my dad missed from the break. He didn't make nothing. And I ran the balls out and I said, let's play again. He said, no, son, you don't need to play me no more. It's your time.
There you go. You got to
I
pass
thought,
the baton.
I thought, yeah, that's cool, Dad. He said, well, one day, you won't see as good as you do today. Your stroke, your stroke won't be as straight, boy. Your back will hurt when you bend over.
Yeah,
And
right.
your mom will be in the kitchen nagging, or your wife.
He
I
called
thought,
it. He called
yeah,
it.
I know. I thought, Dad, I don't need to know this. At 17, he's like, oh yes, you do, son.
Yes, you do. Yeah, that's facts. He's dropping some wisdom on you.
Yeah, like he told me as a man, never complain. Nobody, every person, man or woman on earth, if they hear a man complain, they usually get offended because men aren't supposed to complain.
Right.
We're supposed to be solutions, not problems.
Yeah, problem solvers, not the problem creators.
Yeah. Analytical.
Ah. No, bro, I don't smoke weed, but good looking out though. Thank you. Oh, here were some people over here. For sure.
They're passing around on the corner, and you ain't puffing.
Right outside the pool, bro. They right here is fucking right out. We in California, so that shit's fucking legal, bro. So it's all about it.
It's legal here in Michigan too. Yeah. I go to the pool hall. I play BCAPL.
Okay.
I play state league, so yeah. I'm trying to get my own state championship trophy to set on my mantle. My daughter said she wants one to sit next to my father's and his father's. So my grandpa was a state champion. My dad was a state champ. Now my daughter's like, when you gonna put a trophy up there, Dad? You gonna work till you die, or you gonna go do what you love?
Right.
Yeah,
Good
I'm
stuff.
just in my debate group.
We chilling.
See,
What's up? What's up, B? For real?
Elijah's in New York, man.
Eyes in the
Listen.
building.
You can get some big time pool. You can make big money playing billiards in New York.
I mean, there's a
Back
lot of yeah. There's a lot of games you could play in New York there.
Oh, I know.
back in the
I've been in some high stakes tournaments there. 3-ball.
back in the day, I used to know a lot of dudes that used to ship quarters to New York through UPS, not even worried about it, and they'll go through. And New York would have that West Coast weed. You know what I mean?
So you mean not a 25 cents, but a quarter ounce of some weed, some weed.
Yeah.
So
All right, that's great. That's great and all. Move the topic on.
Right, it is, but yeah, they ask us not to talk about that here, and
No
I'm
worries,
cool.
bro. No worries. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Here's an
That
interesting.
was your. Hold on, I got a pun. That was your 5 minutes of fume.
You mean we can't hotbox the VC, man? That's not righteous, bro.
Oh, well, you're allowed to soapbox the VC if you're on topic.
Somebody
Well,
better open a window.
and the thing I would say there too is like, yeah, it's legal in a lot of places, and
Whoa.
if you want to talk about it just to, like your own use or whatever, that's one thing. But what Apocryphon mentioned about sending it through the mail, and I know because a friend of mine got busted for it. Yeah, like if you
Yeah,
use
fair, but
if you use
the move it on cue wasn't for you to wrap it up, dude.
I'm just making no. It becomes an issue. It becomes an
he
issue.
want. Hey,
It's a
Lewis
federal
the
offense.
king.
Yeah.
Lewis
hey,
the king of wrapping it up,
listen,
and
bro.
the moment.
He had to point out the felonious nature of the comments made. You was breaking the law, man. Yeah, I had a
Yeah, it's
couple
federal.
friends got in trouble for that too.
You just honored the flat earth.
Anyway, so back to the flat Earth. They was doing this weed stuff on.
Yeah.
You bring dishonor to the flat earth.
You volunteered to be the example.
Yeah, so like that's some hemp soap. I was just using the hemp soap. I'm putting on my hemp hat. I'm getting out my best hemp T-shirt. That's a Michigan T-shirt. U of M, baby.
Oh man, that's your invisible T-shirt, dude.
No, it's a real T-shirt. I bought it at the Hash Bash in Ann Arbor on the University of Michigan campus. That was April 17th.
Are we
Is
still
that a
not
ghillie
moving
suit?
on?
Hemp ghillie suit?
Oh, we moved on to hemp, brother, and hemp products.
Well, I mean, there is actually legitimate historical conspiracies about that.
Yeah, like Henry Ford's hemp composite fiber Model A and his fuel from hemp. And how the iron industry and the petrol industry crushed the man, wanting to make a car that you yourself could make your own biofuel, biodiesel right there on your farm. You could make your own replacement panels, all that. It was even the frame was made from a
Yeah, but you
composite
got to be
hemp.
fair. look, you got to be fair. They did give us a consolation prize, okay? So what you can have today is chip bags and straws made out of corn.
Unless you're in California, right? You guys banned the straw, didn't they? Didn't they ban straws, man?
Yeah, but that's a good question because they ban plastic straws, but do the compostable, like they're practically plastic but made out of corn, dude, and they're compostable.
Biodegradable? Yeah, compostable. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm with you.
yeah.
So we can pump
So
the
around
shit
here,
into the San Fran Bay, right? But we can't have
yeah.
a straw.
Well, around here, those ones they're like purple. So like the regular straws, they're white with the red stripe usually, and the cardboard straws are just they look like a straight up paper towel roll that's been used up.
I
And
bet
then
the guy.
Well,
the
well,
purple straws are the compostable vegetable oil
well,
or whatever based.
well, my girl told me the reason that they do that is like for like wildlife. Straws be getting stuck in the turtles' necks or some shit.
Yeah, I thought that was for a six pack and stuff. But
That's yeah, the beer thing.
one thing's for certain. When there was this great need for straws, and this compostable straw guy, he got fucking rich, right? The guy that came up with the new straw, he's a rich
Darn
motherfucker.
right, boy. You're darn right.
So I wonder how many turtles his money saved.
Let me ask you this, friend. Would somebody be willing to change the entire dynamic of the media culture to castigate people who use plastic straws for the sole purpose of giving his own company like a couple $100 billion deal or something, or let's just say a couple hundred million in straws? Would somebody be willing to do such a deception on the public?
Well, since we know networking is the most valuable tool in business, I would say everybody involved, it was beneficial for all of them. So why not? They
Exactly.
economic gain gets spread around. It's like butter on the bread, bro.
Yeah. So they might have hired some interns and be like, "Hey, interns, go take these straws and just shove them down some turtle's throat and then take a picture."
Yeah. Which is fucked up. If that really, I can see that
Listen,
happening. Like,
could you? You better be careful because you might leave a finger in the turtle's throat too. It'd be one of them turtles that don't have no teeth, right? You had to get one of them gummy bear eating turtles.
My
Don't
buddy's
try.
building a house and he's putting a new driveway in. And to put the new driveway in, he has to put in a 5-foot, 18-foot culvert and an 18-inch, 18-foot culvert that's going to cost him over 15 grand.
mhm.
He keeps losing audio. Yeah, that's
You
generally one of the
should
more.
look into culverts made out of corn.
Yeah, those culverts are expensive when you're doing a driveway in a rural area, and waterways are a problem. So yeah, you take a $8,000 driveway to a $25,000 driveway. I feel your pain,
Man,
but
I gotta get some. Speaking of thousands, I need some. Man, freaking, it's hard to find good help these days, bro. Everybody's losers, man.
oh,
No,
bro, people run from my profession. Hey, I
Yeah, exactly, dude. It's like this guy is like, you got any work? I'm not decrying this guy in particular because he is older. And I'm like, yeah, I got all this work, but we got to be up on ladders, right? And it's like, oh no. It's like, all right,
They
I guess
never
you don't
come
need
back
work
the
then.
next day. They never come back the next day. Yo, like people, it's crazy
yeah,
because people people have a problem with anything. Oh, it's commission. Oh, hell no. Oh, you got to recruit.
yeah,
Oh, who wants to do that?
dude.
Okay, and then you get a hard labor job, and it's like, what you want me to do? What these niggas don't. Yo, it's like a 50% turnover rate, bro. These dudes can't even fucking push a cart around for half the day.
Shit. Dude, listen, asphalt
It's
is the
like,
hours are so long and you don't get time in the summer because it's seasonal. So you're not going to spend any time with your family. So my turnover rate is about 80%. And if I need 3 guys, I should hire at least 25. And if more than 3 stay, keep them because I'm going to need them down the road.
See that, and that's exactly what people miss. They're like, oh, all of these people quit. You know exactly how many people you need to hire
Oh
for you
yeah,
to actually get the 3 guys that you need.
yeah. Listen, we bet, dude. We get together in the morning. They all come in. Whole crew watches them. We shake hands. We give them water. Give them their own cooler. Here's where you get free ice. Send them out ready for their day. Now we're betting on who's leaving first. Which one of them one of them's quitting, but somebody's got to quit first. So if you can pick the quitter, it's generally we bet $50 a person on the first quitter, man, and you can win a $3,000 pot. You know what I mean? In a big hiring. What's funny is when the guys themselves try to bet with us. They'll be like, "Hey, I want to place a bet on him." And generally, a guy like that is cocky, so I'll be like, "Hey, man, I'll cover your bet. You can bet on him," because I'm guessing normally that guy is going to stay because he already knows it's hard work. So
He
he
knows the
sees,
game, man.
yeah, he sees the humor in the entire crew trying to, betting. They're betting, and you know damn well if we're betting $50, $100 ahead, these guys are averaging 3 to 4 grand a week. They work all summer, but damn it, they make good money for it.
I did road crew for 2 years, dude. Fuck that shit running, and
Oh, he knows.
that's definitely a 12-hour shift.
Bro, I'll work you sun up to sundown if you let me, and then you can go back at 1 in the morning and seal coat the parking lots of the businesses that don't close till late. Because paving isn't all we do.
I know, man.
Bro,
Fucking no.
these kids don't even know what they're in for when they start working with me, man. I got a deployment work ethic, bro.
Go to now. Specific instructions. These are your orders.
And dude, I got a reputation for working straight through the night till dawn to accomplish what I got to accomplish.
I'm with you on that. When it needs to be done, it has to be done, right?
I look, I like it because it's very calm, it's cool, the air's, it's got a nice little breeze. I'm not getting overheated. Nobody's pressuring me. I could just get it done. Just keep going. Or I could tear everything down, right? Put it all away. Go and get a paltry amount of sleep. Come back, set everything back up again. Freaking big waste of time.
Yeah, dude, when we go out of town to do large jobs, we generally sleep in our trucks, but these guys, they get paid, but all day. So even though we rotate and you'll get to 4 hours to sleep if you want, you're still getting paid for those 4 hours. That's on out of town work though. And the guys that have been here the longest, they beg for the out of town work, because they know that's a paycheck. I'm making $6 grand next week. These guys make over 100,000 in 6 months, so we work.
Yeah. Yeah, but the wage gap is because of sexism. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, you know how many women I got on my crew? Only one woman I've ever seen doing asphalt, and man, she's like a 260 bull dyke, 6-footer, and she just cut to do this work. She's a big broad. People don't talk shit to her. I'll tell you that. But we don't have women by droves coming here saying I can do anything a man can do. It doesn't happen. And anyone that says they can, well, I'll pick a nerd and give him a shovel, and you can come hang out. If you outwork the nerd, I'll give you some points. There's no way in hell you're outworking me.
We're kind of skinny.
Well, that's because of the work ethic, bro. I'm guessing you're not overweight or obese either, bro.
No, but I'm just dude, that guy, man, trying to do a
Body
no,
shape,
man, dude, you're kind of skinny.
kinda. That's it. That's the best. Yeah, I've been called Skeletor, man. You can count my ribs, bro. But I'm not all skin and bone.
I definitely got a little dad gut going on.
I lost 25 pounds since December.
Oh, are
Sweet.
you on the Subway diet?
No, dude. I haven't touched Subway in fucking ever since like they fucking want like $10 for their shitty ass sandwiches. Hell no.
I
I
know
would
Yeah.
a
like to
bunch.
lose like 30 pounds. 30 pounds, but but also I already have a Jay-Z vibe. So I'm like, it doesn't look like my muscles are under there anymore. I think I've ridden all of my 20s muscles
Bro,
out without like I mean actually that's a lie. I
Oh
was
my
just
goodness, dude.
muscly, but
I
I
wish
nah
I
I
wish I
need
could
to
understand that, but listen, bro. My entire life, I just wanted to gain weight. I just wanted to get to 170, and I ain't never been
Mhm.
there. So,
Dude, you want? I'll tell you a story. This is yeah. So I've been pretty much slender my whole life, and fit. But as I got older, I did get a bit of a gut. The thing is, though, is that your body still thinks you're slender. So you literally try to bend down and pick something off the ground. Your body's 100% committed. And then when you get to a certain angle, your gut gets in the way and you whiff picking up the thing. And you're like, what the heck?
I thought you was gonna say by the time you bend, your gut makes you shit on yourself.
Dude, what the heck, man? No, it's just like that extra, your body thinks you can do all these maneuvers because
Yeah.
it's not quite caught up to the fact that there's something in the way yet.
Yeah, I was just, body shaming does go both ways. When I was younger, I was skinnier, and I used to eat like a pig to the point it would make me sick trying to put on weight so people would, quit calling me Skeletor or Skinny Boy, Big Schlim. And I couldn't do it, but I would make myself sick trying to eat. And I can eat 5 meals a day, and I just don't gain weight. I mean, my doctor, I've actually been checked for tapeworms, you know what I mean?
Well, when I was
if you want
15,
to have like a natural like cleanse like um so a lot of people talk about like parasites and whatnot. I don't even know. Like, if I believe that shit, bro, I'd have fucking ran to do somebody's. Cause I just like my brain is in cognitive dissonance mode where it's like I can't think of like yeah. You remember being in the first grade the first time you heard about germs, and then it's like you almost freaked out, but then you were like, well, wait, but I've been okay all this time, and then some people never actually like there's the small amount of people who like actually dig into that and then they're germaphobes and shit like that. um. So damn, what was I saying before that? Like for me to make that example.
I don't know.
Oh well, whatever. That was the biggest what the fuck Eli you
I
guys were
just
probably going to get for 2024.
no. It was like you were saying people are telling you to do a cleanse.
Oh right, right. So it's like I haven't really like I thought of the possibility, but I haven't really taken it on a board because I haven't began any kind of process for cleaning out my body. You know, what do you
Gotcha.
guys think about that? Have you guys
I
like?
don't really fear it myself, so I'm with you.
Because
think
I know the older people have natural remedies to flush that stuff out anyway. But
garlic.
as the newer generation,
Eat
you
a
know, we
lot of
kind of
garlic. Apple
garlic. I
cider
did hear
vinegar.
that.
Yeah, apple cider vinegar. I grew up in an apple orchard, so we do a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar daily. I grew up with apple cider vinegar and cod liver oil every day. That's how you started your day. Garlic is a good, not a cure, but a defense against
No, wait a
parasites.
minute. Wait a minute. Apple cider vinegar.
Yeah. I
Is there
seen
any
a thing.
relation to actual apples?
Yes. So I seen a thing the other day where somebody was showing
Wait.
the apple cider vinegar that they're selling today, and they looked at it under a microscope, and it had parasites in it. So that can't be true apple cider vinegar, or it wouldn't have it.
Now, it's funny. Apple cider vinegar, okay. Apples. Apple a day keeps the doctor away.
It does.
Apple. What is the famous picture behind it? There's a
We're
worm
supposed to eat
inside
the
it.
seeds too. You know
Yeah,
that.
that's what they say. But what about the what do they call it? It's something side in there.
Like,
If you eat the apples, seeds,
oh,
some kind of
cyanide?
poison,
Cyanide.
cyanide.
Yeah, same with the apricot pit. But the apricot pits, there's a tribe over in Europe that actually eat apricot, the whole thing, the pit and everything. They don't deal with cancer and a bunch of other diseases. So they found a correlation with apricot seeds and cancer. But this isn't medical advice. It's just something I read.
Yeah.
But I did find it interesting because we're supposed to eat the seeds. You don't just eat the fruit, you eat the seed and everything. Now they got watermelons GMO'd, so no seeds. And people are like, oh, seedless watermelon. I'm like, yeah, fake watermelon. Eat it up.
You ever
Rather have,
notice they have like these weird patterns on them? Like if you look at the fruit that they cut,
yeah.
the meat, like it has these weird patterns in it.
Yeah, I have noticed that. I don't like seedless watermelon.
Where do you get watermelon with seeds from in New York though? That's the crazy part.
I grow
Somebody
them.
legitimately told me they don't sell them anymore. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, yeah, they don't have seeds in them. I was like, that's fucking impossible. Like,
They,
this isn't fucking weed where you started growing exos and there's
yeah,
no
you
seed.
just
Like,
go
what
to
are you
the
talking about?
farmer's market, bro. Just go to the farmer's market. You can find watermelons with seeds and muskmelons with seeds and cantaloupe and honeydew.
I love honeydew, man.
Next, that dude will be telling you no seeds in grapes either.
Well,
When it's
seedless globe,
just one strand, and
seedless
it's
globe, man.
yeah.
But I damn sure split the seeds out of grapes. I hated those. Ain't gonna lie.
As a kid, I would eat the whole apple, the whole core and everything, because I didn't want to waste my time to go throw it away.
My
So I was like,
my brother
don't gotta throw nothing away.
my brother used to do that, bro. But I never could eat the whole core. My brother would though.
I think the general trick is I wouldn't eat to the core and then eat the core. I'd just eat it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
The core was never a separate thing to me.
just an apple. You just bit it. Yeah,
Yeah.
sound like my
I don't
brother.
know. I never did that.
My brother was one that said, "What? You won't eat a night crawler?" He picked up 5 of them and squeezed all the black stuff out of them, ate them right alive. He's like, "Man, that's protein, bro. That's survival stuff. Eat them crawlers." It helped me too in jungle survival training. Grubs too. It's a coincidence that we both went into a military service where we got to use that talent that we had as a kid, eating bugs.
At least you didn't say it was useful when we went to prison and we got to use that worm eating talent.
He said prison. Oh no. No criminal record here. I'm still exercising my Second Amendment rights every day.
Man. Oh. All right, I think it's time for me to take off. No not flatters showing up to accept the debate challenge. I guess I don't need to be here anymore.
He wouldn't have the debate in your DMs. That's
Probably.
funny. So many Globers tried to debate me in my DMs. I never missed that when I left, one of the most popular servers. I quit getting these idiots trying to start arguments in my DMs, dude. Dude, I get in voice chat because I don't like to text. I'm not a typist. I'm not a secretary. It's not one of my
And
strong suits.
I tell you what, the automatic text to type thing has gotten worse over the years. Like, I used to be able to dictate speech directly to the text blocks, right, and it would come out really good. Now it's absolute garbage. Like, you have to go back and edit it so much; it's like a waste of time to even use it in the first place.
Speech to text, yeah, I've never used. We had all that before a lot of other people. My grandmother was going blind, and we got a computer from the Society of the Blind that she could just talk to. Everything she did, she could tell it what to do.
It's actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, that was in the 90s. It was one of the biggest computers I ever seen. Big ass tower. It had like 4 hard drives.
That must have been what Helen Keller had to write all her books.
Yeah. No, that's what frickin' what is that guy speak and spell Stephen Hawking?
Yeah.
Come on, man, leave my freaking crippled people alone.
She
Dude,
said,
dude, let me ask you this, Bear. Do you think that a dude sitting there in a vegetable state could tell a computer all of that information that he's talking on all these documentaries?
The freaking the one video of him, with the
no.
guy translating is so funny. And yeah, obviously no, but the one video of him translating that one guy that looked like Larry Bird, like Larry Bird's his translator, and he's like he's like he's he's like. And freaking the guy's like, the universe is so freaking blah blah. He's like reading. He's like, dude, he's not saying that. Dude, you know what I thought he said? I'm pretty sure he said, I've been sitting in my own piss for the last hour. Would somebody please get me out of it? I'm pretty sure that's what he was saying.
So he's saying the universe has multiple dimensions. There's dimensions we can't actually see, like the urine in his diaper.
Lord, I just felt horrible for the guy. And I don't know how many people have close-ups of his teeth as their profile, but it's pretty freaking hilarious.
Which set?
I don't.
I've seen so many different Stephen Hawkins. It's pitiful.
Pretty bad, isn't
It was never the same guy. I don't even think it was the same fucking wheelchair.
It's funny. I knew a girl that she danced down the block, and she married Terrell Suggs, but she said she used to dance with Bill Gates. And she's like, and it's not that guy they show on TV, because the guy I used to dance with, he was kind of cute. So she says the Bill Gates isn't even the real one. So I don't know. Who knows?
She was a
Funny.
dancer. I'm gonna tell you what. Guy with $1 million, he dances pretty good and he looks real good too to a dancer.
Well, he would pay her like $500 to dance with him for like 20 minutes or something.
Yeah,
He didn't
yeah,
have
that's what I'm
anything
saying.
freaky. Nothing
Oh, you gonna
freaky.
pay me $500 to dance with? Oh, you so handsome. I'm gonna give you the girlfriend special for $750. 15 minutes after the dance, you can act like we're girlfriend and boyfriend in public.
He said he'd come into town like once every month or so. I think this was out at the it was out at the gosh, where the hell was that place? It was out near Marysville Road.
Man,
That was
there ain't
called
no way in
something country
hell
club.
I can pay anybody $500 to dance.
I don't know, but I guess if you were a millionaire or a billionaire, I guess this is a long time ago, so I don't know how rich he was back then. I mean, she's not that old, so he's pretty old.
Well, it depends on what kind of dancing you're doing, where you're doing it. Now, if I can get a big old fat guy to streak a football game and then dance like Pee Wee Herman in the middle, I'll give him $500 to do that. my, my
Funny because
grand,
I ain't never been down the freaking block other than delivering like food and shit back in the day. But I know a bunch of my friends used to go down there, and I was like, I don't even know how you go down there. It's just cruddy, man. It's greasy. I wouldn't even want to be anywhere near anybody down there.
So we don't have any Globers in here? No. Wait. Nope. We don't have no Globers. Man, I come in here all the time inviting them Globers to play me some chess at chess.com, but I never get no game invites. What's up? They all say I'm rated 2,000, but then they never show up. I mean, I'm not the best chess player in the world, but I do enjoy playing. I had a guy tell me one time, how do you play a game of chess in 5 minutes? I said, well, accept the invite and I'll show you. And he said, oh yeah, you ain't showing me. And I beat him in 3 minutes. And I was like, there, dude, that's how you do it.
Them guys over at the Flat Earth Chill Chat, them guys play chess. I've seen them guys playing chess late at night in there. And I know that one boy in there is pretty damn good.
Where at?
Flat Earth Chill Chat. The dude that does the Trump freaking impression. It's his kind of channel.
Is it here in the politics server?
I'll share it in the text.
Dude that does the Donald Trump, man, I played him. He's pretty good. I played a couple guys in here, but I'm just saying on the average, a lot of Glovers say, well, I'll just beat any flat earther at chess. And they're unwilling to play, you know? And it's like, to win, you have to actually play, you know? Can't do nothing that you're not willing to try and do.
Yeah, that dude Andrew, he's the one in there that's really good. He's always whooping up on everybody. I've only been there a
Oh
couple times.
no,
Andrew's really good, apparently.
yeah, Flatman. Yeah, I play chess with him. He comes over. He's went over to FER, Flat Earth Reality, with me and played on my server. But
Yeah, he
yeah,
seems to know what he's doing from the
yeah,
little.
yeah, Flatman knows how to play. He's good. If you're not paying attention, he'll beat you quick.
Well, damn, you must be pretty good because I thought he was like really good.
I think
Just from what
Flatman.
little I know, I don't know
Yeah,
shit. I suck at
we're
chess.
we're rated about the same on chess.com.
Damn.
But yeah, sometimes he wins, sometimes I win. Yeah, he's real good. There's like 4 or 5 of them that like to play, but most of them are flat earthers. That's what I
I
mean.
know you said something about Globers.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the Globers to play with us, and listen, they're the ones that jump around. Oh, I did this, we won, you lost this debate. I'm not going to do that with chess, whether I win or lose. I just enjoy playing. That's all. I don't care if I win or lose, to be honest. It's the thrill of the game changes every move. So don't get sucked in and have your next move mapped out. Don't ever do that. Don't ever say, yeah, next I'm moving this. Always say, I don't know what I'm going to move until I figure out what he's trying to do with his last move.
Yeah,
You'll
he's
be a
talking about
better.
strategies.
No, listen.
Yeah.
If people don't move a piece, every piece they move is an attack. There's a purpose for the movement. If you can figure out where they're trying to get to, what kind of attack they're trying to do with their recent moves or their last 2 moves, then obviously you can meet them there and fault their effort. But so yeah, you should always
Yeah.
try to figure out, why did he move that bishop? Why did he move that knight? Why that pawn? Because it gives you an insight into what they're trying to do.
Seems like he's got, at least when I watch really good players, they just have like a whole slew of everybody's got like this whole
They're called,
myriad of opening moves, obviously, and then certain
yeah.
tactics, and then
So it's called variations. So yeah, only white gets to pick the first move, but based on your move, I'm going to run certain variations. Yeah, and
the
those
battle
variations,
battle plans.
yeah,
Hilarious.
those variations have variations. Yeah, so chess, you can study chess your whole life and still not know it all. It just gets people. It turns them into analytical thinkers, and it gives you the ability to actually think.
Yeah, he was talking about kids, and when I was asking about chess one night, he was talking about how kids, or just kids when they grow up, if they learn to play, and how yeah, people that play chess are, their IQs are higher, they're more successful, they're better at this, they're better at that.
I've taught every one of my grandkids how to play chess, and I play anytime they say let's go. I don't care if I'm in the middle of work. If we're in the horse barn and the boy says, I got the chessboard out here, we sit down and play chess. We got all day to do our work, but it's got to be done by the end of the day.
Are you a freaking farrier too?
Hmm?
You do all that shit? Are you a farrier too? You shoe the horses and all that shit?
I shoe them?
Yeah, like they
Yeah,
call it.
yeah.
You do all the. They call them farriers, right? Isn't that what a farrier is? You do all
Yeah.
that shit too. You do
Well,
everything
no.
on the damn phone.
I do all what he does, but I actually employ him just to do certain things so that I can take care of the bulk of the light work myself while he does the intricate work. So if I need a specialist, if I got problems with a hoof or hoof disease or something, then yeah, I'll get one. Guys.
Dude, I've been watching the damn like the Hoof Doctor and freaking YouTube. Watching
Yeah,
them guys that put the cows up in the racks and shit. That's interesting as shit to me. I don't know why, but and I guess they take care of a lot of milk cows more than beef cows. At least that's what they're always working on. Seems to be a lot of milk cows, and it's just interesting, man. Watching some of the crap that they you feel bad for the cow, but he's trying to fix them, and it's just wild, man. Just watching them guys like cut into a cow's hoof. That's
it
really
is.
messed up.
And then epoxy it, even it out, make it symmetrical. Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild, man. It's wild to see, like, and then you go and see a guy doing a donkey who's got that big freaking like axe thing. He's just like, just like, you know, it's
Yeah, I know.
interesting to see the different techniques. It's just like, wow, man.
Yeah, and it can be dangerous too. If a horse decides to jerk his any livestock that outweighs you, doubles your weight, tries to jerk their limb
Yeah,
out of your grip where you're holding his limb, could throw your back right out. You know,
yeah. It's
could
the
fuck
first
you up
thing my
quick.
grandfather taught me is to let the horse know you're there. He'll freaking kick you and you'll be dead. Break all your ribs.
You know, and just let him move if he wants to move. Yeah.
Better. Shit.
Hello?
Yo,
Oh, what are you guys talking about in here?
nothing. Clearly.
Oh, I see. What are the political implications of the Earth being flat?
Really?
Yes, I'd like to learn a little more.
The political implications.
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I guess you could come up with it, whatever theory you want to based on what's known of politicians or what you're told about them.
Okay.
We're
So
not
it means
really on politics. I'm not going to argue politics with you or what you believe about politics. That's a belief.
well, I understand that. So I was wondering the implications that might cross into politics with this the revelation of the Earth being flat.
You think they could be?
Excuse me?
What do you think they could be?
Oh, well. If the world was flat, then I think there would be a lot of political implications.
Like what?
Well, outer space. A lot of people want
Is outer space
to.
political?
Well, the push for outer space. Is outer space possible in a flat Earth? I'm sorry, I'm a little new.
Well, you just
Learning.
asked what the political implications would be for a flat Earth. Like, so
Right, the world
the world in
understood
general.
tomorrow that the Earth was flat. Do you think there'd be political implications?
I don't know. You seem to
Uh,
think so. So
I think there might be. I can't think of
can you
many
think
right
some?
now.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay. Cool.
sorry.
Yeah. Awesome conversation.
Do you think Judaism is in agreement with flat Earth?
Mm.
Who cares?
Oh, it is. Oh, well, then I'm one of you.
I said, who
I don't.
cares?
Oh, who cares? Why? Well, no. It's my identity is Judaism.
Who cares about your identity? Is your identity
Oh
flat?
no. What's important to me, sir?
My
Yeah.
gosh, it's freaking, this is so hilarious. It's the worst.
I know. And Timbo just stepped in. And Timbo is a trooper. He's just like, I wasn't even going to play with the guy.
I like when people play with me.
I bet you do.
Oh, let me go get the roll. If Judaism is in
I'll
accordance
tell
with
you
flat
what.
Earth, I need
There's
that
some
roll.
political implications of that. If you're Judeo and you like people playing with you, what age might these people be?
Well, my twice removed cousin Epstein might have a word about that.
Roy Bay.
Let me Oh, okay. Only give me a second.
Where do we get these? Who invited this guy?
It's
Just
it's not completely devoid of freaking humor. It's a little bit funny.
oh, you mean
A little
someone
bit.
just? Would you get this? Somebody said my dog, which is my profile picture, is making a Nazi salute. It was quite infuriating.
Maybe your dog's a racist. How?
He's been quite agitated with me lately.
What's the
How do you know he's
political
not hanging with?
implications of
How do you
that?
know he's not hanging out
The
with the German
political issue
Shepherd?
is my dog's a Nazi and he's probably gonna kill me in my sleep. God damn
He's
it.
probably hanging out with the German Shepherd.
Oh,
I
I
think he
know.
looks like a liberal, to be honest.
I don't know. They all hate me. Right wings and left wings. Fucking A. It's terrible. My niece said, "Why is
Don't
it
worry,
bad to
buddy.
kill brown
Hate
people in
me.
her school?" And they just started beating her. It was terrible.
Okay, goodbye.
I know. Cute golden lab in your photo, though. Thank you.
I know how it feels, buddy. They hate me too. For being an independent. They want me to pick their dumb side.
What side are you picking? Reality or globe?
You thinking got a world at your neck?
Yeah, choose.
Good choice.
Sounds like a tough call.
Mm-hmm. Weighing the political ramifications of it.
Better just to stay silent. Don't rock the boat.
That's a good song. Don't rock the boat, baby. Who posted the link for the cotton candy planet in their heliocentric paradigm? That is golden. Cotton candy exoplanet. So you mix that with the moon and we can have cheese and cotton candy?
Flat earthers like eating ass. You guys put it to a poll. What do you think? Most flat earthers like eating ass or no?
Bro, you're lame. That's why nobody's replying to you. That's dumb shit.
Lame. You believe in flat earth and you're wasting your fucking life.
Yeah, just because your mom's serving nasty ass doesn't mean everybody eats ass.
What? My what? My mom? You
That's
say
what
my
I
mom?
said. Yeah.
That doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, it's about the same as the comment you made, huh?
My comment makes perfect sense. You believe in flat Earth and you're wasting your life. Your comment, my mom is serving.
No,
I don't get. Is my mom
do
serving
flat
ass to the whole
earthers
world?
eat ass? Yeah, that makes
No,
total sense.
no, it doesn't have to make sense. It's a question. It's a hypothetical. Like, for
Listen,
example, you're a
man.
flat earther. Do you
I
eat
get
ass?
the
Yes or no?
implication, but just because you're a homosexual doesn't mean other people are. And if you're not
Nothing I said
homosexual,
implies
well,
that I'm
coming
a
into
homosexual.
yeah, I was going to get to that. You came into a lobby full of men spouting out pre-latent homosexual tendencies and comments.
No, I didn't. That wasn't. There's nothing
Yeah, the
homosexual
gay
about what I
man.
said.
I think the gay room's downstairs.
I know. Do you think straight men eat ass? How about that? We'll start there.
Yeah, they do. A lot of them do.
No, they're not straight men. They're eating ass. That's the greatest example that they're not straight.
Oh, it's not.
That's like women
They're
get
eating girls'
pregnant too.
asses
Yeah.
though.
Dude, why does Battle Mod look like a fucking?
Well, that's a
That's
that's
not
a
what
white
implication means, by the way. You improperly use
thing.
the word implication. You're just showing your
Oh,
education
just
level.
shut up, dude. Just
Well,
shut
stop
up.
talking to me, and I will shut up. You don't know what the word implication means.
No,
Oh,
you're
I
Okay.
didn't
stupid
say
poo poo
anything here.
heads.
yeah. You implied
The
that, yeah.
implication is
You believe in
finish
flat
what
Earth?
you're
Hey,
eating or shut the fuck
okay,
up.
hold on. We can talk about. Okay, I'll finish eating.
Okay,
You
you
believe
gonna
in flat
talk
Earth,
or you gonna
Patamon?
be a dickhead? Are you
You
gonna
believe in
talk or
flat
you gonna be
Earth?
a
Oh,
dickhead?
don't get the Aussie guy mad. Don't get the
I'm
Aussie
gonna
guy
talk.
mad.
Do
Let
you
him
believe in
talk.
flat Earth?
When he says mate,
Atomod, do you
it's all
believe in
over.
flat Earth?
Don't get an
Yes.
Australian
Oh,
mad.
you're scared.
You'll
You're
regret it.
scared. You're scared
No,
to
I'm not
answer.
scared. Listen, I choose
Do you believe
who
in flat Earth?
I choose who I interact with, and I don't interact with people who talk about eating ass out in
You
public.
were just interacting with me. What are you talking about?
No,
Want to talk about flat Earth,
I
or do
was
you want to talk about something
ridiculing
else?
you.
Well, it seems like you're gay now because when I talked about eating ass, you had so much to say. Now when I talk about flat Earth, you have nothing to say. So are you gay?
I don't see how that's comparable,
That
or even
doesn't
makes
make sense.
sense. What the fuck?
It makes perfect
Fucking
sense. Yeah.
idiot, man. Go
You're a
eat
fucking
some
idiot.
ass, man. Dude, you talked about ass for lunch. Move your
Yeah, go
gay
take
ass down the road.
unsolicited. Yeah, go
There's
take
nothing gay about
unsolicited
that.
photos of those Hooter girls.
Go lick some ass licker.
Yeah, go take
I've
some
never done
secret
it
photos of
before.
those Hooters girls,
You,
like Battle Mod does.
you
I've never
super
done that
salad
before.
shooter.
I've never done that before. I just, figured it's a really weird thing that a lot of people do. A lot of guys like you do. Actually, every guy I've ever known that says they do
Guys
that looks
like me
exactly like
don't
your
do
profile
that.
picture.
I don't.
Yeah, Battle Mod, you're taking photos of girls without their permission.
Yeah, I mean, you believe in some really weird shit already. So, I mean, it's not really
What's
that
wrong
far of
with
a
you,
leap
sick
to go
fuck?
from
Dude,
believing
you
retarded shit
lick
about the earth to
ass.
eating
How
ass.
are you trying to ridicule me when you prefaced your entire point
That's
of
not what
being here
preface means.
on licking ass?
Yeah, but why are you taking
You
photos unsolicited of women?
So you guys sound like you're really intelligent and high-minded and stuff like that. So clearly you must be the people we've been waiting for with the globe proof, right?
I muted clear independent thinker. You want to
Yeah.
He might be too independent to work together with someone else, so maybe we just keep him muted while Brian gives us the globe proof. We'll just do one at a time.
Yeah, Brian, how does licking ass equal a globe?
All I know, Battle Mod, is you're taking photos of girls and.
Okay, well that wouldn't be globe proof. Battle Mod taking photos of girls or doing anything wouldn't be globe proof. So maybe you're not the one we're looking for. Should we try the other guy, or do you want to give it another shot?
How about
yeah,
you go
you
fuck
can
yourself?
if you want. I didn't.
Yeah, that wouldn't be globe proof either.
I didn't.
So I guess you're not the one I'm looking for.
Brian.
Yeah, it's definitely not glove proof, Heritage.
And photographing people in public's not illegal, so I don't know. First Amendment, right?
You're at a bar, guy.
I'm not at a bar. I didn't take that picture. Apocryphon did. You're too stupid to even keep up.
So crying about random strangers taking pictures at bars on the internet wouldn't be globe proof either. Can you try again?
No, I'm gonna go play with my dick instead.
That's probably what you're best at, so stick to it. How about the other moron? What about you?
You look like you used to do crystal meth and you quit.
Isn't that funny how I said, what about the other moron, and you spoke up immediately?
Yeah,
Exactly who I was talking to.
I'm just wondering if you're done licking ass yet or not. You want to have a
I've
conversation?
never done that before.
Now,
Sure, let's
this
have a
is not
conversation.
about
I've never
flat
done it
Earth
before.
anymore, folks.
Okay, let's talk about
Yeah,
flat
well,
Earth.
it
Do you
is
believe
now
in flat
because
Earth?
I muted you. So now the off-topic distractions out of the way.
Just
It's
ask me
back
if I
on
wanted to
topic.
have a conversation. Now I'm trying to have a conversation with you. Do you believe in flat Earth or no?
Believe.
I was asking Battle Mod.
No, I don't believe. I know. I
Okay.
can observe it.
Okay,
I can
no
go
problem.
outside. I can go outside. I know it. I don't believe it. There's a difference.
Okay.
I can go out
Sure, and for
and
the record, sure. And for the record, I've never eaten ass before. I was just asking because you guys believe in a lot of weird shit. I've heard a lot of weird.
So for the
yeah.
record,
Listen.
that's not the topic, so that'll be the last mention of that. Okay, try again.
Right. I heard that scheme anyway, though.
He kept.
Yeah, I really don't care who mentions it. Just back to the the matter at hand. Why do you think the Earth's a ball?
Yeah, we go outside.
Sure,
We
no problem. Are you gonna mute Battle Mod if he says it again?
Yeah, he will, man. He mutes me all the time. Like when you piss me off and I start cursing you out, Heretic will probably fucking mute me.
Okay, I don't know because you keep accusing me of doing weird stuff. So you keep accusing me of
Can you
eating
just
ass.
get
And
on
it's
with the
disgusting.
topic? You were about to ask him a question about flat Earth. Now just ask him the question.
I asked him about 5 or 6 times before, and he refused to
About
answer.
And he
So
belief.
now
answered
I
you.
just think he's
What's
bad
the
faith.
next
And then,
question?
no, actually, his answer
Fuck.
was I choose to refuse to engage with certain people. That's
Well,
exactly word for word what his answer
yeah,
was.
look. We spotted you in the
So
door.
now
We knew it was going to be non-productive. You were going to talk fast, not really say shit, and
it can
try
be
to eat up all
it can
our
be
time.
productive. Okay,
So
I can do the
here we
opposite if
are.
you'd like. I
Here
can
we
do the
are,
opposite if you'd like.
where
It could
we
be very
figured we
productive.
would be. See?
Yeah. You're wherever you imagine you are because you're in your own fucking imagination. But if you really want to be productive and talk about flat Earth, we can do that. Okay, because you guys are in a cult and you believe
Why
in
wouldn't you just
hypnosis and
do
you're
that at the
wasting your
beginning, though,
life.
dude?
Because this room is a joke. That's why. And you guys are a bunch of fucking morons.
You
Okay,
That's why.
monologue about nothing,
it's
dude.
just
You've
dumb.
said a whole lot of nothing.
Oh, have I said a whole lot of nothing, really? Or did you
You
say a whole
have.
lot of nothing?
No, you said nothing. There was no
No, you
point
heard a
to it.
whole bunch. You heard a whole lot of nothing because you have nothing in between your
What did
ears.
it
So that's why there's
prove?
nothing.
Build the
Nothing plus
bridge for
nothing
me.
is equals nothing plus nothing equals nothing.
It's just a bunch of rhetoric, dude. What do you think you're proving?
What do
Do
you
you
think you're proving? You haven't
do
said
you
anything either.
do
So what the
you
fuck are you
have a
talking
point?
about? Do you have a point? Because you haven't said anything either. You've just accused me of eating
Nobody
ass a
can
bunch of
say
times.
nothing when you just keep
All
monologuing
you've
over and
said,
over again about the
yeah.
same dumb shit.
Yeah, and you were doing the exact same
This
thing.
is why I said,
You said I
why
was,
waste
yeah.
my time?
Well, because you're a waste of life. So you see, every word, every minute that you're alive is a waste of life. You're already wasting your
Okay,
time by
that's
being
enough.
alive.
Hey man, you want
Do you
my
understand?
address? You can come tell me that face to face. Here on my
I will.
come on down.
You look like how long have you been how long have you
I
been
bet you
clean?
won't. I'll give you
How long
my
have you been
address.
clean? How long have you been?
See it, dude. Fuck off.
I just think
Clean.
it's funny that these are the people that come in here laughing at flat earthers for being dumb, and this is them. It's
Yeah,
just
just because your parents go to fucking AA doesn't mean everybody in the world's an addict. Fucking kids. Some people's kids.
I never got an order.
Your parents must be proud.
Should have called me. Should have called me. I would have pulled up there. And they cost $20. Oh my God! What? I'm gonna go bankrupt over $2.
Hey, Dave, you're hot micing.
Guess I'll go back home, don't we?
David.
Oh, that's right. I got it. All right. So I'm going to put my proper headphones on. and then we can try and talk to independent thinker.
Is the room accepting questions of the flat Earth position?
Wait a minute. Dave muted. Was Dave hot micing?
Yeah, I put him on mute. Yeah, he
Okay.
was talking about something. It wasn't anything.
I have a question.
Go ahead, sir.
I have a question for flat Earth supporters.
Yeah, I support the Earth.
Okay, great.
It needs my support.
If there was a location on planet Earth,
You added
no, if there
planet
was
in
a
there.
location on planet Earth, if there was a location on 24 hours, would Earth support flat Earth?
Well, you're already speaking inside your fantasy, so I can't really answer that. You called it a planet.
Yeah. When you go to the south and confirm 24-hour sunlight, seeing the sun for 24 hours, yeah, go for it, man.
So there is something, I believe it's being called the final experiment.
Yeah, good. So
Where
it's not out. It's not out yet.
where yeah, so a bunch of people are going to be going to Antarctica this December.
Awesome. Cool. Bring it up in December then, when you get the
there will be
results.
24 hours. And I'm just curious what this room thinks if a group of people are able to see the sun for 24 straight hours, will that confirm or rebut the flat Earth idea?
It won't confirm or deny flat Earth. It will just confirm something about the sun and how the sun behaves. I don't really see your
We can
logic
also,
here.
like we can talk about it in December when it happens. Yeah.
Well, yeah. So my question: if there is any
as of
place on
now-
Earth where you can see the
as of
sun for
now,
24
you're
hours,
asking us something. As of now, you're asking us something that hasn't happened.
well, so there are places in Alaska, for example, where the sun is not visible
north,
for 24 straight hours, and so I'm
That's
curious
north,
if there is a place where the sun is visible for 24 straight hours, would that damage the flat Earth model at all?
Are you talking about the north or the south?
In this example, it will be the south in Antarctica.
Okay, so south isn't done yet. So north, yes, it happens in the north. Yeah. Cool.
Okay, so if a group of flat earthers go to Antarctica in December and see the sun for 24 hours, will that rebut the flat Earth model? Yes or no?
There will be questions. Yes, I would agree with that.
Would it refute it? No.
What model though?
Okay, great.
It cause a lot of problems though.
You got to
I don't believe they've claimed a model.
So this
gotta
is going to
look, right?
happen in December
get it.
of this year.
Yeah, but
Hey man, listen. Quit coming with this rhetorical bull crap as if
saying
it's
it's
a fact.
going to happen, right?
It's not
Yeah.
You're saying
rhetorical. Like there's a
It
group
is
of people.
rhetorical.
because it
There's a group
hasn't
of people.
happened.
There's a group of people planning to make this happen this coming December.
Yeah, I
So-
know, but it's at the moment
Rhetorically
it's rhetorical.
Yeah.
Wait, no, can I ask some questions about that? Are there flat earthers going there? Is that
Matt,
what's going on?
one at a time, dude.
Yeah, last I heard,
I'm
it's
just
going to
asking
be
a question.
it's
One
going to
at
be
a
a
time.
group. It's going to be a group made up of both flat Earth believers and flat Earth deniers. They're all going to go.
Oh, great. Oh,
Okay,
great.
cool.
That's going to be so
Awesome.
great. Yes.
So
That's great.
we'll talk about that when we come to it. Yeah. So
Maybe
at the
that
moment,
dude don't need my address.
at
Then.
the moment, it's a hypothetical. Yeah, you would agree with that? No hypatheist.
Well, right now, it hasn't happened yet. I'm just kind of
See
curious.
me outside at
I'm
Antarctica.
curious what
Yeah.
you guys will say when the flat Earth supporters agree that they saw the sun for 24 straight hours. What are you?
It hasn't happened yet, so we can't comment on it.
But suppose it does happen. What will be your opinion on that?
When we get to it, we'll talk about it because it hasn't happened.
I'm not going to speculate on it. There's my answer.
Yeah. it'll be a rough day. That's how.
Rhetorically
It's got,
speaking, we'll
it's
see
got
you
nothing to
on
do with the
that
shape of
day.
the Earth, so who
Are
cares?
you going? If you're
Well,
going,
it
I'll
kind of
go.
does.
I'd like to meet
No,
you.
it doesn't.
Get this. So null
Us.
hypatheist, right? So whether the Earth is whether this happens or not, if the Earth measures flat, is it still flat?
Man, I'm gonna have to go to this thing, and I'm gonna have to invite a couple of these Glovers I don't like to this thing.
So null hypatheist.
Yeah.
If this happens, right, and the Earth is measured flat, does that mean the surface is still flat?
Well, they're not going to be measuring the flatness of the Earth. They're going to be
No, but
looking
it's
for the
already
sun
measured.
to stay visible
So
for 24 straight hours.
that's great. But the surface of the Earth, right, we can measure no drop over distance, right, no curvature. So whether this happens or not, right, hypothetically happens or not, if the surface is measured to be flat, then is it still flat?
Over what distance are you talking about?
Whatever you want, man. What distance do you want?
Well, concerning the size of the Earth, I would say a distance of 3 miles or longer would
Okay,
allow
I
us
can give you
to
10
determine.
if you want. I'll give you
Say
10.
again? 10
I can
miles?
give you 10. Yep.
10 miles?
Yeah, I can give you 27 miles too. I can
Really?
also give you 140 kilometers. So
Okay, great. So, like, if you had a straight measuring tape that was 10 miles long,
measuring tapes aren't straight. They flex.
measuring tapes are not straight. Interesting.
No, they flex.
Oh, wow. I've never had a measuring tape that flexed before.
Oh,
You've
all of
obviously
them.
never used one then.
Interesting.
Are
Now,
you? Hold on.
when
I
you
know this is a semantical argument, but are you saying that a tape measure isn't bendable? Because
no,
whenever you overextend a tape measure more than 4 foot, 5 foot, it's going to kink and fall down. So
They all bend. Every
I'm saying
measuring. Sorry, I use measuring tapes every day. Every measuring tape bends.
yeah, I gotta know. So this kid is like,
Yeah.
it doesn't, but the fact is, for anybody that uses them, they do, and that's why you can't just run it out and measure shit while you're on the ladder if it's too far away.
so. Every measuring tape that I've ever worked with, when you maintain the concavity of the tape as it is dispensed,
Well, I got a fat boy.
it maintains
Hang
straightness.
on, Battle Mod. Yeah. But even with a
At
fat
next.
boy, it'll only go out to 2 meters without anything underneath it, without flexing.
Well, yeah. So my question is, if you had a 10-mile long tape measure and it maintained concavity for the entire distance, are you saying that it would go along the surface of the Earth the entire 10 miles? It would stay along the ground?
That's retarded, man. Do you hear what you're saying? Do you hear what you just said?
Yeah, I heard what I'm saying. Yeah.
So are you saying that a 10-mile tape measure will be flat and level? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying a 10-mile long tape measure would eventually depart from the ground because the Earth curves away from it.
I don't even know if I can talk to this guy. He thinks that tape measures are like straight edges.
You got a fat boy too, Timbo. You know you do.
Yeah, I do. I had one that lasted me 6 years.
Yeah, those are a good fucking measure, man.
And then I left it out in the rain, and the paint started peeling off it.
That's an interesting
Fat boy
argument.
or a
I've never
fat
heard
man?
anybody say that tape measures are not straight. I've never heard that.
They won't stay straight.
Oh my god, man!
It's not a ruler, is it?
No, it's not.
This guy thinks that. Oh my god!
Don't waste your
can't
time,
even-
Tim. We
even
just
do
start
it.
having our own conversation while he just acts a fool in the background.
I'm in the car. I'm in the car for lunch. I'm going to look for another tape measure and show him.
Yeah, like even my fat boy, nobody expects it to be true of straight, level, or plumb.
Should have another one in the car here.
It's a measuring instrument for distance, but it wouldn't
Do
be.
it. I got one in the house here somewhere.
So you guys have never seen a tape measure be straight?
Listen, his problem with this.
Never.
if it was a curve and you extended the dam, no matter the topography of the land, if you extend out the 30 foot of your 30-foot tape measure, it's going to follow the contour of the ground because it bends and flexes.
No.
Because it'll be
So
sitting on the
here,
ground.
Do you understand that?
here's the thought experiment. Okay, so you're just
I'm not
standing.
talking thought experiment. I'm talking in reality, and I need
Yeah.
to know you
This
understand
is here's all I'm suggesting, right? So you're just standing on the ground and you have a tape measure that is 10 miles long and you just
Yeah.
keep feeding it out.
Impossible. Sorry,
You
dude.
keep
Impossible.
feeding it out,
that. Let
right,
him do it.
in a straight line, and you keep it
Yeah.
concave so it doesn't bend,
Yep.
and
It
you
does
just keep
bend
feeding
anyway.
it. Oh, it
Even
bends
if it's
anyway.
concave, it bends anyway.
Oh, interesting. So I've never heard that before.
Yep.
Null hypothesis. How about just use an example of a straight edge ruler like the one I posted in the
You know
chat?
what I'm hearing,
That's
though,
better, Matthew.
is this guy needs an imaginary tape measure to prove a globe. One that
Yeah,
doesn't actually exist.
Well, even
Okay.
Matthew will tell you. So Matthew's a glober too, dude. So even Matthew will tell you that a tape measure bends. Is that right, Matthew?
But yeah,
All
that's
right.
right.
So
So how
we'll
about
just
that's
we'll
not
just
the
go
whole
with a
point of his
10 mile
argument.
long straight edge ruler.
There you go.
10
Yeah,
mile
who's got
long
one of
straight edge
them?
ruler.
Who's got one of them?
Nobody has a tape measure that's 10 miles either. The point is that he's doing a thought experiment.
Yeah, his thought
But
experiment
what's the
is
point of
just
doing a thought experiment
tangent.
if you can't replicate it? You
But
can't
to
do
test out
anything
the
with it.
ideas, I mean, mental, we can use our
Yeah,
imagination.
that's my point, Timbo. So we're in fantasy land trying to prove a globe, and we're now in the science fiction section of the library, right?
Yeah.
Or just fiction. It doesn't have to be science fiction, but I mean, because we're talking about Earth, I'm putting it in science fiction.
Well, this is flat Earth, so science fiction makes a lot of sense.
Well, I'm just
I agree
saying,
with you there.
you have to go
Well,
to
not really.
what
Like,
ifs. Hold up. What if statements, rhetorical statements, and imaginary statements to prove a globe. And you don't see our problem with that when you're ridiculing our intelligence.
I'm not trying to prove a globe. I'm just asking you, what if we had a 10-mile long straight edge ruler? Would it eventually depart from the surface of the Earth? I say it would. It would. You say it would not.
No, wouldn't. And how are we going to prove this now?
If we had it, we could find it out, Tim. Right? You could just hold one end and I'll hold the other. Be the
So the fun thing is, you could actually replicate this in part using a compass.
Yeah, go for it. Give us your method.
And include magnetic deviation in your analogy.
Yeah. So if you're standing on the equator and you orient yourself so that you are facing dead east, right? And then you put your compass away and you walk dead reckoning, right, for the next 10 miles. According to the flat Earth model.
How do you do that? How do you do that?
Yeah.
You just walk in a straight line.
This is a tough. Listen, you know how impossible that is on Earth when you're not staring right at your damn compass the entirety of the time, and then you have magnetic declination, which is going to throw you off too if you don't account for it once it occurs.
So, yeah, this guy's proof of the globe is walk in a straight line for 10 miles without a compass and get a 10-mile ruler.
No, I'm not talking about a ruler in this case. So I'm saying you're standing on the equator, you get out your compass, right? You orient yourself east, and then you just walk straight for 10 miles. Then you pull your compass out again, and according to the flat Earth model, the needle should not be pointing
hold
to the
up.
left.
How do you know you're walking in a
what model? Hold on, what model?
The flat Earth model.
What one? I don't have a flat Earth model. Do you got a flat Earth model, Timbo?
I've got a globe model.
What model is that? Show me
A globe
this model.
A globe model from space where you can actually.
And it better not be a globe projection. He's going to be like.
So flat Earth doesn't even have a model. You guys don't. You can't.
Well, you said we did. Now hold on.
It's pretty embarrassing. I know.
Yeah, I want to know. I still want to know what model you're referring to. You got this straw man argument about a globe projection, and I want to see it.
So I'm talking about the model where the Earth is flat, and
show it to me.
And the center of the Earth is magnetic north. Right, the center of the Earth is magnetic north.
Put it in the chat.
Is it an AE model? An AE as
you want to put a picture of the flat Earth model in the chat?
Yeah, is it an AE map? Because that's not even a flat Earth map; it's a globe map. This dude, hey, they kill me with this shit, man. They're like, it wouldn't work on the straw man model that I assumed for you. No, I got you,
exactly.
man. This is your model, man. I got you. Hold on, I got your back. But it's really a globe model, and
I'm kind
whatever
of
they're.
so you flat Earth believers, you guys can't even do a
Oh,
mock-up.
he's fucked. Give us the
All
image,
right.
man.
You guys
One
can't
sec.
do
I
a
need to
mock-up
explain.
of your
I need
flat
to
Earth,
explain something to you.
like
One sec.
using
I need
miniatures.
to, dude. I need to explain something to you. All right. So what you're talking about is right. We claim that the surface that we live on is flat, a flat reference plane, right? That we can measure from. Okay, it's a flat horizontal reference plane. We have not presented a model. You're thinking of a disk in space. We're claiming that the surface that we live on is a flat horizontal reference plane with mountains, valleys, and oceans. All right, anything measured from that horizontal reference plane is a measurement up from the horizontal reference plane. Right, flat horizontal. We're not claiming outer rims or anything like that. So whatever model you're presenting, you have to disprove that we don't that we do live on a curved surface. That is the argument, not a model, because you don't have a globe model.
That's a lie.
So
You know,
We absolutely have a globe model.
Okay, put your globe model
Post it in the
the
chat, please.
You can
Hey,
Google Earth.
Hey, you guys see the dodo bird on that AE map? When I rotate it upside down, you see the dodo bird there?
You know what, Battle Mod? I'm willing to agree with you on that one.
Who knows PD Shay?
Check out my
Yeah,
screen, man.
yeah.
This is the globe. This is where everyone lives.
So, well, most people generally
Just
assume
put it in the chat.
this
Just put
to
a
be.
full model, a full globe model with all the working conditions that you guys claim in the chat.
Oh, I posted my global map. That's what that dodo map is. That's a globe.
Ideally, the heliocentric model, please.
That's essentially all of known science, though, right? That's what you're asking us to post.
Wait, are
Yeah,
you?
you're-
Yeah, he's
you wanna-
literally asking us to post reality in
Oh,
chat.
wait, you got a
You want a picture of the heliocentric model, right?
Imagine asking us to post reality in the chat. Come on, it's
Post a
reality.
model
No,
of
he asked for
reality
a
in the chat. Then
scientific
stop.
model.
No, you guys said
Post
you had
it.
a working model, right?
Yeah, check
Yeah,
the stream.
post it
That's
in the
the
chat.
model.
Yeah, post it in the chat.
It's on the stream.
What stream? Oh, the YouTube? Man, you expect us to go to the YouTube and fetch it out of the comment section?
Okay, null hypatheist, you're up. Post the model, the working model of the globe in the chat.
Claiming the Earth is flat is a model. No, it's a description of a surface. It's not a model. Flat is a descriptive word.
Oh, there! Look at his picture that he posted.
An adjective, if you will. Right? Flat is an adjective. It describes a thing.
That doesn't look like a model. That just looks like a picture.
That's not a scientific model. It's
Oh, I'm
just
sorry.
a meme.
From this,
what
from
details
this
should
proof,
a scientific model have that you'll accept?
well, it has to hold scientific predictions.
That are backed by experimentation and observation. Right?
So we were able to predict the last solar eclipse that happened a month ago.
Sorry,
Does
dude,
that not
but
count?
that was done. That's done from the Saros cycle, which was done by the ancient Babylonians. So that was before you guys even had a globe. So that's to do with postdictions and they take notes of where all the celestial things are in the sky, and then they keep on repeating, and they take notes of when they repeat, and they make a cycle out of it. It's called the Saros cycle.
So
yeah,
what
but the Saros cycle doesn't tell whether it was going to be a total eclipse or an annular eclipse.
Yeah. So what prediction would you accept then from a globe model?
Or anything. So what you need? Have you ever seen planets orbiting the Earth, orbiting the sun?
Yeah, we observe that in the sky every day.
What do you see?
We see planets orbiting the sun.
No, you don't.
Yeah, we do. Like when Mercury goes into retrograde, for example.
You don't see planets orbiting the sun, do you?
Yes,
Just be
we
honest.
do.
Just be
Yes, we
honest.
absolutely do.
We don't even call that when they pass
seen this?
across when they cross the path of the sun. We don't even call it an orbit. What is it called? Transit of Venus.
Here's an example.
So it
The only
transits.
way, there are two ways that Mercury can go into retrograde. One is a heliocentric model, and two, something tells Mercury to stop traveling in the direction that it was going yesterday and start reversing its path. Now, which one of those do you think is more believable?
Well, is that your model?
No, I'm asking you. We can predict when Mercury goes into retrograde.
Yeah, retrograde does. So what?
Yeah, we can predict when that happens.
Aberration.
I think you missed. I think you missed what I said before about we think the Earth's surface is flat. Now we've done laser tests and all things that tell us that the Earth is flat. Now you need to show us it's curved. We're not talking about the sky.
Oh, okay. So we're ruling out the heliocentric model entirely. We're just talking about the flatness of the Earth now, right?
That's the topic of the server.
Okay, so you guys will accept a heliocentric model as long as the Earth is flat. Is that correct?
No.
False.
Is that right?
No. You haven't
False.
you haven't shown us that the heliocentric model is true.
Well, so
what
when you're asking
what
me
in
to
your
defend the
okay?
flat,
So when you say the model of the Earth is a globe, like, can you present any evidence that the model of the Earth is a globe?
Oh, sure.
Please.
What?
Oh no.
So, will you accept photography, or will you claim that that's CGI?
Just present something from Earth that shows that the Earth is a globe. Because
Okay.
that's all you can do. You can't tell us that photos from space are real because no one's been up there to get a representation to actually find out if what they're looking at is the same as what we should expect.
No, this would be a
All
photo
right?
from Earth. Will you accept a photograph taken from Earth that shows that the Earth is curving? Will you accept that, or will you
if
claim
it
that
shows
it's
that, then why not?
Yeah, I
Will
want evidence, as in a measurement of drop over distance, that the Earth is curving.
How about this? Will you accept the fact?
No,
even,
hold on.
even if,
Hold on. If it shows that, then why not? So post your picture and then let's assess and see if it actually shows that. That's the next step.
There we go. I'll follow up after that.
That's all we need to do.
You know, heretic, how their paradigm says you can't see the curve from the ground.
Well, listen, he asked about CGI, so I would guess he's going to bring the blue marble.
But that's not from Earth. That's from the imaginary, La La Land.
No, I'm downloading the photo right now. Give me 20 seconds, and I'll post it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Man, when I first started on computers, it could take a day to download an image.
But now, so before I post this, are you guys just going to claim that this is fake or CGI?
Well, we'll take a look at it.
Is it the blue marble?
No, it's
we
not.
We will assess your so-called evidence. Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay.
We'll give it a fair trial, though.
I'm just going to tell you up front, I don't use images to prove anything because I don't accept images as accurate representations of reality. In some way, shape, or form, they're all a distortion of reality. Otherwise, I couldn't take a picture where somebody stands way behind me and I make them
Can you just let
There
him?
it is.
Can you just?
They're in the palm of my hand.
Oh, brother, why would you post it?
Oh,
Oh my
Nathan.
gosh.
There's your curvature.
No.
Yeah,
Oh
he's
my
got
gosh.
Hey,
Nathan.
heretic. Hang on, heretic. Have
There's
you
your
got that
curvature.
one that shows no curve in
Let me
exactly
post
the
the
same
video.
spot?
Let me post a rebuttal to this real quick, guys, and I'm going to set them straight. Maybe we could educate them today. I got it right here somewhere. And
That's it. Do you realize how small that Earth would be?
Yeah.
Here you go. I got it right here.
That's the
Here you go.
biggest rebuttal of that. That would be like Planet, Texas.
I
So
hope
here's
he
a
does
photo.
it.
Here's a photo showing curvature. That's what you asked
Okay.
for.
I don't see any
Okay.
curvature of the horizon, and that's what I was asking for, really.
Really?
And what
You don't
distance is that
you
horizon,
don't
by
see
the
the
way?
line of electrical devices
Oh, no, I
curving
wasn't
over the
looking for
horizon?
apparent curvature of man-made devices. I was looking for the physical curvature of the surface of that body of water. I don't see any of that.
Yeah, you can see the curvature as the line of power lines goes over the horizon. You can
Wait a
see it.
minute.
Look what
There
I
in the
Now a
back.
video where we're seeing straight across that whole lake.
There you go. I showed you a video that's going to literally teach you something tonight, so that way you never in your life again use that photo as proof. Hopefully, fingers crossed, but hopefully you can grasp that the
Lake
photo you posted
Pontchartrain.
is destroyed. That is it's no
Soundly
good, brother.
got wrecked, man, years ago.
Oh.
And we just been listening to this crap for like 6 years since.
So this video that you post, Apocryphon, this video that you posted is not showing the same picture that I posted. It's
Hold on.
showing the hallway extension.
Listen to me. Listen to me. It's showing you the video that picture was taken from, and the reason why you can snapshot it when it's curved is because that optical phenomenon that's happening is making that thing in the distance look like it's curving over the horizon in the distance. But as Heretic told you, the horizon is not curved; it's still straight across. Now the video will show you that when he zooms in, he takes away your curve that you believe is there and literally shows you how the optical phenomenon of it curving dissipates the further you draw in to that horizon, and then shows you a new horizon even further down the road. So it's literally going to make your curved earth that you believe you're on bigger than what you're representing in your snapshot. So
Well, I'm looking at your video right now, and it does not match the photo that I posted.
Yeah, it's a different day, dude. It's the same lake, though, same location.
Oh, it's a different day, and the video is not CGI at all. Is that your claim?
No, it's dude, it's a live video, bro, from a guy that went out there and
Soundly.
did it. Yeah, he went out there.
Soundly, Lake Pontchartrain, and it's a product of compression.
Right, exactly. And you cannot say
you guys can do whatever you want with it, but this guy's he's selling this shit in a store, and he makes a living off of it. So
why does your video look like it was computer generated imagery, and my photo looks like an actual photograph? Why is that?
well, obviously the dude made a representation to.
He made a representation. So it's not
If
actually
I
a real
could
video.
finish to demonstrate his ideal on this, so yeah, that's perfectly logical.
Wait. I like how before you presented your photographic evidence, you wanted us to confirm and agree with you that we weren't going to just claim it was fakery or CGI or whatever. And then as soon as we rebut with the same standard of evidence, you're jumping to CGI, blah blah blah. I mean, mate, it's just disingenuous.
The video posted by
let's address
is
it,
clearly
right? So
CGI.
let's address exactly what you're talking about.
CGI, though.
Hang
It's
on,
not CGI.
hang on a second. Hang on, dude. So what we're going to do is, you claim that's a real photo, we claim that's a real photo. So let's throw the photos out because we both can't confirm that. Let's measure the surface.
Hold on.
Do you have a measurement? Do you have a measurement of curvature?
No, actually, Apocryphon, look at that video at 0.01 seconds.
So you said no, right? I guess we can rest our case.
So, Apocryphon, you're telling me at 0.01 seconds, you're telling me that is an actual video with no CGI or editing?
No, there's no editing. He's literally out there on that it.
Did you guys hear what I said about
this picture? Looks like it's from the
get rid of the.
Yeah, screw the CGI thing. Answer Timbo, please.
It looks like it's from the Sims.
Let's get rid of the videos then, because we either side can't prove either way. Right? Would you agree with that?
I mean, it's very clearly simulated. If you look at the first second of Apocryphon's video,
he's telling you to throw it out, okay? We're saying no videos on either side. He's asking you for a direct measurement of the thing that you said your video showed, or your picture, whatever.
That hasn't been edited.
Oh, you just talk through your mute.
The pylons look like what you would actually see standing there on the lake.
Do you understand? Do you understand? Let me ask you this: Can you grasp the fact that if the Earth was curving at that drastic rate, do you realize that you are now living on like a Texas globe? Do you realize that? Because the fact, if it was curving so much drastically from that distance, then it would be a very, very, very
It would cut your
small globe.
radius in half.
Yes.
At that rate of curvature, and being that you guys say, hold on, Apocrypha, we can't see curvature from ground level because it's too massive. Then seeing that much curvature over that long of a distance or short, because it's not really that long. The causeway at Lake Pontchartrain, to see that much curvature should imply that it's an optical illusion or a product of the lens, the shutter capability of the compressor. The process. It could be compression.
If that's true, then if I hang out on the beaches in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and I watch the cruise ship sail away into the horizon, I should be able to see the ship stay there the entire time, right, until it disappears because it gets too far. Right?
Stay there until it disappears, so you'll be able to see it until you can't, is what you just said. Yeah, sounds about right.
How does that prove that Lake Pontchartrain's amount of curvature fits with the given radius of your globe instead of cutting it in half? That's what I'm missing right now.
So there should never be a point where I can only see the top half of the boat and not the bottom half, correct?
Well, hold on.
So we've just skipped points.
In response to what you just said, I'm going to post another video, and I want you to realize what can happen in the 3-hour period of a vessel that's so far away in the atmospheric conditions, how you can see how the optical phenomenon is going to make it look like it's behind a ball water mountain curve. But if you wait 3 hours in the video, you'll see that the water optically will then lower, just as like Skunk Bay, the water will lower, and now you can see the vessel in its entirety. So what you just said, I get your point. Guess what? If I was a Glober, I would totally ride that fucking horse to the fucking graveyard. For yourself, I get why you believe it. But guess what? We have videos showing things of what you're questioning to disprove your point. So then you, like, in an honest, position, you have to go back to the drawing board because you have been debunked. Does that make sense?
So I just want to make sure I understand your position. You're saying that even though we can observe curvature of the Earth, you're saying that it's an optical illusion. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So you guys don't trust observation.
No. That's such a falsehood that you just mentioned.
Hold on. You missed the point that in 15 miles there's so much curvature it would make your globe half the size that they give us. So your globe model wouldn't predict this amount of curvature in 15 miles, as short a distance as 15 miles.
Well, no, I just wanted to make sure I understood because I've always
you're missing that part.
I've always
I'm wanting to ask, how is that possible on a globe of a given radius? Come on, man.
I've always heard from flurfers that observation is the only thing that matters.
From men?
So if you're telling me that we cannot trust observation...
I'm not telling you that. I'm asking you a specific question about the observation.
Okay,
Don't straw man me.
All right, sorry. So I'm talking to multiple people here. So you're saying that even though we observe curvature of the Earth...
No.
You're wrong.
What I said is specifically to the amount of curvature in such a short distance.
Oh, I see. So you're disputing the math of the size of the Earth. Is that right?
Well, shouldn't it fit a prediction for a radius that's given to us? We're predicting an amount of curvature for a given model, a given radius or circumference. That we see curvature that couldn't possibly be possible on that model because it would make it a smaller sphere or ellipsoid or geoid, call it whatever the fuck you want. It just shrunk in half. How's that work on your globe model?
Okay, cool. So you are rebutting the size of the Earth, not the shape of the Earth. Is that right?
I ask a question.
I'm just making sure I understand your counter here. Are you rebutting the size of the Earth or the shape of the Earth?
No.
You can describe it as an ellipsoid, geoid, anything you want, but at that rate of curvature, it's going to be half the size that you guys say it is.
Okay, so you're doubting the size of the Earth. So
There
you
shouldn't
accept
be
that
that
it's a
much
globe.
curvature in 15 miles, bro. The
So you
Earth's too
accept that it's a
massive.
globe. You just think it should be curving less than what you
No, there is nothing outside of that. How does this work in your model? I'm not accepting globe or flat. I'm looking at the observation and what it says. And if we believe the curvature that it says, and instead of it's an optical illusion caused by an effect of the camera, the processor, the shutter, zoom causes compression. How the hell can we attribute it to the Earth is curved if when it's showing twice as much curvature than it should? You don't get it. If the Earth if you see that big of a hump of curve in 15 miles, dude, you're on a small globe, a real small globe. And now it's so small that your math to go to the moon didn't work out, so you never landed on the moon. Your orbits don't work out. Your mechanics, Newtonian mechanics don't work out. Your entire universe just fell apart because it shrunk
All
by
your
50%.
mathematics, all your math has to be recalculated if you believe that at that distance it's going to curve that much downwards, because that's representing the curved ball you believe you're on. And then when we show you video showing you how there are objects in the distance, like you said, oh, well, what about the boat behind the line of water showing us on the curve? I showed you a video of a boat, of a vessel anchored so many miles away from the shore. And then because of the optical conditions in the sky, the phenomenon, it did look blocked. I agree. We all agree. We could see with our own eyes. Don't piss on us and tell us it's raining. We know you're pissing on us. But then with the video, you see that 3 hours later, you can see the entire vessel. Why? Because the conditions changed and the water that was originally blocking it has now settled down optically. That phenomenon to where it rises up is no longer a factor here. And then if you still believe...
Can you... All right. Sorry, my wife wants me to go off of mute and she wants to say something. So this is my wife.
Yeah, sure. Go
Hi.
ahead.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi all. Daniel just got home, and I know he loves these kinds of engagements. I'm curious if there's anything he can say in this moment, like within the next 10 to 15 minutes, that would persuade any of you in the room that you're wrong. And if
Yes.
not, yeah.
Nope.
There is. Yep. I'll tell you if there is one. There's one that I've been asking for since the conversation started. And it was a direct
I was going to
measurement.
give him a blowjob, but
Yeah.
now I guess it's
Nice.
Hey,
That's what I'm talking
so
about.
I
that was the offer. It's like
I
if
was
he's going to
asking.
be, if he could just
I was asking.
Directly measure that.
minutes, but hey, if he can,
Hold
I was
on.
asking.
go for it. Go for it.
What
Love.
does the blowjobs have to do with the Earth?
Let's
Hey,
measure
man,
his...
we don't ask that
Guys.
question because that's a dumb question.
I was
hold on.
asking if he has a direct measurement of curvature that would do it, and then he can go and get his blowjob.
Yeah,
All right.
because
Well, I'm going to
blowjobs
leave you
got
guys
directly related
to
to
talking
everything.
about false like fantasy land stuff, and I'm going to go hang out with my wife. So y'all have a good night.
Cool.
Sounds good.
Good luck, man.
Yeah.
I'd
Yeah.
be doing that too.
You let her go measure your 4 inches.
Undermined all of you.
Listen, I knew that 5 minutes ago. What are you talking about?
Why are you guys going to let that
You guys
slide?
thought something else was going to happen?
So no direct measurement of curvature. Got it.
Nope.
Them
None of
boys
that.
ain't never been married. I'd say good for him, man. His wife's got a sense of humor. Mine would have just come up and shut the computer off.
Yeah, she's straight up gone in and told him, like, sort this out now, please, because
maybe they're newlyweds.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
the
I
truth,
hear you, Tim.
maybe the truth turns her on. You know what I mean? Like maybe she's really
in the beginning. It was years down the road, you know. My computer kept getting shut off.
Right. It's it's one of those things though. Like they present this, this photo. You debunk that. They present another photo. You
I didn't
debunk
think
that, but
we
they still
debunked it,
can't
but
grasp it.
that
No,
photo,
I think we did. I
that
think we did.
photo would be more detrimental to his radius than the black swan ever was.
I agree. I agree. That's why I'm saying I think that we thoroughly debunked that position because obviously, clearly, that position is not valid here because we could literally show a video that will debunk that. And you're right. We don't even have to show that video. You're right. Go ahead,
I'm
Jim.
going to unmute these other guys now that the new guys left, so you can talk to them. Just wanted to clear the room just so we could talk to new people.
But
Sounds good. Sounds good.
That was great. I kind of wanted to apologize. You guys muted me like 10 minutes ago. I hope everything's good.
Yeah, you're all right, man. Just try and have a clear conversation, and don't be a dick, and you'll stay off mute, man.
Okay.
So on Flat Earth, second chances are a reality.
Well, my Jewish religion, I think it's flat.
Okay,
So
do you want to go
I'm
back
with
on
you,
mute,
boys.
man? Or what?
You speaking to me? Are you speaking to me?
It's
Even Timbo can't keep himself together, man.
It's funny because he was doing this old man Jewish accent before when he came on. It sounded kind of funny.
I know. I thought that
I'm sorry,
for a minute.
sir.
I was like, "How old is this fucking guy? He can barely breathe."
I'm just glad.
I was
pretty
picturing this
old.
guy with his yarmulke sitting on an oxygen machine.
That sounds pretty young, man. Doesn't sound old.
Got his Torah sitting next to him.
I'm just glad that we have.
I love you all, boys.
I'm glad we have these videos on deck just to disprove their argument, bro. Like
Couple
that's what it is.
shekels out there on the side table next to his scotch where he can look at them. Got to be silver shekels too. They want that silver.
The problem is, right, they've got a fixed radius, yeah. So the only thing that they can come up with is an excuse why they see something different than their fixed radius, and it's an excuse and they call it an explanation, but it's not proof of anything. So it just says, oh, okay, well, light bends, so therefore it makes the Earth look flat. It's just an excuse for why it looks flat.
Yeah, they're giving us all the reason it's not round.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Same with their Coriolis argument. They try and claim that things move underneath objects that are not attached to the Earth, and then they give us all the reasons why. Oh, well, actually, we don't see that, so there is no Coriolis.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we don't see it. Oh, we've got Coriolis, but we don't see it because the atmosphere is attached to the Earth. So you don't see it? What?
So you don't have Coriolis then?
Yeah.
Wait, Boomer, can you tell us why the Earth is flat, Boomer?
Because my Jewish religion says so. At least how I interpret it. So.
I had to look. I thought you were talking to me, man.
Yeah, so did I.
I
What
mean no
evidence is your
disrespect
Jewish
when
religion
saying
have?
this. I feel like people don't like me. My justification is
I hope
is
people
valid.
don't like me.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
And you're funny, man. You're a hilarious guy, dude.
They call me Boomer, but I'm Gen X, really.
You're really Gen Alpha, man. That's really what you are. You're out of the game.
No, I'm not a traditionalist.
Wait, Gen Alpha starts at 2010, right?
Yeah.
Right? Or does it not? Is it 2014?
Well, it's not in the 70s or the 60s, so it's not my gen.
My little brother might be a Gen Alpha, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, my
What's it? Lake
Pontchartrain.
Pontchartrain. That's how you say it.
Yeah,
Pontchartrain.
There's a lot of images like that. Yeah, there's some that show curving like that. There's some that show flat.
We went to
There's, you know, they,
server.
yeah,
one
they,
time.
yeah. He did a live stream from a hotel room about the bridge as well, and you know, it's kind of a weird thing where you see it looks curved sometimes, and then sometimes it looks flat. So that's why we ask for a direct measurement, because what are we going to say? You're going to show us a curved one. We're going to show you a flat one. So we're going to go around in circles because which one's correct? Yeah.
Me and Indio were trying to get the capabilities out of him, of his cameras, compressor, shutter speeds, all that. He wouldn't give none of that for the camera he used. Soundly. And then
What if the Earth is like curving and sometimes it's flat? What if it's shape shifting?
Well, then we need to look at how to solve that. Yeah. So how do we do that?
I'm not actually being serious, but I mean, come on, man. We're getting flat and we're getting curved. We're getting both of them, man. You know.
Well, I would.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They're only in images, though. So that's why they're only in images. So if we just discount those two images from the same place, because we've got the black swan, right? And then they show us this image of it curving, but that one of it curving is also a black swan, because that would mean the radius is 60,000 miles. So that throws it out the window as well.
Oh yeah, that's
I heard they build
point.
bridges to adjust the Earth curvature. I don't know,
bro. That's a 15-mile horizon. Yeah, it is a black swan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good point. Man, that whole image just fucks your radius, man. You don't want to use that shit. Throw that shit out.
Yeah, man. How do you get it? How do you get a 60,000 mile one then?
Well, I think it's compression. Honestly, I think he had a cheap camera, and then when he started making money and he got popular in the globe Earth, he bought a better camera. So he didn't want to go through and track every video that was taken off these specifications and then every one that was done on these other ones, you know what I mean? And it could have been a progression that he had 3 or 4 different cameras. He just didn't want it. He just want people to accept the argument, but not know his shutter capability, so we could actually put some math to the compression values for it. Because you can do this as a photographer, professional photographers. They know what to expect. Zoom causes distortion, period. There's no way around it. So does shutter speed. There's a reason I don't use images as proofs of anything.
What are your thoughts on this, Battle Mod? Apparently, I didn't know about this really. Well, I should have, but bridges are apparently built to adjust for the curvature of the Earth.
Well, I've heard people on the internet assert that, but I've never seen that.
I mean, but why isn't the lake Pontotron, whatever the fuck they call it, bridge just flat, horizontal? Why is it curved?
But hold on. The reason why, let me explain to you why. Because if you were to take a photo,
the surface. Why is
let me say that.
Arch? Hold on, Apocryphon. Why is it an arch surface?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the arch is the best way to distribute the entirety of the load across the entire structure. It's the strongest shape that we know. We learned that from the egg as engineers. So we use the arch in construction. Since the Romans.
You're missing a major point there too, Matt. Was like, so you're saying they're built to the curvature of the Earth, but why would it show a curve? Because it's at one side it's this amount above the lake, and then at the top it's higher above the lake. So if you're saying they're built to the curvature of the Earth, it should be the same distance above the water if you live on a ball. Yeah?
Probably. They really should.
Yeah,
from what I'm reading out here. Hold on. I'm not saying I know too much about bridges. I'm not an engineer or anything, right? I'm just saying from what I just read, apparently they're built to adjust for the curvature of the Earth. And
can you post what your evidence is?
I'll try to get a citation for you. I'll try to get.
Well, you don't need. Listen, to build a bridge, you don't need to know the shape of what you're building it on. Only the layout of the land. A bridge, it breaches a gap between two valleys or two high points. So
Exactly.
the only thing you need to know is the floor of the valley for your pillars. You don't need to know the shape of the earth. And then you're going to use the arch to distribute the weight over the entirety of the structure and gain structural integrity. So you can host more weight, have greater load-bearing capability than is necessary for the expected traffic on the bridge at any one given time.
The point I want to address is that if you were to
Man, I'm
take
a highway engineer, bro. I'm just going to tell you like it is.
if you were to take a snapshot from the side of that bridge, you will see that the bridge is curving, but the water is horizontally flat. And the reason that like what Michael's saying is Madabot saying, he's saying that yes, the bridge is curving, but that's because that's the way engineers can create the bridge for the structural integrity. So that way, if all the traffic for some reason was to stop in the middle of that bridge,
it's not
it
just
wouldn't
moving weight. Now
Yes,
it's stopped there, and we have to
yes.
bear the entire load. Exactly.
Right.
Yes, you're right.
So that load is now distributed off of that arch, and that arch
the
is what we
integral
call
structure.
and that arch is what we call camber.
Apparently.
That
Listen to
arch.
it.
I'm trying to teach you, brother. Just if you can hear me out, nuclear.
Yes.
So Matt. So when we build the
I
bridges
would
with
rather
camber,
read on it, bro.
that's fine. You can read it, but I'm going to tell you when we build a bridge, and I say we because I'm an iron worker of the International Union that builds bridges in every country across the world. When we build bridges to where we have to make sure, from an engineer standpoint, to make sure that the integrity of the bridge, is going to be now distributed accordingly. There will be camber. You can look that up if you don't know what that means. And that camber is going to create the arch in the building of the bridge. But again, if you take the photo from the side, the water is completely horizontal and the bridge is curving. Go ahead.
All right, let me ask you a question. So you build bridges, right?
Yes.
The longest bridge you built?
2.5 miles.
Come on, dude. That's not significant at all.
Well, here's what's funny. Here's what's really funny.
Pontotron is 24 miles, dude.
And guess what? The same principle for that long bridge is going to be the same principle for the bridge we built.
This is the problem. This is the problem I'm having. This is the problem I'm having, Matt. Hold on. Let me just say something. This is the problem. You guys are telling me that you guys build bridges and you guys are engineers and you don't account for shit. And then they're saying we account for shit. So which one's right?
Falsehood. That's a falsehood. You want to believe what they're saying.
As engineers, you guys have never heard of accounting for earth curvature in your life.
We never had to. Every time we built something, we've never had to account for curvature.
No.
Now you can, in your bias, you can believe
No,
that's
it's not even my bias, bro. Why the fuck are they saying that? Why are they saying that?
Hold on.
They're lying to you.
Who's saying it?
Everyone's full of shit.
No, I asked, who's saying they accounted for curvature? Give me the exact person and where they show it. Where they show it in their. No. If they are saying it, then they can be broke down to specific identities and their diagrams on it.
Yeah, real quick. Yeah,
you could show me the blueprint. Hold on. You could show me the blueprint or the diagram with these specifications in it and the quantifications of these specifications.
All right, real quick.
Matt,
1 second. The Barris Narrows Bridge is only about 1 mile, and they say they've accounted for the curvature. Barris Narrows Bridge, that's also being brought in here as evidence that the Earth is curving. So it's a lot bigger than, 1 mile. Barris Narrows Bridge, look it up.
But this is the problem I'm having, though. Like, I understand what you guys are saying. Like, I respect it. You know, Battle Mod, like, I'm pretty sure you said you're a surveyor and whatnot. Like, I respect that and stuff.
Well,
like,
I need to see the diagrams before I argue that anybody accounted for it.
Can I just finish what I was going to say? I already said I'm going to find your citation. All I'm saying is these people are saying we account for curvature, especially with the Pontotron bridge.
We haven't established that.
It's 24 miles long. So the problem I'm having is it's not
We
even just
haven't
NASA. And it's not
established
only
that anybody actually
Come on,
said
dude. Why
that
are you interrupt? You
in
hate
their
when I interrupt you, man.
diagrams.
You hate when I interrupt you. Come
I
on,
know,
man.
but
You can't be doing
you're stating things you haven't established. These people say.
No, but
We
I'm
haven't
just
established.
But hold on. Let me let me finish what I'm saying, man. So it's not only we're talking about NASA. It's not only we're talking about these people that are doing space explorations or any of that other stuff, right? We're talking about people who build bridges who are saying that yes, it's accounted for. Earth curvature is
No,
accounted
we
for.
don't, though.
So
No,
what's up with that shit now, dude? Why is everyone full of shit?
because it's false.
So everyone's
Okay, then. Here's the
full of
deal.
shit then.
We'll give you your Lake Pontchartrain curvature, and we're going to sit back.
Wait.
We live on a small
Yeah,
board.
hold on. Wait. What he's missing is that who's writing the article? It's not the engineers who designed the bridge, dude. That's what you're missing, Matt. You're getting the information from like this other third-party source. That's where you're getting it from, not from the engineers.
That's where I'm leading, Miggy, and that's why
Let me just try to get a citation.
I would
on
like
this.
to see the diagrams before I agree that anybody has made this statement. Anybody who actually built the bridge.
Third-party sources can say whatever they want because
I
they
don't-
think the Earth is curving, but not the engineers.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck what some guy said and what article was written about some fucking bridge. I want to know what the engineer that designed the bridge to support the weight and the load said about the structure and curvature. And it'll be reflected in his diagrams and computated.
If you don't know, and I'm assuming that you don't, because all you do is just read articles. If you don't know how bridges are
What's
built,
up with the attack though?
Okay, just hear
All
me
you
out.
do is just read articles.
If you don't know the way that the bridges are built, but you want to take your stance based upon it tells me so, then I would say then you are being misled because technically that is not the way we build bridges. We don't have to accommodate for this so-called curvature that isn't existing while we are building them. And if you can't grasp that and you want to stick to your hey, they tell us there that I can't change, dude. I can't help you there, bro. But I'm telling you, bro, from the horse's mouth, right? You are just coming from a point of I read an article. I'm coming from a point I literally seen blueprints. Nothing about the blueprints is ever accounting for curvature. So who will you believe here? Somebody saying they do, or someone that's built bridges and tells you we don't?
Dude, the longest bridge, with all due respect, brother, the longest bridge you built is 2 miles.
Do you realize that even in 2.5 miles, there still should be some type of curvature accounted for? Do you realize that?
I mean, the bridges are always curving. I mean, what do you want me to say? Bridges are always
It'd
curving.
be in the diagram.
But they're not, though.
1 mile bridge and a 2 mile bridge. Yeah, there'd be greater.
I mean, just why don't you? Hold on, let me.
Listen, if you have to account for it over a long distance when building a structure, you would have to start accounting for it the minute you start building. So
Exactly.
it'd be accounted for in every inch of foot constructed on. And we'd have diagrams and mathematical computations and projections for structural integrity. Not only that, but to maintain our profile at a certain distance. You know what I'm saying, Apocryphon. We're building two paths that are going to meet together, and they have to be perfect.
Yeah.
And then when they join together in the center, finally, it has to work together to support a load. And that's why the cantilevers and cable bridges, but the Pontchartrain bridge isn't even curved for the entirety of the structure. So I don't know why we're saying arch over a well-expanded point. If you're going to go a long distance with less beams, yes, you're going to use more arch.
Right. And you know what? The thing about I just posted a photo 43 minutes after the hour. It's going to show you that it's literally straight across over the water at the same elevation.
Dude.
it's the same elevation. It's the same elevation across the water because they don't have to build it the way other bridges are built. It's all according to the way the engineer built it. The reason why
Based on the same zero, the elevation, right? Mean sea level is the same on both sides of that body of water, right?
the reason why some bridges are built
Follow me,
higher in the
Apocryphon. Listen,
yeah
on the shoreline at one end, you have mean sea level, and then 15 miles away where the bridge is going to end, you have another mean sea level. Are they
correct,
two different
absolutely.
levels, or are they the same?
The-
Zero.
it goes up, it goes down. But again, okay, think about this, Battlemont. The only time you're going to see a bridge curving is because they're accommodating for vessels to travel underneath it. If they don't have to worry about that, if it's like a roped off
Boats,
area, like yeah, right.
water traffic. Yeah.
If they don't need huge shipping containers to go under it, then the way they're going to build it is straight across, and it will have typically the same elevation from one point to another because they're not arching it, because in the design of this bridge, clearly they don't have to worry about the camber. They don't have to worry about it arching to make that payload not fall on itself, because they have already accommodated from pylon to pylon, from column to column, that it's going to keep its integrity strength or structural integrity, so then they don't have to curve it. But some bridges do have a curve. It has nothing to do with the curvature of the earth. It has to do with the design of it, because they might have put two pylons way further across from one or another, so they had to
Yeah,
camber
they're
the
trying to
steel.
save. They're trying to
Yes,
save on
exactly.
construction. So the
Exactly.
greater the arch, the less structure you need under it. The arch itself can support it, and it works together to support it just like an egg does. And we don't know why, but that it works.
Hey, Matt, did you get that citation?
I'm still looking for one that's actually talking about Lake
I just want to see the diagram.
Oh, you can do it. You can do it with any bridge if you want.
If it's in the diagrams, then
Well,
yes,
I want one for
the
this one
engineer
specifically.
accounted for it.
Since
If
it's
it's not in the
I
diagrams,
don't want
then
people to.
it's not accounted. It's just that simple.
It's the longest
not,
bridge.
exactly.
Do you build bridges, Battle Mod? Have you ever built a bridge?
Yeah, I'm a highway engineer, but if I gave my construction workers a diagram, they're going to stay true to it, right? And if the diagram,
Yes.
if I accounted for curvature, it's going to be in the fucking diagram, because it's going to matter to the elevation of zero for each pillar and pylon. That elevation's going to change on a curved surface.
But it doesn't in reality, and that's what we're trying to tell
No,
you,
it
Matt.
doesn't. Mean sea level is the same no matter where you go on Earth.
Exactly. And when you're building according to that, you're realizing that there is no curvature you're having to account for, because when you don't have to account for boats coming under your fucking path that you're building, then you can simply build it plumb level square across the water, because there's no better fucking measurement than scene level, because that represents a zero. It's literally a great position to start off from, because that's the way every column that's built into the ocean or into a lake, they're always going to take that elevation from sea level, and they're going to build accordingly, straight horizontally across. And that's the point, Matt.
Well, definitely not straight horizontally across. That's not what we see. It's definitely not that. So.
No,
about
what do you mean you don't see that? You literally see that.
Bridges are built curved. What are you talking about?
No, not all. No, not all
Lake
bridges.
Pontchartrain is.
I posted a photo for you, bro. It shows you it's completely horizontally flat, sustaining this certain elevation above the water, because they're not worried about a big shipping container going under it, because that is not a path of travel for them to take. So it's literally just going straight across the water for miles, bro, like dozens of miles across the ocean. I showed you a picture, bro. Like, you could deny it, but bro, like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, stop pissing on your fucking self and saying it's raining. By the way, I love when Globers bring up this argument because I'm thankful and I thank God that I'm in a position to where I can personally tell you from experience that that is not what is reality.
You've
And so
only
many,
built a bridge 2 miles long, dude.
bro, do you understand how if you built one bridge that's a mile long, you would have to account for curvature in your paradigm? Do you understand that? Yes or no?
That's a mile, dude. How much curvature are you supposed to see in a mile? How much drop over distance in a mile?
8 inches. 8 inches
8
in 1
inches,
mile.
bro. 8
Right.
inches.
So
Holy shit.
So guess what? If you realize that there is not a drop in 8 inches, what does that do for your paradigm and position in your argument? It negates it. It tells you, well, if we didn't have to account for 8 inches and we made it perfectly fucking horizontally across the fucking water, bro, you're lost, bro. I can't help you, bro. I'm just gonna mute myself because you're lost.
Fucking 8 inches. I mean, what the hell are you gonna do with 8 inches on a bridge? 2 miles long, 1 mile long, 8
The
inches.
way you do, okay. Let me tell you how you do that. Let me. Since you don't know how we do that,
Wait, so you're telling me
how.
you don't ever need to account for any curvature, but you also care about 8 inches?
Exactly.
Come on, dude.
Listen,
Well, 8 inches per mile breaks down to how many inches per quarter mile.
Okay,
And
so listen to
pillars.
this.
Listen, but it would be true that 8 inches throughout the entirety of the mile, and so it would affect the placement of the pillars.
The reason why I can tell you wholeheartedly how we know it's not 8 inches,
Quarter inch at a time,
because when we transfer the line to make it horizontal, we know that we are not deviating from that horizontal. Now, in your paradigm, we would have to account for that because we are recognizing, let's say I believed in the globe and I was fucking an idiot. Let's say I said, oh, hey, guess what? Let's make sure that every 250 yards, we deviate from horizontal because by the time we hit 1 mile, we are going to make sure that it's curving away from pylon A, from column A. It has to be dropping in downwards in the fashion to represent a curved earth. But guess what? We don't do that. It's horizontally across, straight. It's flat. That's the reality, bro.
I don't believe you.
Yeah, dude, again, you've only built a bridge 2 miles
fine.
long, dude.
I know that's nothing. That's nothing, bro. That's nothing for you, bro. I get that you say it's nothing. Do you understand?
Listen, you're just wasting your time.
These are
just apologetics for a globe.
Do you understand that 2.5 miles is 40 inches? 40 inches.
Listen, what you're not getting that he's trying to tell you, Matt, is that 8 inches has got to be.
I understand what he's saying, dude.
It's got to be distributed out evenly to account for it over the entirety of the mile. And that means every aspect of the construction you would see it in the diagrams, but him and I have never seen it in the diagram.
Never. And guess what?
Engineers don't account for them.
Let me say this to prove my point. Okay, from column A to column Z, there is not a 48-inch or 40-inch drop. Or let's say let's say this. There's
supposed to be a 40-inch drop over 2 miles.
Hold on. I want to point this out. So we're still arguing a point that you gave but didn't back up. You said they say, but you haven't proved anybody says anything yet. You haven't showed me any diagrams where any engineers say they account for curvature when they design and develop their bridges. And if they do, they could show it in the diagram. You haven't proved any engineer says that. You haven't even given the article because you know the article is not going to lead me to what I want.
The horizontal line.
So you haven't established that anybody said they account for curvature. So why Apocryphon is still arguing, I don't know, because we're already ahead.
You're right.
We're already ahead.
I mean, as soon as I remember we were in the same situation when we were talking about, what were we talking about again? It was something to do with the military, and artillery or something like that, and then you got shown the diagram and you were like,
Diagram?
Yeah, that was
Or
me.
citation?
Hey, so basically, you guys already done your part, and Battlemod and Apocryphon, you did a good job. Now it's time for him to actually show the diagram, so that Battlemod can actually see it, and Apocryphon, you as well. Look over the diagram that he's going to present. Everything he's got right now is just hot air blowing at you. Unless he provides us, he doesn't have anything. So you don't need to waste your breath.
8-inch curve.
You don't need to waste your breath. So yeah, I don't know why I'm getting rumpus, but yeah, you don't need to waste your breath. Like, just let him provide that evidence. And if he doesn't have it, then there's no evidence. Anyway, let me unmute him.
Yeah, proof of the pudding's in the eating, man.
I'm still trying to find the diagram. So
I'm ready to eat.
Okay. If my dick has an 8-inch curve, can you still build a bridge over it?
Where are you? I got you, Dante. Out of here, dude.
Yeah, don't throw your body into the gears, dude. We're waiting for the
He said monkey ranch.
It's a clear obfuscation. Now, you see, Matt Nuclear's pinned to the wall, and he's coming in to rescue his friend.
I'm not pinned to I'm literally trying to find. Do you want me to screen share me trying to find the diagram, dude? I'm trying to.
Yeah, I actually do.
Listen, I've read a lot about Pontchartrain, and I've looked for the diagrams on my own, Matt. Because they would end this argument.
You know what's crazy, guys? I just want to throw this out there real quick.
I can't stand they say, and then you can't prove anybody actually says anything. I hate that.
How you guys are doing?
Well, I mean,
Okay, Murray.
Yeah, go ahead, guys. Sorry, no interruptions.
Let me say this real quick. You know what's really crazy is that these Globers, they insist that it has to be this way. But then they come across people like me, Datamod, and alike, and we tell them this is not reality. But they're so bricked, they're so indoctrinated, they can't hear us. They don't trust us. They don't believe us. And that's okay. That's fine. Everyone's on their own journey. But it should raise a red flag to someone listening to saying, wait, these guys actually do this.
Here's how it's going down. Hey, Pop, here's how it's going down. They're reading articles from third-party sources that are not engineers. They have no idea of how to build things. And they're writing these articles that they're reading. So they're taking those articles as gospel truth. So they don't hear that from you guys. Now that they are, they're like, nah, it can't be that. Because I read this article here on this one webpage.
Right.
I like how Bro breaks it down to the process and says, together we show that the 8 inches would have to be distributed in the entirety of the construction of whatever we're constructing. Because we had to space it out over the projection, right? So if it's 8 inches in a mile, then that's going to affect pylon A all the way to pylon Z. And it's going to be right there on the diagram. So
here's what he doesn't understand, Mike, is that every engineer in the world would have to account for it in every structure ever built every time, or else it would be off.
Yes,
it's not
so
one.
You should be able
it's not
to.
One, yeah, it's not one Barris Narrows bridge or one special case. It's every single engineer ever building anything anywhere.
Right, so you could give me a diagram of another bridge and I would see curvature, even though it's only 2 miles, but I've seen these diagrams. I've seen the diagrams for the Mackinac Bridge, which are 5 miles. Nobody accounted for curvature over 5 miles, period. Weight distribution, and the possibility that traffic can stop. You got to be able to support 3 times the predicted load for the amount of traffic. Then you can have a full bridge with stop traffic and the bridge will still support it. Go ahead, Kumar.
Thank you, Battlemod. You know what's even funny? So, you find the engineers accounting for the the temperatures, whether what material they are using, concrete, metal, it's expansion under temperature and loads, all of that.
Yep.
Yeah,
and contraction.
Yep, and contractions, thank you. But
Winner.
not the curvature. Yeah, what's wrong, right?
Yeah,
that's why they
and
have to
that'll-
have expansion. That's why they have to have expansion joints in
Yeah.
in certain lengths over the bridge, so that the bridge can move. Now, what they're saying is that this is the curvature of the Earth, but the expansion and contraction is more than what they would say the curve of the Earth is. So, and if you're talking about piers and pylons and stuff like that being, on suspension bridges and things like that, they're purposely splayed out so that they can hold the weight on the middle of the middle of the suspension bridge, because otherwise, so it can pull towards a vertical position. Now, if you've got concrete pylons or piers, they have to build them in sections. Now, the tolerances for the concrete being out of plumb is more than what they're claiming the splay on the piers is. Now, they said on the Verrazano Bridge that it was 32 millimeters apart from top to bottom on two 600 feet piers. Now, you've got to build them in sections. Now, there's a 32 mil difference at the top. Now, that wasn't measured. That was calculated based on the geometry of the Earth. Now, no one ever measured that because you can't measure 32 millimeters from top to bottom out on a concrete pier. You can't do that. It's impossible. So what they've done is, later on, they've gone, okay, well, if the Earth was curving and they're this distance apart and the piers are this high, then at the top, if they're built plumb and level based on the sphere of the Earth, then they would be 32 millimeters apart. Now, it doesn't actually show this. It's just an article saying that it would be 32 millimeters apart. That's all they do.
Yeah, by the way, we're still waiting on the diagram. And meanwhile, we're doing that, because it's never going to get here.
I figured it was time to eat my chips, Miggy.
There should be a million citations because there's lots of bridges.
Mm-hmm.
What did Matt just post? What is that?
There, I'm back. I couldn't find you a good one, man. I got to give you a shitty one.
Did you hear what I said about the piers being? Did you hear what I said about the piers being separated at the top, though, Matt? Did you
No, I
catch what
didn't.
I said about that? You didn't.
I
Okay.
didn't.
Well, at least it's a diagram, Matt.
Hold on. Genuinely did.
Yeah, I love this part of the conversation. You want some chips?
Me looking at that diagram is just making me laugh, bro. I mean, but to be honest, this isn't my field, man. I don't build bridges, so I wouldn't be able to debate you guys.
Yeah, so then you don't know, bro. Let the people who are telling you, the engineers, they're the ones who build.
Yeah, that's why
bro.
I'm not conflicting it too much, man. I mean,
I know, dude, but like you gotta give up the ghost on this one, because I mean they got your number.
Hey, man,
you know it.
hey, man. I mean, until I find a good diagram and until I get a good amount of citations on bridges, I'll just.
You
leave it
don't.
at that.
You're not gonna, dude. It's like the guy. It's like the guy that says, "Well, somebody knows that the Earth is a globe. The scientist out there somewhere." And we're like, dude, there's no fucking scientist out there that knows that shit. Just like there's no engineer out there that's gonna tell you that bullshit. It's your belief, bro. Get the fuck out of it. The engineers are telling you they don't build that way. Come on, bro. The fuck.
Yeah, when you mentioned like railroads, right? Like east to west, north to south. If you don't account for the curvature, and consider it to be flat, it will make a difference in how much iron you need. What's the actual length of the rail, right? Especially if there's also bridges and what have you, right? So, but you don't see the engineers actually accounting for that, by saying or that they didn't account for it, and then they found the rails are longer or shorter, or they needed more material, well, because they didn't account for it. If you have any evidence like that, please send it to me, or put it in the chat for us.
And I got to get better research on it too. Not only that, not only just a diagram too. Although I'm not an engineer like BattleMod or whatever, I got to do a little bit of research on it just to make sure I'm correct on a few things. So
Alrighty, for the
That's
construction
bullshit.
of your
You're waiting for
Pontchartrain Bridge.
You're waiting for the magical engineer to pop out of nowhere like a fucking fart in the wind, bro.
Wait, check this out.
The magic
For the
engineer.
construction, each section was made 56 foot long, 0 inches, pre-stressed concrete panels. So that means the fucking things are dead straight. If you've ever done pre-stressed concrete, it's where they actually pull wiring, fiber cables through whilst the concrete dries over the top or hardens over the top, and that means they're flat and straight, mate.
Are you talking about the Lake Pontchartrain one? Or
Pontchartrain, yes.
well, that one's curved. That bridge is curved as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Oh, it's not?
That's what I just told you. It's made
It
of
might-
pre-stressed panels.
So still curved.
They're straight.
It's still curved. What are you talking about?
And what part of straight don't you fucking listen to? It's straight.
So have you driven on the bridge or seen a video of it, or are you just saying?
I'm just reading how the bastard was built, like you're supposed to be
Go ahead,
doing.
go ahead and send it to me. By the way, stop with that yelling attitude like you're some tough guy, dude. Calm down.
Did you come up with
You're not an undefeated boxer, man. Calm yourself.
Did you find the
It's his
citation?
microphone. Sometimes it's loud, sometimes it's not. Fucking deal with it, you numpty.
Did you
Well,
find
it's curved.
citation, Matt? Matt,
No.
did you oh, you didn't find it? Oh shit!
Mr.
I had to
Undefeated
take-
boxer, bro.
Man, I thought he
I took-
was an undefeated boxer. I'm fucking amazed.
He sure
I
talks
took-
like one, man.
I took a phone call and I was hoping that when I got back, you had the fucking citation, but I guess not.
Apocryphon, if you want to see the diagram. It's
Actually,
up top.
unbeaten boxers don't talk too much shit. They'll just punch you in the mouth.
Exactly. But Apocryphon, you missed the diagram, bro. It's up top, actually. You got
You know, you got lucky, Matt. You got lucky. You got undefeated. You missed the times of the Muhammad Ali Clay and Mike Tyson and the big guys. That's why you are undefeated.
Hey, I'd like to say though, Matt, you took that loss gracefully.
Oh wow!
Thank you.
Matt,
Hey, man.
Matt, that's your fucking diagram. Are we?
I actually found that on Reddit. But okay,
Are we
I'll tell you this.
graceful?
You don't have to grill him.
Listen.
You don't have to grill him on it. It's all right. He's yeah,
One thing is, I was not gonna die on that hill, dude. But I did. I'll tell you this though. When I was
You got bodied.
when I checked so I was checking some things and it was people
Get his
on
toe
Reddit who were
tag,
asking
bro.
engineers.
We got to
They
tell
were
him
asking
his
engineers.
family.
Oh, hold on. They're asking engineers whether or not they accounted for it, and they were saying they accounted for it. But I'm not gonna bring you Reddit engineers
Where?
as evidence. So
Yeah, it was-
that's why
when
I'm
did
saying
they-
that.
it was probably-
I'm not
when
gonna
did
give
they
you
claim it?
Reddit engineers as evidence.
Okay, ask those
probably-
Reddit engineers if they can give you a diagram and show you the computations for the counting of curvature.
It was probably a McToon and a Craig FTFE fucking sock account on Reddit, bro. That was
McWest.
telling you. Yeah, hey, we have to account for
McWest.
it.
Yeah, we're not worried. Mike is on point. We're not worried about the rest of the what he said, she said bullshit. We're worried about what they can show us, which is the diagram, and we don't have that. So there you go.
Yeah, until
I'll tell
I
you
see
what-
diagrams and
I'll tell you what.
computation
I will post what they were
equations.
saying,
Hold
though, about the
on.
modern Apocryphon if you want to check
Because
that
I
out.
want to tell you something. Those computation equations, they would change whether it was north to south or east to west. Your circumference equatorially is not as what is greater than the polar circumference. Either way, one way.
Hey, Matt. Hey,
So
Matt.
it's a little bigger around the equator than it is around the globe. So I need two different computations depending on whether I was building a bridge north to south or east to west. Now, if I was going north to northeast, it would be even more complicated. So there would be a whole set of equations and computations, and they would be included in the preface or the description that comes with the diagrams.
Hey, Matt. I'm willing to bet you this, bro. I'm willing to bet this. I'm sure that everything about the diagram, or should I say, fuck the diagram. We're talking about blueprints. I'm willing to bet that as long as they weren't accounting for an elevation change to allow passage of vessels underneath it, I'm willing to bet that everything about those fucking blueprints were building plumb level square. And when you have a situation where you're transferring benchmarks horizontally to be level, it is fucking not curved. If you can't grasp
I'm
that,
not going to argue with you on bridges, man. I'm not an engineer, dude.
All right, that's fair. I appreciate you.
Listen,
I appreciate you. Go
I
ahead.
don't think he gets the fact that you start from mean sea level at one end and you project mean sea level all the way to the other end of the construction, and they always equal the same point, so that you're
Right.
plumbing true.
Right.
Yeah. Can I just Matt, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, can you read out that that Reddit post that you just posted so we can go through it? I just want to point something out.
You not see it or something, or
Yeah, but it comes better from
I
your
don't really
mouth.
feel like reading it out. I mean, if you want to do it, you can.
Okay, I'll do it then.
Oh, my first
Right.
thing would be
He's stating that he's a geotechnical
not structural.
engineer, not a structural. But the answer is pretty big. They're talking about the length of the bridge. It affects long span bridges construction somewhat, since you want the main supports to be parallel to the direction of the gravitational acceleration as opposed to parallel to each other. Now, this is a presupposition that the Earth is curving. Now, all that you need to do in this situation is use plumb, right? So if you use plumb on a flat surface, they're going to be parallel to each other. If you use plumb on a curved surface, they're not going to be parallel to each other. Now, what they're stating is they don't actually do this. It's because the Earth is curving that when they get plumb, that these will not be parallel to each other, right? So there's no actual measurements that they use to actually make this true. They just assume that they're on a curved surface. So this would happen.
Exactly.
So
So
why is everyone? The
saying,
real question is, why is everyone assuming they're on a curved surface, though?
because you've been told you live on a ball.
That
That's why.
doesn't prove you
Why
do.
is everyone being
Just
told that?
because you say this would be true because we lived on a curved surface doesn't prove that you actually live on a curved surface.
Yeah. Do you see what it actually says? He says himself
Okay.
that
Okay.
they in this situation they would just use leveling tools, right? Now their claim is that level is perpendicular to a plumb bob. Our claim is that level is level, flat horizontal. Now, how are you going to tell the difference between one or the other? Now, the building technique is exactly the same, right? Except it's not accounted for on the curved surface. It's not accounted for on a flat surface either. So what's
I'd
more
love to see
likely?
the lake.
That it's on a flat
I'd
surface?
love to see the Lake Pontotron one if
It's
they
simple,
actually have
man.
like
But
a
do you
citation
understand what
online.
do you understand what I'm
I
saying?
understand.
Though?
I understand what you said about the guy, though. I understand what you said about the guy. I'm just saying I would love to see the diagram or the actual citations
Yeah.
for Lake Pontotron if I can ever get my hands on them.
There isn't any.
Yeah, and this comes back to the difference between what level is, right? So
Yeah,
I'm with Timbo on this
your
one, right?
assumption. Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, that if so, I'm not a civil engineer either, but I am an engineer, and my understanding of how they would build something like one of those big long span suspension bridges or Lake Pontchartrain would be that they level
Weight
would be their reference.
distribution. Weight distribution.
And the vector of gravity downwards over a span of
Assumption.
a bridge is that's right. You know, that downwards acceleration, which you have to account for when you design the beam loadings, is always perpendicular to level, right? So they would build segments that were all level, and each individual. So in the case of the suspension bridges, they would go to the site where the pylon is. They would survey the site. They would establish their plumb, and they build everything relative to that on the site. And 32 millimeters over the span is way out of tolerance of what they're building. They can't build to that tolerance anyway.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
they are aiming to have it plumb because that's the way the load is. They need to know which way the load is, and the load is down in the direction of acceleration due to gravity. And
Yeah, you just said it.
Yeah,
it's exactly the same. You're just saying it in a different way.
yeah. But there are
Yeah.
things where they do have to build them straight, like LIGO. So LIGO is straight; it is not level. Yeah.
So can we, before we move
I had to get
on,
my side in as well, right?
before we move on, can we agree that they don't use curvature in bridges, the curvature of the Earth? Can we agree with that? It's just
I don't think they
on a
would need
plumb.
to.
It's just plumb and level. Correct. We can agree on that. Now, whether you think level is on a curved
There might be
surface or
some.
whether you think level is on a flat surface is neither here nor there. It's not in the
There might be some
calculation.
scenarios. I don't know, but yeah,
Well,
my gut
no
feel
one can
is that
find
they
anyone.
wouldn't
I
need
looked
to.
into this. I looked into this for months trying to find these. The only thing was the Verrazano Bridge, which was an article written by someone else, not the engineers, right? They said based on the curvature of the Earth, they would be 32 millimeters apart. Now, no one ever measured that. They're just going that based on plumb and based on the radius of the Earth. That was a calculation based on that. But no one ever measured it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only other place too where they wouldn't use level was when they were doing the underground boring for the.
I'm just still
tunnels in
baffled.
UK.
I'm just still baffled that like you guys globers don't realize that level is not curved in engineering. Level is horizontal in engineering. I get that you have a definition in a fucking book that tells you level is curved, but that is not the fucking case in engineering, in building, in the blueprints. Never do you have a curve. It's plumb level square. 90 degrees to one point, from one point to another, it's 90 degrees. That means it's fucking level and squared and plumb. The 90 degree on the vertical means it's plumb, and the baseline is the 90 degree to where it's level. You're literally creating a shoebox, and then you're building across that shoebox. Nothing about that shoebox is fucking curved. What don't you fucking guys get about that? Holy fuck.
Why is bro screaming?
Are you
I'm
angry?
sorry. I'm sorry. Let me tone it down. I'm sorry. I'm a little passionate right now.
Ain't nobody gonna
Allow me to
stop you,
follow
man.
up. Allow me to follow up. So listen, in physics, in geometry, we have a meter, right? A length, right? A unit. So a meter is a meter. We don't have a horizontal meter, which is curved to match, to be projected on the curvature of the Earth, yeah? So when you go, hey, man, do you have a meter like, it says like, do you want the horizontal one or the vertical one? Because the vertical one doesn't matter. It's always like horizontal level, perfectly leveled, right? But the horizontal one, it has to match the Earth curvature, right? When you are building. So do you want the like, you see how stupid that is? It's always a meter. Even though like the it will be like in maybe in microns the difference it will make, but at least they still have like 1 meter is always level, and you don't see any physical like physics school or science school say well actually it makes a difference or no, meter is a meter, horizontally vertically is a meter. It's not curved, it's always a flat line as a unit, as is SI.
Correct. And now put it this way. Let's say we're going to build a really, really big pool table. Okay. Now the flatness of the pool table, it matters. But let's just say for some instance, we're going to have a curve on that fucking pool table for whatever reason. But that curve is still going to be calculated according to the baseline of the flatness of the pool table. So in your paradigm, if you can again create that box from 90 degrees from one side to 90 degrees to the other, any rise in between those 2 points is still basing its position according to a baseline that's going to connect the 90 degree to the 90 degree. It's literally simple XYZ Cartesian fucking coordinates of a reality that we live in, of where we build. That's the way we build shit. If any elevation change was in the center of that bridge, it has to accommodate the fact that the position of that elevation wise is going to be taken from the mean sea level underneath it. That's what's going to determine that curve that you're building into it. But it's still 90 degrees on both sides with a baseline that's horizontally flat. What don't you guys get about that? I'm sorry. I'm too emotional right now. I take this way too personal, I guess.
No, listen, I agree with you. It's sad and weird that sometimes we have to go into the ABCs, like the basics of the basics. You know, just talking with globe earthers when they start asking, "Oh yeah, well, what's your definition of this?" Well, it's just weird, right? I think like we have moved on long ago.
It's an interesting topic, right? The whole building thing, because like we talked about before, I agree with you, Aquafon, that you build to the baseline, right? And in civil engineering projects, you don't really care whether or not the baseline is curving, and until you do, right? And you can't measure it even. That you wouldn't be building something to the tolerance that you could measure 32 millimeters in 4 kilometers or whatever it's going to be. It's just not done that way. But if you do build something that is to the tolerance that you can measure it, you can see that level baseline is not straight. And that's what they had to do with LIGO, right? LIGO is a flat plane, right?
No, but that's the falsehood that we're addressing. There is no curvature to the Earth. Matter of fact, guess what, guys? Matter of fact, you're not even counting for the curvature of the Earth here. You're literally in engineering. You're always having to account for the topography of the ground. So guess what?
No.
Sometimes you're building to where topography goes up. So if you're building according to it going up, that will totally negate your fucking curvature Earth going down from the position, because you're having to accommodate for it to be going up into the free space, if you will, of your building that you're actually constructing. So it's really funny that you guys. I'm not trying to make it personal, by the way. I'm just saying, if you're building something over topography, you are not fucking having to deal with the bullshit curvature, because you're literally just taking a baseline from mean sea level back to a flat. You are literally creating the horizontal according to the topography that you're building upon. The better argument is when we are building bridges over water. That's where it becomes way more like absolute, because if you're to take the photo from the side view, you can have a structure that's arcing up and then arcing down again for vessels to travel under it, but the water is horizontally flat for 20-30 miles in reference of the fucking picture that you take. Now, I don't know how you can take a photo further away to represent 100 miles across, but I guarantee you this: the water is going to be perfectly flat, even if the structure of the bridge is a little curved. That's accounting for camber, accounting for the structural integrity, for it to be a little curved, for it to make sense as they're going across from pylon to pylon, column to column. Globers, it's not a fucking globe. Wake up.
Yeah.
Wait, what size
so
of
I agree
building were
with
you
you
talking
on the
about?
bridges there, right? Sorry, you go. Yeah.
Yeah, what size of building were you talking about?
Matt, any size that you're building, you're not accounting for curvature. Any size.
Right.
The reason why, Matt, is because you don't
You're not
have
talking to
to.
Matt, by the way.
No, that's Matt.
Can we just keep it like succinct?
Matthew Learns.
Yeah, can we just get like succinct back and forth style
I know that voice.
conversations?
I know that voice. Matthew Learns. I know that voice. I'm not looking at my phone, but I know his voice.
Yeah. So I agree with the building of bridges and stuff, Aquafon, but the thing that for me shows a different style of building is, and it's not topography, right? So I understand what topography is and building into the topography and stuff like that.
Okay.
But the LIGO is measurably straight, right? They can actually measure it as being dead straight up the middle. And level, as you would do in a survey, if you went out and surveyed level along LIGO, it is not level. It's curved compared to what your level line shows.
What
It's
if
not
I
due to
say
the
I don't
topography,
trust
but
it, Gaza? What
yeah, you
if I
can.
say I don't
That's
trust
fair
it?
enough.
Yeah. So what they're showing us is nothing, really. Yeah, because we can't go in
Oh
there
yeah, you
and
can dismiss
demonstrate
any
it, can
evidence you
we?
like.
Yeah.
That's fine. But that's my
No,
understanding
but
of the
we
difference
can't.
in
The thing is
processes,
that
right?
we can't. The thing is that we can't verify it, can we?
No, but flip that around, right? you can't verify these bridges are not that they are straight, right? You haven't, even though Aquafon goes out and
Yeah, I know, but that's not the point.
they build a
The
bridge,
point is, it's not
it's
the
level,
whole
but
point
is
is
it
the
straight? You
whole
can't
point.
prove that either, right?
Dude, the whole point is it's not accounted for. We're not saying we don't have to prove anything else. The whole thing is it's not accounted for. And then when you bring up
I'll
LIGO,
agree with that. It doesn't need to be accounted
test
for.
this for our,
Absolutely. Yeah.
we can't test this for ourselves.
It's only when a structure has to be straight that it has to be accounted for. But if it's just got to be level,
Yeah,
it's
I
not
know,
need
and
to
you're
be accounted
claiming
for.
LIGO, but we can't do the same thing. We can't verify that they're doing
Evidence.
what they're saying they're doing.
Hey, Daza, you know what's a better argument is the fact that let's talk about something like the LHC, okay, the Large Hadron Collider, right? So think about this: you have this thing that's 17 miles in circumference. Think about this: they build it perfectly flat underground, and the reason why it has to be flat is because they're literally sending these photons or these whatever the fuck they're doing, like perfectly level in a circle. Now, how big of a circle that's going to be the same? It's going to be the same distance from the ground from one side to the other of the diameter. How can you explain that it's not a fucking under a flat plane of reference of the ground above them? Because if you believe that the Earth was curving, then that means that light of travel on that fucking collider would be literally arcing, and then like in a circus with a fucking ride that goes up and down, up and down, up and down to represent your position that the curvature is miles apart from each other, but yet that is not the fucking case. The light traveling is not going up over the curve and
It's a horrible
around.
example.
No, it's a very good example because
No, it's not. You can build that level, right? You can go around in a circle and trace out a level and come back where you ended up.
Circle is like
not on a sphere. Not on a sphere. No,
yeah,
you're not
you
getting
can.
it.
Yep, you can. Yep,
No,
yep, you can
it
make
would
a
be
level circle.
curving.
Yep.
No,
One
it would be
second,
bro. It would be curving, bro. Your whole
1 second,
shit.
please.
Oh my god. Go
Let me
ahead,
just
Bacon. Is
ask
that
one
Bacon?
thing.
Is that Bacon? I know
I
the
just
voice.
want to
Is that
ask one
Bacon?
thing.
Go ahead, Bacon. Go ahead, Bacon.
Okay, what do you get from the intersection of a plane and a sphere?
Say it
A
again.
circle. What do you get from the intersection of a plane and a sphere? You get a circle, because the circle is like the only shape that can exist both on a plane and on a sphere. So that's a horrible example, because you can have a level circle both on a plane and on a sphere. You need a straight line to distinguish between those two. That's why LIGO is a good example, and that's why a circular level, like a level circle, is a bad example, because it can exist on both.
Let me go to whiteboard. Let me draw it for you guys. Oh my god, I can't believe you guys.
Bacon's right on this one.
If you imagine the globe model, right, Aquafon, every point in that circle, if it was level all the way around, it's going to be down, right? Pointing all into towards the center of the globe.
Oh my god, what is this? Oh, someone's drawing on this. Let me show you on whiteboard. Okay, if we were to take, let me go ahead and put this. If we were to take a circle, I'm drawing the circle.
Hey, Pock,
okay?
I think you're wrong on this one, man.
No, I'm not wrong on it.
Yeah,
because look at. No, look. If it was a curve, right? If it was a curve,
it's not a curve though. It's the same level all the way around.
I know, but look at on a globe Earth. If it's curved, this is the curve right here. Okay. Now, if this fucking if it was bending up like this as a circle, let's look at it from I guess a side view. It would be like this, just straight across. It'd be straight across, okay? Because you have that fucking thing going round and round and round and round and round and round on a flat fucking plane. But if it's curved, then your shit would be going up, down, and around and back to make a fucking circle. The point of that is that you cannot have a straight path of photons colliding on a curved fucking surface, because that's not the way it fucking works. It has to be completely flat, or the same altitude, or no, in this case, same elevation from minus, because it's underground. It would literally have to make a straight line like this. Look, I'm drawing a straight line right here. I'm going to scribble it up. Scribble. A straight line. that takes away your globe. Because if it's a globe like this, then that means this point right here, and this point right here, and this point right here would be different elevations. But they're not. They're the same elevation. Literally
Just let the
fucking...
other flat earthers explain why you're wrong.
Hey, Pock, do you see what they're doing to your whiteboard?
I don't know. I don't know, bro. They're all over the place, bro.
I would say
Fucking all
level
over.
is just perpendicular to the Earth's surface. Or sorry, not perpendicular, parallel to the Earth's surface.
Okay. So, but if you believe that the Earth is curved and you want to say it's parallel to that, that means you would have an arch as it's traveling around. It would go up and then down, and then it would come back the other side, up and down, because that would represent your curved fucking Earth. But in reality, that's not the way they built the hydrogen colliders. They built them horizontally flat.
One second.
So that
Excuse me.
way
One second. One second. Javi, listen. As a mode in the server, you cannot draw that. If you don't remove it immediately, I will detain you. Yeah.
What happened?
I cannot find the eraser.
Just Control Z. Control Z.
Anywho,
okay,
bro, the fact of the matter is nobody's building with curve. Nobody builds with curve. Every engineer is going to build something plumb, level, and square, no matter what the distance is. It's going to have the same fucking height or the same fucking depth if you're building underground. Like a subway, for instance, when we built the subways from fucking Pasadena to downtown LA, do you realize that the elevation was the same from the fucking ground? And we had that's another thing. When I worked for Metro, where we're doing a project for Metro as an iron worker, they hired us to fucking build thousands of fucking feet worth of fucking rails to go along the fucking subway. And now, nothing about the blueprints had anything to do with curve. It was literally straight across, horizontally straight across. If that was the case on the curve Earth, that would represent that the middle of the fucking of the project would have a greater distance than the ends. But it didn't. It had the same elevation, thus negating a curve above your fucking head. What don't you fucking grasp about this? Oh my god, I gotta shut up. I gotta chill out. I'm getting too excited. Getting excited over here.
A little heated.
I'm too passionate about it. I'm sorry. I'm too passionate about it. I'm just saying, bro. Like, it's fucking simple logic. When you're in my shoes, it's simple logic. So maybe it doesn't make sense to you because you're not fucking
let's get the response,
looking at the
you just
blueprint.
said you were going to stop. So let's just get the response, whatever it is.
My bad, Heretic.
Even Heretic's tired of this shit.
Unless there is no response, then I guess let them just go on.
Is there a response to the fact that when we build something underground, there's no change of elevation from the fucking ground from the surface level? We do not have, like, for instance, in your paradigm, if we build something horizontal, then the center of that fucking structure should have a greater depth than the ends, according to your paradigm. But it's not, and it doesn't. Do you grasp that? You get that?
Yes, so we're talking about a difference of 0.1 inches every 500 feet. So I don't think they're built to that tolerance, are they?
Wow, bro. When we built something and the LA city you know, when the inspectors come out, if our shit is not fucking horizontal, perfect, and which we in our trade call tits, if we're deviating it more than a quarter inch, then they'll mark it, they scratch it, and they say that's not. And the reason why they do this is because it's not going to keep that benchmark to where it's going to be equal to the other side of where you just fucking placed it. So guess what?
So 0.1 inches would be okay?
How far do you have to go, Matt, for that to be a reality for you? How far?
Every
How many
500 feet.
miles? How many miles? No, I'm not talking about feet. I'm talking about miles. How many miles do you have to make sure in your paradigm that is going to account for curvature? Because guess what? With Matthew, with your logic, that would make it that a mile away, we would have to be dropping 8 inches away from our original position. But guess what? Horizontal doesn't create an 8-inch drop, brother. Even if you have this tolerance, okay, it's not going to create an 8-inch fucking drop at the end of it. And guess what? It goes further because and in your paradigm, 8 inches miles squared, that means 2.5 miles down the road, you would have 40 inches of drop from your original position in elevation. But the elevation is the same, Matthew. Make that make sense. Make it how the same elevation minus 40 fucking inches. How does that work, Matthew, in your paradigm? Go ahead.
Sure. If you build something, a piece of rail that's 1/10 of a mile long, then the tolerance has to be within, what'd you say, 1/4 inch? But that would only deviate 0.1 inches, so that's within the tolerance, and you just reset it on the next one. Go another 500 feet, another 500 feet, another 500 feet. You don't ever have to worry about it.
You know what's funny is that you guys admit that you don't have to account for curvature because it's it's negligible. It's not
Bingo.
even.
There you go.
Yeah. So but guess what, Matthew? How far do you have to build to finally account for curvature? Because guess what? If I built across the patio a straight path, but I had to account for curvature of the ground below it, but I never accounted for it, then guess what? By the time we got to the end of the project, Matthew, logically, and it was still the same, then what happened to the curve? In your paradigm, what happened to it? If it's not even calculated, and at the end of it, it's not even represented because we're still at the fucking horizontal, position, but you never accounted for it. There's no curve there, Matthew. So then, what point do you say, "Oh no, but it's curved"? Where, Matthew? We
Sure,
never
if you
accounted for
had
it.
a mile long truss, then you would be off by 8 inches. But fortunately, people build things in much shorter distances, so that's why you don't have to take it into account.
That's right. That's right. I agree with that.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like you're saying you don't have to account for it, but you count for it. That makes zero sense, Matthew.
No, you don't have to take it into account.
Okay, I think don't very large bridges take the curvature of Earth into account?
No, they don't. That's the whole argument here. We don't do that. We don't have to account for anything like that because when we're building something, unless you unless you're building it to where there's going to be a rise, so that way vessels can go underneath it. That is you even still, you're not building it according to the curvature of the earth. You're building it to the specs of the blueprints to make sure that you've raised the fucking bridge high enough for a vessel to go underneath it. But
Gotta be honest, it's way too many words for no.
yeah, you're right. I have to take tips from fucking Heretic because he knows I fucking
Matthew,
argue.
are you here? Matthew learns.
Yeah, Matt's here and Matthew is here. Both of us are here.
There's two Matts, man. This whiteboard though has kind of gone to crap, man.
I've been making a nice little globe on the left side.
I guess everyone's gonna be playing with this all night then.
I got out of it. I mean, I proved my point, but if you can't grasp that, I don't know. I can't help you. I can't further my argument if you can't grasp what I'm saying.
They stopped responding.
One second.
Subject change.
I want to say something. So You know that skyscraper in Britain? This like in the side shot you can see is like how it's like focusing the sunlight, and you're talking about engineers as like someone who is smarter than making such a mistake, right? That like you ask a kid about it, he might like say, yeah, wouldn't that like focus the light and burn the people walking the like pedestrians or right pedestrian street or whatever, right? Uh, yeah, but those engineers made this mistake and it cost them millions of dollars repairing it. Engineers, quote unquote, right? So yeah, please, like when you're talking about engineers, they are not gods. So please don't claim anything they don't do.
I can tell you what we don't do. We don't account for curvature of the earth. That should suffice, but I understand there's a bias. So I don't know how to help you.
Yep, I agree with you.
We get it, man. We get it.
Yeah, but you gotta treat it like it's sphere navigating, right?
What? Bacon.
People are writing the Earth is round on the whiteboard. Why,
I mean,
what
they
are you
could
doing,
also
man?
they could also say that the Hulk and Iron Man is real, and they could draw it and they could mathematically equate it, but it doesn't make it real. We understand it's a falsehood in the sense of that's not reality. But hey, you do you, right? Like you do you, bro. Like you do what you gotta do to make your world make sense to you. But we're here to tell you the truth. Now, those that are meant to hear the truth, receive it, grasp it, acknowledge it, and then be able to come to a conclusion, well, that's for them. And those that want to stay here and deny it and stay in their paradigm, you do you. That's your journey. We can't help you. All we can say is just the truth, and let the wheat be sifted from the fucking thorns, and we'll get to the point where hey,
I'm
we
gonna take
have
a
two sides
wild
of the
guess.
table.
I'm gonna take a wild guess. Are you Christian?
In the sense that I believe that the Messiah is our savior, I do believe that. Yes.
Okay, just checking.
But most
No worries.
Christians are Globers, just FYI.
No, I just think it's interesting. He was using a lot of like biblical sayings
References.
there.
Yeah. I get it. Yeah. And the scriptures prove it as well. But whatever, bro.
Most Christians say the scriptures don't say that the earth is flat.
Well, because they're lost and confused, and they're indoctrinated, and it's okay though. That's part of the journey. That's part of the journey.
What do you mean they're lost?
They're lost in the falsehoods, because guess what? In the 1500s, the church started propagating this globe Earth. They literally changed
no,
the
it was before
translation.
that.
No, it wasn't.
Way before that.
No, you can't. No, you cannot say that the church before that point believed it. Matter of fact, in the 1500s, they literally changed the fucking the words in the scriptures from circle to globe. They literally changed it because they were propagating the falsehood of this globe model, this heliocentric model that Galileo, had proposed. But guess what though? It is what it is, man. We are in 2024.
Wait, we don't say about
Let me respond
like, the
to
globe Earth. We believe in that because of science.
Let me
But, like,
respond to what he
but, like-
said specifically about the 1500s. You're wrong about that, because Bede the Venerable in 700 AD wrote a whole thing about how the Earth was a globe.
Was he part of the church?
Yes.
Then he probably got burned to the stake. Because guess what? Up to the 1500s, anybody that was against the world being not a globe was burned at the stake.
Oh, this is such a common
Okay,
mistake.
so that's just false.
Apocryphon.
Go take a look at the evidence I posted at 42 past the hour and see what I mean.
Such a common error, Apocryphon. You're confusing heliocentrism with globe.
Right.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Absolutely.
Is
If
that what we
you
should
were-
bring back? Should we bring back burning people to stake for thinking the Earth is the wrong shape?
I'm not saying that. If you want to say that, go ahead.
So Apocryphon,
I will say. Go ahead.
what did he mean when he said the orb of the world in 700 AD?
Actually, he didn't say the orb. He said the circle. But
No,
what's
the
great
orb of the world.
What's crazy is that there was a very, very well understood in Hebrew of what was a circle and what was a sphere, what was a ball. Matter of fact, in Isaiah, he talks about you will be tossed out like a ball. There's a Hebrew word for that, right? You have kug, right? It's a Hebrew word that's a ball, right? A sphere. But then he then said also he sits on the circle of the earth. That is a circle, not a ball, right? That was hug. Hug and kug are two different things in the language itself. Why?
Right.
My question to you is why didn't he say he sits on the kug of the earth? Because the kug will represent a sphere. No, brother, he didn't say that. He said hug, which they understood was a planar circle, 2D circle,
Apocryphon,
if
we're
you will.
talking about different things. I was referring to a quote from Bede the Venerable in 700 AD, and you went off on this
Oh,
thing
my
about
bad. Yeah,
Isaiah.
my bad,
I,
my bad. I was talking about the scriptures, which is more important, by the way. But go
right.
ahead.
I'm talking about what Bede the Venerable wrote in 700 AD when he talks about the orb of the world and talking about how it resembles a ball and all that people in the 700s did believe in a sphere.
Okay,
Just shows how long you baltards have been pushing this shit for.
Right,
It's
right,
flat. Deal
exactly.
with it.
I can't
Undefeated
argue.
boxer back at it.
I can't
I mean,
argue.
we
I can't
won.
argue. I can't argue with the fact that people were trying to impose this falsehood of reality. I can't argue against that. But what I can say is that now in 2024, we know that we have observations that negate this curvature that has to be in reality to make a ball. Once you negate that and say, wait, I can see this many miles away, which would negate a ball, then that's a wrap, bro. Like then you have to go back to the drawing board as the Glober and say, wait, why, how, and why do we see this far? And then I get it. You guys say refraction, blah blah blah, bullshit. Because refraction is opposite in today's understanding. Refraction doesn't extend how far you see; it limits how far you see. But in
That's
today's
bullshit.
world,
That's not true.
yeah, exactly. You have to say it's bullshit because it goes against your paradigm, and you
No,
can't
because you're
accept
just
that.
blatantly wrong.
No, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm blaming wrong because that's your belief. Guess what, Bacon?
No,
Guess
we
what,
can
Bacon?
explain why you're wrong.
Bacon. You can only explain how I'm wrong using the bullshit shit that you use to say I'm wrong. Guess what?
No, we
If
can do
you
that
were
with observation.
You can
if
just
if you
can't you use Snell's law?
really
We can do
you
that
can
with
use.
observation.
You want to talk about Snell's law? You want to talk about Snell's law?
I didn't say
Let,
Snell's law. He did.
okay.
Pografon, let
Yeah.
Bacon go. I want to watch him roast himself.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Pretty sure you've seen the video where you have butane above a cylinder, and then you can see what's on the other side of the cylinder when the butane is over there, and when the
200
butane is
220 degrees minus below
so.
Fahrenheit. What reality do you believe that exists in our world? Go ahead.
I didn't say that's the atmosphere or anything like that, but the claim was your claim was that
just used
refraction
it.
can only limit. Oh, hold on. You said refraction can only limit what we're saying. You can't extend it. I just gave you an example where refraction extend
now
what you're
hold on.
saying.
Let's do this a sensible way. Let's get in the real world. The black swan. Let's use that image. Now, Bacon, go forward and do your best.
I'm not talking about the black swan.
So you've got a very specific man-made construct for this very one specific purpose of going, hey, look, refraction can do this. So that is what we call an extreme case, yes or no?
No, that's just one example that shows his claim is
That's
wrong.
what you would call an extreme case, yes or no?
Extreme case of what?
Your claim. Is that something you see in reality, or is that an extreme that had to be constructed in order to prove that?
You do see that in reality. You don't need to go. First of all, that's not just something extreme. It's just a heavy gas.
Bacon.
Wait, stop, guys. I just need to. 1 sec. Hey, Matt, Matthew Learns, can you just look at that Latin translation of orbis in the chat? Thanks, mate.
Sure, I
Go
can
ahead.
quote. Did you read the quote that I posted? I mean, he
Yeah,
specifically
so
says it's like a
the
ball.
old Latin word of orbis is disc or circle.
Right. So just real quick to touch on what Bacon just said, in regards to this bullshit propane tank, and you can see the red,
Butane.
green on the other side, butane, whatever it is. Guess what? That is under the conditions that are so extreme, we never see that in reality. So, Bacon, let's get out of fucking la la land, crazy lab, fucking, setup scenarios. Let's get back to reality. How do we see on the coast of the Pacific, it's 70 degrees hot in the air? It doesn't represent the 220 degrees below fucking zero to represent what you are trying to present. You are literally taking a bullshit argument and you're trying to make it reality. That's not a reality. Now,
The
guess what,
intensity
Bacon?
of the intensity of the scenario is irrelevant. Your claim is that refraction cannot extend what you see; it can only limit it. That was the first example I gave you. I can give you more examples than that, and it doesn't have to be that extreme. One second, please
Bacon,
stop cutting me off for a second. Let me finish
go
my
ahead,
point, and then you can respond.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, there are plenty of other examples where you have you can extend how far you see. All you need is the path of light to be bending downwards instead of upwards. When you have the light path bending downwards, you're going to see more. When you have it bending upwards, you're going to see less. It's simple as that. It doesn't have to do. It doesn't have to do with how extreme it is. That's just the first example I give you.
Okay. Now, Bacon. With what you just said, you represent refraction at an extreme fucking measure that doesn't exist on Earth. So, with that being said, when I said refraction doesn't, in reality, not your bullshit claim, in reality, refraction doesn't fucking make you see farther. It lessens how far you can see because in reality that happens, Bacon. Not in your bullshit negative 220 degrees Fahrenheit. That is not reality. That refraction in that setup fucking scenario does make you see further than you should, but that's not reality, Bacon. What? Don't you grasp what I'm saying right
I
now?
already addressed what you just said. First of all,
you're lost.
okay, I'll answer it again. I mean, I'll give you the same response I just gave because what you just said was already addressed. The extreme temperature of the gas isn't a requirement for that. You have examples with where you don't need an extreme temperature. You have that kind of stuff in water tanks with ambient temperature. There are more examples where that still happens. How extreme the temperature was is not a requirement. That is
What
not
was your
what
example,
makes.
Bacon? Sorry, what was your example?
Yeah, the first one I gave was the butane gas.
No, not that one. The next one.
There are examples with water tank, water in how do you call it? Like fish tanks.
Okay, hold on there. In those cases, you've got light passing from what? Air to glass, glass to water, water to glass, glass back to air. Now, where out in reality does that happen? For example, back to the
On a
black
camera.
swan, looking across to the horizon. Where's the multiple medium changes there?
Yeah, I wasn't referring to an example that specifically has water. We have examples where you don't have water. You simply have air and the glass. And if you want to know what the glass is doing, well, the glass doesn't have any curvature on the surface when it's just a flat plane of glass, so that doesn't change your observation.
You're comparing apples
It's just
to
like seeing
oranges,
through a
bro.
window. Your window is not going to change what you're seeing. It's
You're
just a
comparing
flat
apples
glass.
to oranges. You're literally comparing apples to oranges.
No, I'm refuting your claim.
But you can't though, because in your own claim, you're debunking yourself. You're bringing upon this fucking extreme fucking temperature change and saying because we can see it in an extreme environment, then you are alluding to the fact that that's why we see it in our
That wasn't the claim
regular
at all.
fucking environment.
That wasn't my
Oh
claim
my
at all.
god. I'm gonna mute myself.
I think Matrix has a angle that he wants to try. Just let him get in there for a bit.
I was just listening to him burn himself. It's good. But anyways, Bacon, with the black swan, every time we show that picture, you guys come along and go, "Baka!" Refraction. It's just this one word, refraction. Now, we've done a little bit of research. The claim on the table originally was at 1 foot high, you can see 1.22 miles. So our question is, why is it the horizon is all the way up the back, 10 plus miles away? And everyone says refraction, refraction, refraction. Now, after doing a little bit of homework, it has come to light that, pardon the pun, that in the most extreme cases of refraction, you may get half a mile added onto that. So that takes you out to 1.7. So I'm going to be super duper generous and I'm going to give you 2 mile at 1 foot. So there's an extra 0.3 of a mile on top of your already existent 0.5 of a mile extra on top of your 1.2 miles. So let's look at the black swan again, shall we? That one picture destroys all of your globe-tard beliefs. And that's at 2 miles, with me being very nice, which is pretty rare.
Nice, yeah. It's very rare when he's very nice.
I don't see how that has to do with what I
And
was
let's
saying.
not forget, by the way, like the black swan of that one photo that shows like 10 miles away. Do you realize that there's another black swan that's 26 miles away? 26 miles away, bro, and you still want to hold on to the globe? You are lost. You are stuck. You cannot grasp reality.
Can I ask a quick question? Just to clarify the temperature of the room, not having discussed this here for a while, we agree that terrestrial refraction is a thing, right? We understand it, that it exists.
Absolutely.
Okay. And we have a reasonable grasp on how to predict what the impacts of it might be?
Yes.
I'll give
Cool.
you some as
Right.
well. Mine. I've got some. Ah. Yeah. Yeah.
Did you have a point? I was listening. Did you have a point?
Oh yeah, no. Just wondering. I just wanted to make sure that before we get into talking about refraction, that we all agree that it happens, and how to predict which way the light rays will go, and as a consequence, whether things look further away or nearer. That's all.
Well, again, we understand, and I posted a video way earlier that shows you how refraction can make a boat that's miles away from the shore disappear behind the water, but the same optical phenomenon, as the conditions change, you can all of a sudden see the boat in its entirety. Now, you have to be asinine to believe that that boat is now raising up and over the globe in a mirage type effect, and not down below the water mountain that you believe it's on. And that's where we call bullshit. That's where we're trying to tell people this is the falsehood. Stop believing it because it's total bullshit. And only hardcore globers still hold on to that. They cannot relinquish that. They will not let go of that fact of reality, because they have their own biased reality, and they will tell you that for some strange reason, the backside of the Water Mountain Hill will literally raise up into the sky to your eye level and make it like a checkerboard flat way into the distance. This is bullshit. And anybody listening right now, not the globers that are stuck, people that are on the fence or actually have a half a brain, hopefully you guys realize that is not fucking reality. a globe Earth, bending up the fucking ship on the other side of the fucking water mountain. And you can see the backside of the water mountain because you still see water. And behind that fucking object, there's a horizon that negates your globe of being 25,000 miles in circumference. That's all. That's all we're saying, bro. You can stay there if you want. Be stuck. I don't give a fuck. It is what it is. It's your journey.
So what's wrong with believing the Earth is a globe? So is it a moral wrong or like what? Like, does it matter at the end of the day?
Well,
It could probably
is
lead
it
to a moral wrong.
is it wrong? Is it wrong for you to believe something that's a falsehood? Is it wrong there? So, like, if I told you, "Hey, your wife is cheating on you," is it wrong for you to like believe that she's not? I would say it is.
I mean, like what is the harm?
You just said your wife's cheating on you. There's no evidence behind that, is there?
What if I had video of your wife fucking another guy, but you don't believe that she's cheating on you? Is that wrong for you to hold that position, even though we could prove to you that she's cheating on you?
Well, in
Is
that
it
case,
wrong?
there are real and serious consequences to that and holding a false belief. But when it comes to the shape of the Earth, at the end of the day, I don't think it fucking matters.
Well, then you're lost.
Practically using the Earth, as it were, as a flat stationary plane versus a globe, it matters in how people square reality. So if you square reality in the fact that you have to measure things due to the fact that the Earth is curving or that space is real or anything that you have to deal with that, then your reality, your worldview is kind of circumvented by that worldview, that point of view. So everything you think of is all like
Are you
changed
at
in
work right
because
now?
of that. Yeah, but do you hear what I'm saying?
No, I don't. All I can hear is the sound of metal saws.
I can hear
So
what
what
you're
did you
saying.
just hear? What did you? He can hear me.
I can barely
He
hear
just
you.
doesn't want to.
Yeah, you know
That's
you can
all it
hear
is.
him. Just stop, dude.
I
Go
could
gaslight
barely.
somewhere else.
Yeah, let him know, Indio, because they're using
Nah, man.
excuses because they didn't want to hear me.
Doesn't matter. So I'm gonna come in the chat and troll because it doesn't matter so much.
Yeah, that's the shtick today. It doesn't matter, so I'm gonna sit here and cope about it all day.
Yeah, there's two new shticks. Nothing is actually flat, and it doesn't matter.
I mean, okay. So my thing about this flat Earth ordeal is that, like, I've been listening, and I was just thinking, like, what's the point of like which is flat Earth? And as a serious question, I'm not.
The consequences.
What consequences?
Yeah, the consequences. That's
What
the point.
consequences? Oh damn.
Well, you asked what's the point? I'm telling you, it's the
What's
consequences.
what consequences?
The logical consequences.
Damn.
Well, one has a creation story in which something was created from nothing, Big Bang, evolution, blah blah blah, which leads to solipsism, nihilism, etc.
Yeah.
Whereas the other one don't.
Me personally, I just be like, I just be just vibing, you know.
Yeah, cool. What am I gonna do with that information?
I don't know. Just vibing.
Yeah, well, you'll get older, you'll have kids, hopefully, and just vibing ain't gonna cut it.
It could.
What are we gonna eat, Dad? I'm just vibing.
No, I mean like for like this whole ordeal. No.
Yeah, but do you plan on having children someday?
Yeah, but I wouldn't tell them like, oh, the Earth is round or flat. I would just be like,
Yeah, but
whatever.
you're gonna go, Dad. Why are we here? Why do we exist? Why am I
And
alive?
I'll be like, well, you see, you're alive for a reason, and you have a purpose, and you are alive to do your purpose and make your own story. Easy.
Well, you're not
Easy
gonna tell
done.
them. You're not gonna tell them just like who cares? Just be vibing.
Yeah, true. Like yes, you do have responsibilities, but just be vibing.
Wait, do we know of any cases where flat earthers have children that are also flat earthers?
Oh,
We're not talking about that, Matthew. Kick rocks with that fucking example.
I
We're
mean,
talking to this idiot.
I don't even care if people's children. People shouldn't be deciding that until they get older.
Right. That's what I was saying.
Exactly. They're too young to put that on them, so they can have a conversation when they're old enough.
Yeah, but he see how he easily red herringed us into talking about that versus the guy that's I'm just vibing, man. He don't give a fuck about reality. He's in here fucking thinking that this is a meme and shit. So
no, I
just
don't.
vibing,
I
right?
just think I just be vibing.
I just be
I-
like
Vibe.
I'm just like a surfer dude. Yeah, I'm vibing, bro.
Not even like a surfer dude. I'm just like just being like whatever will be is just like not.
All right, that's it,
That's
bro.
not-
Let the intellect.
So,
let the intellect
so no
discuss
consequences,
reality. Let the intellect discuss reality, and you just take a back seat to intellectual discussion. How about that?
All right, but
the problem is you take that attitude, that what will be, what will be, then you've got no consequences. It's like a weird way to think about
it's
it.
not like a consequence. I don't think about the consequences. I don't think this is a consequence.
Okay.
What consequence are we thinking about?
No, you
Like
just
fucking
said
like
what
the
will
end of the
be.
earth?
You just said what will be. So whatever
Yeah,
you do
it's
doesn't
like-
matter. That's what you mean.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
So
That's
I
not
guess
very
you're,
good,
you're
is
the
it?
you're the everything is destiny, and you're just not in charge of anything.
I am in charge of everything, like about my choices and how I can make the right choice, but I don't understand
doesn't
what
matter. You
consequences
just said
are you
it doesn't
talking
matter.
about. It does matter. That
you
doesn't
just said
matter.
what will be.
Yes, about the flat Earth or like politics and shit. It's just like that. But I
Oh
can
yeah,
change
I agree
my-
with you. I agree with you in politics. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and then on the flat Earth, I'd just be like, "What will be, will be." I don't know what to say, bro.
Okay, why don't you try and find out then?
Bro, I don't care. What consequences are we talking about, though?
Okay,
brought up
I
consequence.
explained it to you. So
You didn't
under
explain any consequence. It wasn't really a consequence. It
the
was like, oh,
one consequence is an atheist, materialist, nihilist worldview, in which there is no consequences, which are just a bunch of physical processes waiting for the sun to explode, and nothing matters.
yeah,
Right?
but
There's no such
what-
thing as
what it-
morality. Everything is subjective. It's all a bunch of like
No, there are
neurochemical processes
moralities,
of the
but
brain. Well,
there are
okay then.
moralities, but what does this have to do with morality? What the fuck? I'm confused. I'm confused. Dude, I'm confused.
Why are you confused?
Because you're saying about morality, and I don't get how flat Earth or I'm confused.
Okay.
Holy shit.
So in a Big Bang universe, there is no God.
There is a God. I do believe in God.
Okay.
I do believe in God.
Well, then
but
you can't be a
I
Glober.
don't
It's against the law.
It's not against the law.
Should be.
For what? For somebody having an opinion?
Dude, you
no.
can't listen. A flat Earth. There's no room on a flat Earth for a nihilist, solipsist, freaking materialist worldview. It can't fit.
I don't believe in a flat Earth, but I don't believe that we should like put them in jail for that view, bro.
That's not what I
It
said.
doesn't say shit.
You're not listening, or you're drunk.
No, I'm not. No, I wasn't listening. I don't understand.
Okay, one worldview, right? If you like,
Right.
okay, where am I? How do I exist? Why do I exist? Why am I here? All those questions, right?
Right.
You ask when you're a child. You decide. You will decide or internalize that what you think reality is. And you're going to live your life based upon that, right? You know, if you thought you lived in the eye of a giant, you'd probably live your life one way. If you thought you lived on the back of a snake, you'd live your life another way. You see what I'm saying? So if you think you live on a ball in a speck of dust in a near infinite universe, right, where there's potentially millions of Earth-like planets out there with billions of people on those, right? Your life is pretty much meaningless. It doesn't mean anything in the big scheme of things, right?
Like that did no.
When if that's true, then what?
It's not true.
Not true. So aliens, and so there's no possibility of aliens, and there's no possibility of other planets existing. Then
no, not with people on them.
Got it.
Wait,
Is that what you're so bent?
Whether or
Is that
not
what you're so
aliens
bent
exist is a
about?
different question. That's a question of its own.
I mean, it might be interdimensional shit. Who knows, right?
I mean, I don't know. I don't believe there's a place like Earth. That's for sure.
Yeah, there's a Earth just like this in the multiverse, but there's you there, and you put your shoes on the wrong feet today. Yeah, okay.
I highly doubt there's parallel.
It's not on the wrong
universes.
feet.
I don't
It's
know.
in his mouth, Indio.
Well,
Twenty, Jesse. You understand what I'm saying? Is in the current cosmological paradigm, your existence is pretty much meaningless.
But what if your existence is? I mean, you can make your existence.
Yeah, that's what
like
I'm
mean
saying.
something.
But then,
Well,
you.
but in that paradigm,
then-
it's just a social. It's just a mental. It's just a delusion, right? You're just deluding yourself.
Yeah,
You're
basically.
telling yourself, "I have
Not really.
meaning," so that you can live day to day. But if you actually internalize the worldview
your life means
and
something to
keep
you,
it,
right?
are you
Not
gonna
really.
just interrupt me? How many people are gonna interrupt me? 3, 5, 10?
I was just going to say the two of us were going to interrupt you, but if you want to add like other people to interrupt you, I'm
Yeah, you just go. I'm a lawyer. Some more birds, buddy.
So that's 3. So do 3 people want to be muted, or
Go ahead, India.
do you want to
Anyway,
be able to talk?
I was talking to Jesse. Anyway, the point is that in that paradigm, like you can have meaning, but in the materialist worldview, there is no actual meaning. It's just it's a delusion, right? It's a delusion created by the physical processes in your brain. Meaning is a social construct. Is what I'm trying to say. It's a subjective social construct. What you find meaningful versus what I find meaningful, it's just some subjective social construct that don't really exist, and then we all just lie to ourselves to tell ourselves so that we can go about the day, right? Purely to reproduce, survive, and propagate the species for who knows what reason, because even that is some meaning of social construct.
I ask you a question, India.
What?
If the cosmological, Jesse.
Motherfucker, that's like. What's
Yeah,
the
it's
point?
nihilistic.
Like,
It's nihilistic. That's the point. You can't even have that worldview
yes, you
in
can.
a flat Earth
Bro,
paradigm.
motherfucker.
No, because
Blow 'em up. Fuck.
there's no
Blow
outer
'em up.
space. There's no fucking out there. There's nowhere else to go. You're not going to another planet. You're not hanging out with aliens.
Then how does the sun work? Why is there stars? Motherfucker, what?
You're an idiot.
It's so funny. I'm sure you saw a diagram somewhere, right?
Motherfucker, motherfucker.
Simbo's
Listen,
laughing.
It is. It's the reaction, man. Because I'm gonna start
Motherfucker,
asking
where
him
are the
questions
stars?
about those things, and he's not gonna know anything. But the thing is,
Motherfucker,
he
that is
believes it
dumbass.
so much.
Wait, that's
Crazy.
that's dumbassery. Because like, there's multiple stars in the goddamn solar system, right?
Okay, and where
So like,
there's
the,
multiple
so,
stars
That's not
in the
even
solar
true in your paradigm.
there
What are
is
you talking about, dude? Multiple stars in our solar system? What are you talking about? There's
not
one
the
star in
solar
our solar
system,
system.
our
dude.
galaxy. My bad, I'm a dumbass.
There
Our
you go.
galaxy.
Come on.
Our galaxy, right? There's
You think
multiple
we took a
in
selfie
our
of the
galaxy,
galaxy,
right?
too?
Say again?
So they show this little picture of the galaxy that says "You are here." You think someone took that picture?
No, but
This
like,
is gonna.
if
You never
you
seen
look
a
up at
picture of the Milky Way?
But if you look up at the stars and shit, if you look at the
Yeah.
stars and shit,
What does that
those
tell
are
us?
not like lights. Those are not LEDs. Those are not light bulbs. Those are
No one
actual
said that.
balls of gas.
Are they?
Balls of
Yeah.
gas.
What's your evidence they're balls of gas?
Balls of gas in the infinite
Science
vacuum.
is science.
Scientists told you?
Not even scientists. It's science. Common sense.
Priest?
No.
Science. Common
Sure
sense.
wasn't a
Science
priest.
didn't tell you that. Yeah.
Yes, it
Balls
did.
of gas exist in a vacuum. Crazy.
No, it does not.
He said common sense.
No, it doesn't. He
Common
just
sense.
admitted it.
I said common sense, motherfucker.
Yeah, it's not that common, is it?
It is. It's very
What
common.
sense?
Do you
Okay.
realize? Do you realize if there's a vacuum, there would be no gas balls in that vacuum? Do you realize that?
What?
Do you realize that if you believe in it in a vacuumless like space, I'm sorry, a space vacuum, do you realize that there would be no gas balls because everything about this would be according to the
vacuum.
Okay, so the gas would dissipate and fill the vacuum. It wouldn't form into a ball.
right exactly.
Why does this
So
guy's voice always go to falsetto? Fucking understand that.
I don't know. I don't know.
When did I say about a vacuum? When did I say about a vacuum? I didn't say about a vacuum.
No, oh, wait, no.
Isn't space is in a vacuum? This is the
Okay.
second time I've heard this week where they deny space is a vacuum. It's crazy.
I love it. I love it. I love it, India. I
Yeah.
love it.
Add that to the list. There is no such thing as flat. Space is not a vacuum. And what was the third one again we've got this week?
Oh, it don't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I mean, come on, dude. You
Doesn't
can't,
matter.
I
can't
don't
use
believe
what
it matters.
Jesse says on us.
Yeah, you can't do that.
It was the guy
You can't.
before Jesse that said it don't matter.
Because I don't think it matters. It's like there's more to life than just flat Earth and shit.
Yeah, of course. That's why we all have lives.
Okay, so let me ask you,
Right.
Jesse.
So that's why I say
Let me ask you,
like
Jesse.
it's just like it doesn't make sense to me.
Well, let me ask you a question, Jesse. If it doesn't matter, how come when I turn on my evening news, it starts off and they have a spinning globe? It doesn't matter.
Because it's like the weather. It's the weather and shit.
No, like the whole entire
don't show the
news
weather on a
broadcast
globe.
starts with a spinning globe, not just the weather.
Yeah, it's just like saying like the news. It's like worldwide news.
Yeah, and then I turn on Universal Studios, right, a movie, and it has a spinning globe.
Yeah, because it's a universal. It's like
And then I go down the street and it says Global Electrical Company.
It's a
Yeah,
they're just
because
local, and they're
because
just
the
local.
electric company goes global. Those are just like
They're a
those are
local. It's like 3 electricians with a van, bro.
Yes, 3 electric. Those are just companies. Motherfucker.
Yeah, I know. But why do they use a globe as the logo? It don't matter.
Because if you think about it, Universal. It's universal, right?
Yeah, it's got nothing.
like-
It's not the globe, though, is it? Universe
It's like
is not the globe.
universal.
talking about?
Because
Bro,
listen,
universal.
if it's like universal, think about it. Universal is like a thing, like a metaphor and shit.
Oh my god!
It just means something.
Yeah.
Hey, Jesse,
Go ahead.
why do you believe you live on a ball?
Hold up, I'm playing Run.
That's your answer.
Oh, I'm playing Run, bro. Hold on.
I don't know what that is.
Run from that question.
So Jesse,
wait.
if you actually paid attention, right, you would notice that in all the media you look in, no matter where you look, TV, internet, all you're going to see is outer space stuff in globes everywhere. It's just everywhere, literally. You can't get away from it. Can't escape from it. It doesn't matter. Why is that? It matters to somebody.
Because those are just logos. It's
No,
like
it's everywhere. It's in the movies. Like, listen, go on Netflix. Just count the number of space movies on Netflix. Go on
because
the
those
internet.
are
Let's just go
interesting
look
movies.
at all.
Those are just
Are they?
interesting movies.
Why?
Yeah, they
what makes
just
them interesting?
because listen.
They're in space, man. Everything in space is cool, bro.
Yeah, everything with space is cool. Exactly.
There you go. I rest my fucking case, man. Why does it matter? Because you
It
think
does,
it's fucking
but it
cool.
doesn't
That's why
matter.
it matters.
But you make it like
Because
this,
you're just
like-
vibing.
Yeah, I'm just vibing. Yeah, true. I'm just vibing. Oh,
Globe
I'm playing Run
propaganda.
right
You're
now.
vibing with globe propaganda. It's hilarious.
Stop. Chill. Shit.
Oh, I'm not chilling.
Yeah, I just be vibing.
Jesse,
Yeah.
can you tell us more about the galaxies and the stars?
Yeah, I want to hear about that. Yes.
It's just
Please
a bunch
don't.
of it's just a bunch of like it's just a bunch of stars and galaxies and shit. It's exactly.
Are they flat?
What are the stars and galaxies doing there? Like, what are they doing?
They just moving. They just
What's the
moving.
purpose?
They just be
That really cleared things up for me. Thanks.
How
Yeah,
far
just
away are
moving.
they, Jesse?
Yeah, how far away is it?
the space time
How
continuum.
far away is space?
Space going
Yes.
continuum.
How do I know when I get to space?
So like what
How
space
far away are
is
the
is like
stars, Jesse?
so like here's the thing. All right, you're gonna get schooled right now. All right, ready? So
Jesus
how
Christ.
space works is that like you know how like Pac-Man sees like pizza rolls and shit. The galaxies is like the Grand Canyon.
Are you like 12 years old, man?
Pac-Man doesn't eat pizza rolls, man. They're power
Yes,
pellets.
he does.
They're
No,
pellets.
he does. He does.
No, but how far
Dude,
away
I
are the
played
stars,
Pac-Man before
Jesse?
you were born. They're pellets.
They're far away. They're like this way, right?
How many miles
Like
away? How many miles are we talking?
a whole football field.
Can we swim there?
How many light years away?
Yeah,
are
you
they?
can swim there. You can swim there. Exactly.
You can-
And then how
Space is
gravity
water.
works? How
Space is
gravity
water?
works is that like freaking a vacuum from like you know those like robot vacuums?
Yeah, Dyson.
That's why they're
Like a
made.
Dyson or
Yeah, just like a Dyson, yeah.
So the space is the inside of a Dyson.
Yeah. So that's
Yeah.
how like the vacuum works.
So when you suck up like dust and stuff like that, that's the stars and that, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And then when
people
you get
don't
it,
believe in that
accidentally
shit.
get like a bean, when you get a bean from like a bean bag or something, then that becomes
Yeah.
planets.
Exactly.
I get you, man.
Exactly. And then
Glad we're on the same page.
once you hit the beanbag, that's how it becomes waves. And then that's how you be drowning. Travis
Need
Scott
to change
literally
my
said
whole
that.
way of thinking.
Travis Scott literally said that when he says it's lit. Like he literally said that.
Yeah. Astro World, right?
So
Told
yeah,
us
straight
everything.
up. Straight up.
Okay, man. Let's find somebody else, man. Go play Happy Wheels or something.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Jesse
I
is
played
a true astrophysicist.
No, with all due respect, is either you don't care or you just don't care. Like, come
Yeah, I
back in a
don't
couple
care.
years when you actually care, because right now you're at the age where, like,
Go
you're
back
just
to
trying
playing with
get
your action figures.
Yeah, you're just trying to get stink finger at this point in your life.
No, I'm actually 19, so it's just like
Yeah, like I said, rest my
Yeah.
case. You're just trying to get a stinky finger.
yeah.
Like yeah. So come back when you actually need to fend for yourself in the world, and then you might take things seriously.
At 19,
I'll be in Star Trek one day.
at 19, it's so sad. At
As
19,
an
he
actor.
doesn't need to fend for himself. That's fucked up. But it's
And you're a brilliant astrophysicist, Jesse.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I should go to Harvard. But I chose to go to like a music college. It's crazy.
Community college.
Nah.
That's that.
yeah, go get a
went
degree in
to
a
the
science
schools
that
for the
don't
arts.
exist.
I went to school for music.
Science
so.
don't exist.
No, it's a degree in a scientific field that don't exist because they're not doing any science.
Yeah, I don't do
Oh,
no
got it.
science. I should have went to Harvard, but
He doesn't do
but,
science.
hey.
Science does him.
He's science's bitch.
Give me one astrophysics experiment that's ever been done.
I think the people that go to Harvard would have said, I should have gone to Harvard, not I should have went to Harvard. So I think you just disqualified yourself.
Yeah, so when you go to Harvard, look me up, man. I'm right down the street, man. It's like
I
about
bet.
10 blocks away from me right now.
Man, this is hilarious stuff, man. You can't stop laughing when you enter this room. At least I can.
Uh-oh.
But I'm glad Jesse has cleared up all the, misconceptions for the flat earthers today, right?
I know, that's what I'm saying, bro.
Shut down the server.
Yep.
Problem solved.
You actually
It's over,
confirmed
man.
that
Shut down the
astronauts
server.
take scuba classes to go to space.
Yeah, I think that street is the new podunk. What do you guys think?
Man,
Yeah,
this
has anybody
stuff
got
is
an
fun.
astrophysics
Every time.
experiment?
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Mickey.
Ask
They
Jesse.
they won't have one.
No,
They
No,
can't.
I was just gonna say that people that speak street, they sound so podunk, man. Like every time he starts, it's like what I'm saying, bro. Like, dude, come on, man. Really?
He's only talking like that here. You know, if his mom was in the room, he wouldn't talk like that.
Probably white too.
You guys just aren't on his level. That's the thing. He's on a different level than you guys.
Yeah, we're aware of that. It's about 3 rungs down the ladder.
Yeah, I think that's why I said that street is a new podunk for that reason.
So Dazzle was talking about how good we know how refraction is. Maybe he can tell us when we should go do a laser test. Like, what should I be looking for in the weather forecast?
In the weather forecast, am I muted? No. Good question.
What should we go do? Like, you say it's well
Well,
understood
first
and
thing,
known, and we can like quantify it and make predictions.
Yeah.
So, what should I be looking for in the weather forecast so I can know when to go test it?
you'd want stable weather, not too hot, not too cold. You'd want to get above
Does that
the surface
mean
significantly.
what is not too hot?
Thanks, man. Thanks. That's very informative.
Yeah, 3 little bits. Yeah,
The
yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
Goldilocks zone. What the fuck?
Doesn't mean
you
anything.
want, yeah. So you need to get up a few hundred meters above the surface, right? So that the temperature gradient's stable. You probably wouldn't want conditions where you've got large fluctuations in temperature between day and night.
On a high plateau or mountain to mountain?
No.
like
You
where
want
we-
space in between as well. You want space, right?
But what about
So you
the,
need-
the updrafts coming from the valleys?
Yeah, well, that's right. You need to. Well, updrafts probably don't matter too much unless they're
It's not
causing a lot of
stable, is
temperature
it? So-
fluctuations. Yeah. No, so you need somewhere where where there is.
Well, it's not really stable then, is it?
Just got to do it from hot air balloon to hot air balloon.
No. You can do it from peak to peak or something like that on a mountain or a elevated point would be the best place, I'd imagine.
You don't see the
You
problem.
got to get
with
away from
that?
the surface, right?
Yeah,
So we
why
know
would
that
you
on
need
the
to get away from the
surface-
surface? Because like if you're close to the surface, it bends light more.
Well, close
That
to the
we-
surface, there's more
about a
variation in
dolphin
temperature
ball?
gradient. Did you ask me the question or not?
Yeah,
Dolphin
well,
ball?
I'm getting a
Yeah.
clarifying. I'm trying to clarify it. So why
Yeah.
do we have to get up high? I'm asking you why. Right?
So-
What's the why? Like we're on the surface. Like what's the problem there?
So when you're on the surface, there's a lot more variability in the refractive index of air. It's a lot more. It's different temperature gradients can occur. You can get inversions. You can get all those sort of effects, and the variation of refractive index is much less predictable. You get up a few hundred meters or even a few hundred feet above the surface, the predictability increases significantly, and you get much less variability.
Just let him
How
fucking
do you
dig
know
it.
that?
Just let him dig, man. Come on, man. Go see how far down he can go.
So every day, right, thousands of weather balloons get shot up and they measure the temperature profiles of the air. We know that the temperature profiles of the air are much more stable as you leave the surface. You don't get the inversion layers typically, but then they're not perfectly uniform, right? But they're just more predictable. And that's what. So the first thing, right, when you're trying to measure something is you need predictability in your measurement. So you've got to get away from the surface where the
How do you measure
predictability
it?
is low. How would you measure it?
How do you measure? How do you measure how much? How do you measure how much it refracts when you're up that high?
Yeah, you'd have to.
Because you got to have a
looking at the-
baseline, yeah.
Yeah, and that's probably what you do, Tim. You wouldn't just do a single measurement, right? You do multiple measurements, both directions over a period of time, and you'd be looking at what the behaviour was over time. So you wouldn't go and do a
Let's say you
one-shot
go
measurement and
mountain
say
peak
that
to
is
mountain
it.
peak, yeah. So you go mountain peak to mountain peak, and then you go, oh yeah, perfect light. I've got the light at this mountain peak now, and then
No, I wouldn't say
what
I've
do you
got the
do with
light.
that?
I'd be much more rigorous about that. That I would be. So going back to your example the other day of the combat laser shoot in Hawaii.
Yeah.
140 miles, was it? Right. So that's a good example of how you might do this, right?
Yeah, 149 miles. Yeah.
Yeah. So the way they set that up, right? They monitored that over a period of time and collected the results over a period of time. But they weren't measuring terrestrial refraction; they were measuring scattering and scintillation of the beam. But the mechanisms that they use would be similar, right? So you would have your laser beam, you would aim it at the other end, and be able to measure where it was shooting. Make sure that you were hitting a hot spot at the other end, so you're not just seeing the light, right? You've got to get the hot spot of the laser beam, so you know you're exactly in the middle of it. So you would be able to have something to determine that, and then you would just watch it and watch it go up and down, backwards and forwards, different wavelengths.
Well, yeah. So
And then
you missed
how do
the
you
forest
measure all
through
the
the.
stuff in the
Hold
middle?
on, hold on a
Go
second,
ahead.
Tabo.
Sorry, India.
You missed the forest through the trees on that one because they couldn't have picked up all three lasers in the telescope at the same time if there was refraction.
Yeah. No. Did you know that they aimed all three lasers independently?
No, they didn't. It was set in the same
No, it
gimbal.
does. It says it clearly in the experimental procedure that the lasers had 3 independent collimation adjustments, and the process was to align the long wavelength one first and then hone the others in on it. They explicitly talk about that in their procedure.
Yeah, and they said they had a spotlight at the other island and just aimed at it.
Yeah, that was their initial aiming, right? So their course aiming was they had to be able to see where they were putting their aiming telescope, which was attached to the laser mechanism. So they had an aiming telescope. That was their course adjustment. They then honed in. I think they said they used the long wavelength one first, and then followed with the other 2 lasers, so that all 3 were getting maximum signal strength at the other
So
end.
you just said that the 3 were collimated separately. That doesn't mean that they're on a separate stand.
Yeah, collimated and aligned separately. I'll dig up the exact wording if you like. After the chat about this yesterday, I went and reread the paper.
Who's doing that? Really annoying.
It's your ticker right now. His mic is fucked.
Oh, it's Heretic again. Maybe he's watching the car again.
Heretic,
Sorry, mate, I'm gonna have to mute you.
I think
That's really
space time
annoying.
is warping him right now.
By the way, that's some bullshit, Daza. You don't have a predictive model. What's your predictive model? Go ahead and show it to us, please.
Hang on a sec. I haven't finished on the other bit first. Just give me 2 seconds and I'll what am I looking for?
Do you ever have meltdowns, Daza, or are you this kind of calm all the time?
That's what they say about me at work too. Now when I hang up I go, for fuck's
It's kind of scary though, isn't it? Like you never get angry or anything like that.
I think I can thank my wife for that.
Oh, she masculined you out of it.
He doesn't get a choice.
Yeah. So here's.
Sorry, man.
That's all right. No, I can
I'm
take
just
it. It's
mucking
fine.
around, Daza. Yeah.
So here's what it says in the paper. It says each fiber collimator had means for manual, horizontal, vertical, and axial alignment of the fiber tip with respect to the collimating lens to adjust beam pointing and focus. So that's a direct quote from the paper. And in the procedure,
that's
they
just a
talk
collimator,
about.
isn't it?
Yeah. So that's how you point the individual beams, right? So they point into the lens, and you
Oh,
can
well, the
adjust
collimator
the
just
alignment.
brings the spread back.
Yeah, but it says and to adjust beam pointing and focus. And I think I've written about the calibration step.
Oh, so they're using the collimator to point the beam.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
As
Not
well,
the
yeah.
laser.
So they can adjust the collimation and the axial alignment, and it says with respect to the collimating lens to adjust beam pointing and focus, so they can point the beam and focus it. And then in their procedure, they talk about actually, which I haven't got pasted, but they experimental setting.
But listen, if you read it, they didn't adjust the lasers at the telescope.
It says for co-alignment of the fiber collimator's optical axis with the aiming telescope.
They used a retroreflector, right?
Yeah, and
yeah, and then they after they did the alignment procedure, the retroreflector was removed and the beam assembly was pointed toward the receiver telescope, 3.67 meter Air Force Advanced Electro-Optical System telescope, using the beam's former spot location in the camera's field of view as aim point. A searchlight installed in front of the AOS telescope helped to achieve and maintain correct aiming after sunset, while the telescope was no longer visible with the aiming telescope. It means they aligned it with a retroreflector locally before they shot it across the islands.
Yeah, you're right there, I think. Yeah. Okay. That's fair enough. I'll take that one.
Yeah, and there's other factors, right? So we know from surveying that they won't survey during certain times of day, right? So they've tested like when's the worst time of day to do surveying, and typically, if when they've actually tested refraction, turbulence, whatever you want to call it, okay, it comes out that if they do the test immediately after sunset, like within an hour after sunset, or immediately before sunrise, or right after sunrise, before you have differential heating, you'll have little to no refraction, turbulence, whatever you want to call it, right? Because the
that's right.
idea
You've got to
that like
control for it.
there's more refraction, like so if the idea is what you guys say is got to go up high because there's less refraction, and up there you're going to see the true geometry of the Earth if you're up high. Well,
there's less variation. That's the main thing.
Well, it stands to reason that if you go lower, you'd see farther, right? Because like the black swan's from 1 foot, right? So the black swan's 1 foot, right?
Yeah, and you're probably looking through
30
some kind of refractive duct, right?
Well, that would be the same view that you would have if you were 100 feet in the air.
Only if you were under that inversion layer that has to be there to create those conditions.
What inversion layer? If there's an inversion layer, you'd see a double image.
No, not necessarily. Not if you and what you're looking at is within it. It's what am I trying to say? But yeah, you're more likely to get those kind of tunneling effects that would result in severe refraction if you're close to the surface, right? That you agree that the distribution of temperature is likely more even and consistent as you get away from the surface.
Yeah, well, I would say it depends on the time of day. That's what I would say.
That's definitely going to be a factor. Yeah,
it also depends on the body of water. So you have places like Lake Pontchartrain, right? So Lake Pontchartrain, the water and the air temperature are very close to their same temperature, but it's very unstable. So it actually goes back and forth, right? There are parts in the day when they make the transition, right? So say the water's 73 degrees and the air is 76 degrees. That'll transition until the water's like 76 degrees because it's a very shallow body of water. It's only like 11 feet or 14 feet or something. It's a large, shallow body of water. So, and, it's Louisiana, it's hot and humid, yada, yada, yada. I wouldn't say they get a lot of direct sunlight. I don't know. I've never been to Louisiana. But I imagine it's like most places that are very humid. It's just hazy all the time. So what you have is the temperature of the water, like temperature of the water will go down and the temperature of the air will go up, and then the temperature of the air will go down and the temperature of the water will go up, and this happens like 4 times a day at Lake Pontchartrain. It's like Lake Pontchartrain's so odd. They actually have a different ecosystem on the other side of the Lake Pontchartrain, meaning they have a different climate. It's like in the USGS literature that the southern part of Lake Pontchartrain and the northern part have actually different climates, completely different climates. And it's only like, I don't know what it is across, 27 miles or something. So this isn't to get into Soundly's crap, but like it's literally the worst place on Earth to do an observation. But you could probably time the observation to do it so that the air and water temperature are identical. And then it wouldn't really matter, right? Because they're same
Is that
temperature.
APOC snoring?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Beer finally kicked in. The point being, I don't think terrestrial refraction is an actually predictable element. I don't think you can actually make predictions. Well, you can make predictions all day long. I don't think they match reality. I don't think anyone Because if I've looked at so much shit on this, right? If you look at just the data, like just the data that's accumulated over the past 100 years of people trying to test it, none of these models actually match anything. All we have is like Bislin's, refraction sliders and fucking post hoc bullshit.
Yeah,
So
it's difficult, right?
Yeah, it's difficult because one comes to mind. So there's like, what is it called? Empirical modeling of refraction using trigonometric leveling. So they take all the survey observations and then the meteorological observations, and if you look at the graphs, they're like totally different. And then there's like one they did it. So a lot of these are on McToon's fucking website. Oddly enough, he must have never read it, because then there's one in Greenland, right? They did it up on ice, right? And if you look at, they measured the same thing. Spaced meteorological stations, spaced survey observations. If you compare the graphs against each other, they don't, like, the changes in the meteorological conditions don't match the changes in the, in the surveying, right?
Yeah.
So
and I think
just, then if you read just one more point, if you read the literature on what is said about it, they say things like, there's no deterministic model that can predict it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Well, I mean, so then it's not like well known. I mean, it can't be well known if you can't make a deterministic model.
Well, it's well known enough that you wouldn't try and make a measurement 1 foot off the water, right? You wouldn't use that to make any objective assessment of the shape of the Earth, one way or the other.
Well, I mean, I don't think people use the black swan as flat Earth proof, even though that's what it says on,
Yeah, because it doesn't actually show anything about the
I don't
geometric
think it's true.
horizon. So
I think it's more of a falsification of the globe geometry than a flat Earth proof.
Well, it's not a falsification of any geometry because you can't see any geometry due to the refraction, right?
Well,
and that's why. So at least if you get up high, you'll have some consistent view of what is going on, and you'll be able to maybe distinguish between whether it's has some curvature or none. But you may not be able to actually measure it.
Isn't that why it's a falsification? Because you can't see any geometry?
Well, I'm not a logic expert, but the modus tollens that's attached to that typically makes a specific claim about the geometric horizon's position, and there's no evidence about the position of the geometric horizon there. The fact that you can't locate the geometric horizon on that image, in my point of view, it is not the not P scenario. The whatever it is, that the fact that if you could see the geometric horizon in a different position, that would satisfy the condition. The fact that you can't see the geometric horizon at all, or even make a guess as to where it is, or is not, it doesn't really satisfy the.
I mean, we're not guessing where it's not. We're not guessing it's not in front of the oil rigs.
But you don't even know where, you didn't determine anything about the geometric horizon in that image. That's all, right? Yeah. So, but anyway,
you said geometric horizon. You didn't say visual horizon. My bad.
Yeah. So, and the black swan is very specific about the position of the geometric horizon, right? And
yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, arguably we never see that
geometric horizon. That's the question, right?
Yeah.
Is there one? Does it exist in the first place?
Yes, and if you can prove that it
evidence for its existence before you assert there is one.
Evidence for its existence.
Yeah, if we never see it, how do we know it's there?
Yeah, well, for me as a child of the, and I'm sure you're probably going to shoot me down here as well, but as a child of the space age, for me, the current best modern proof of geometric curvature is GPS. Some sniggers.
Yeah,
but,
probably not thinking that in Lithuania right now.
No, that's right. Yeah. It's easy to jam it, that's for sure.
Easy to jam, easy to spoof, easy to do whatever the hell it is you want to do.
No, it's only easy to spoof for some of the people some of the time. You can't spoof it for everybody all the time. That is extremely complicated. And even spoofing for some of the people some of the time is difficult.
Why would it be complicated?
Well,
there's like no security in the system. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. But you need to spoof the radio signals in a way that everybody that receives them. Let me rephrase what I'm trying to say. You can't spoof it in a way that will give everybody their correct location on Earth. Does that make sense?
What? No, I don't. I mean, well, not everybody sees
You
the
can
same
spoof it so
GPS.
some people get.
Well, not everybody sees the same satellite, right?
No. But everybody
You'd
can
have a
see the same
range of
set of
people
stuff.
that could, so quote unquote, see the satellite, right?
Yeah.
There'd be
So where
some
I am now, half of
cell
Australia will be
phone or
locking on the same GPS satellites, right?
Do you see the same satellites over and over?
They orbit every 2 days, is it? So at any given time, you've got.
Oh, but do they have a unique identifier? Is what I'm asking.
They do. Yes, each one has a PRN, just in the navigation message. So, and the reason it's difficult to spoof it for everybody, right, is that so the GPS doesn't tell you where it is. It tells you what time it thinks it is and the details of its orbit. And that orbit information gets uploaded to it every now and then if it drifts out of sync. And this is why you need 4 GPSs to make a fix, not 3, that you need to solve simultaneously for your position, the 3 GPS positions. To get your position, sorry, you've got to solve the 3 GPS positions and the distance to them, which means also solving for time. And it's really difficult to spoof that so that anybody that can see the GPSs gets a coherent answer. You could overwhelm an individual area with saturated GPS information and make them think that, but it's really hard to get the timing information fudged for more people because you're measuring times down to it's like a few nanoseconds precision you need to get a fix, and you just can't spoof that for more than a very small area at a time. That's why I think GPS globally is can't be faked.
I can think of a way to spoof it. Wherever you're at, right? Whatever your position at is, you just add an elevation to it, right? And you calculate the triangle. I'm not really here. I'm really somewhere else, and that's what you send in your message.
Sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't understand it.
So you have the Rhinex data, right? The message data.
Oh yes, yep,
okay.
Yep. Which
that
comes out of the receiver, the Rhinex
your own
data.
coordinates, right? You just put in different coordinates that you're not there, you're somewhere else.
Or so who puts the coordinates in? Sorry,
Oh, I mean, you would just do. So say I have an antenna, and I'm just gonna fucking spoof the GPS signal, right?
You want to pretend to be a GPS satellite.
Yes, and I just put in fake coordinates in the freaking message data. That I'm in a geosynchronous fucking orbit above wherever the hell I am. Yeah, it would work. No problem.
Well, it's not geosynchronous, but that's a minor point.
Well, I mean, does the receiver know there's no geosynchronous fucking GPS?
The receivers. So what the receiver does when it gets the message from the GPS, the navigation message, it's called, it takes, it has to turn the GPS message into a GPS position in an XYZ coordinate, and it needs to know how long it took that message to come from the satellite. And that has to be coherent with all of the other messages it gets. So it gets 4, 8, or however many messages coming in. It has to then take that, work out the time of transmission for each message, then work out how far it is from each of those satellites, and make all of those 8 satellites converge on a common position and time. And it's really, really difficult to do that so that it works for everybody that can hear those transmissions.
I'm not worried about spoofing freaking 8 other satellites. I'm only worried about spoofing one. I only want to
Yeah, so you
spoof one.
spoof one and you won't get a fix. So if you spoof one satellite,
Yeah.
your solution won't converge.
Yeah, I understand
So you
that.
need at least 4
You
satellites
can't,
to give you a coherent message.
you can't work out a location with one location. I know that. I'm well aware of that. What I'm saying is,
Yeah.
just because you can spoof all of them. It doesn't matter. You can use the same spoofing technique that you used in one for every single one of them, right? You best
Yeah,
put
but it
in
won't work.
false orbital data, right? You're not in that position. You just add fucking in your so in your Z coordinate, right? You just add plus 1,000 miles, right? Okay, then you just from that, right? This is my position. This is the time I sent it. The calculation is done on the receiver end. It says,
Yes, that's
hey,
right.
yeah, and it calculates the time of flight based upon what the position was.
Yes,
Or
that's it.
actually,
So it
calculates the
needs to
time of
work out.
flight based upon the timestamp signature, right? And then it compares it to its own time, and it says this was the time of flight. What should the time of
Yeah,
flight been?
well,
How
actually,
far is it
that's
away?
why you need 4. That's why you need 4 that are all in coherence because you don't know your time accurately enough to actually solve the problem. So you need to solve for time as well as position all at once. And so you get the time not as you think it is, but the time that can be calculated to make the fix coherent. And that's got to be nanosecond precision. So you're right, you could spoof this, you could spoof one satellite, but you'll be unlikely to spoof one satellite for more than one person or one location.
I think you could do it. I think I could do it. I actually wanted to hack the freaking network time protocol. You know what that is?
Heck what, sorry?
The network time protocol.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because it's not. They have a secure version now, but they didn't. I just wanted to change everyone's clocks, like when it's Friday, and just change your clocks to Wednesday. So just to see what happens, see if everybody just wakes up and does some fucked up shit. Like everything they were supposed to do on Wednesday, they started doing because they looked at their phone. They're like, shit, it's Wednesday, not Friday. Like they just start doing the things they do on Wednesday. Just wanted to see what would happen. Social experiment.
NTP is very trusting. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like some people would go, yeah, my phone wouldn't lie to me. It's Wednesday, and they would go about the day like it was Wednesday.
Yeah, it's a weird time that for the first time in human history, everybody knows their correct time down to a millisecond or less. So it's
What do you mean by correct
never
time?
happened.
Not if I hack it, they won't.
Yeah, I guess their relative time, real time relative to UTC. Yeah.
I'll Groundhog Day everybody, man. Be like the same day over and over again. It's been January 21st for like 10 years. It's funny because people used to rely on their own stuff, right? Your own clock, your own calendar. Like that's what people used to rely on. Now it's like we're outsourcing every possible thing.
You'd have to do it on a weekend though, Indio, so everyone just stays off work.
I was trying to get him to stay at work. I was trying to like piss everybody off. Like I knew it was Friday. I was going to go out drinking tonight with my buddies and go golfing on the weekend. Now I have to work for another 2 days, dude. Like, nah, I shouldn't do that though. That'd be like a rash of suicides.
Gonna laugh about that, but
Dude, seriously, you could have done it back in the day. You could have spoofed the network time protocol because all our computers that are plugged in and all our phones and everything, like if you have automatic time set, it'll get the time off the network time protocol, right? So if you spoof that, you can reset everybody's clocks, right? The time and date, which would have been pretty freaking cool, I think. I don't even know if that would be against the law because it's not even secured. It's not even encrypted.
Yeah, most there's a bunch of attacks like that, like art poisoning and things. But yeah, most bigger systems, even before encrypted NTP, would only trust specific sources. So in the organisations I've worked, NTP was a pretty protected protocol. It didn't come in from the outside, other than your external reference. But you'd always try and use GPS to generate your reference if you could. But
well, they use certificate authentication for the NTP. There was a time before that. The internet was not designed for security. That was an afterthought.
Yeah, it was very trusting back when I first got into it. There was SSL was a new thing, and everything was unencrypted, plain text, telnet.
When I first started messing with it, you could literally just nobody even used passwords. You could go on any you could just look for random FTP servers, and just the password would just user, admin password, nothing, just be blank. And that was just FTP, right? So it wasn't even secure FTP. There was no it wasn't made for security. The very fact you can spoof MAC addresses says it wasn't made for security.
Yeah. There used to be a thing, an art poisoning thing, so that you could fake IPs on your local network and stuff like that. It was.
You can I don't know if it's still implemented, but in the Bitcoin client, you could send Bitcoin over to a MAC address. You didn't have to send it to an IP address. You could send it to a MAC address or an IP address. Which, doesn't do you any good unless a router lets you pass the MAC addresses. It's good for a local network,
right.
but other than that.
Yeah. Routers don't route the Ethernet. They'll switch as well, but you can't get off your LAN.
Well, my point is that's a completely anonymous transfer, right? Spoof your MAC address. Back in the day you could spoof IP addresses too, but it's much harder now. The best real way to be anonymous is just go pull up to a McDonald's and use their free Wi-Fi with a spoofed MAC address and a fucking live version of Linux, and just do your business and just drive away. If you drive or walk away, in my case.
Yeah, but anyway, for me, GPS is the strongest evidence I have of Earth curvature. But
I wouldn't call that Earth curvature. I would call that, you have an idea of how it works, and then that idea, Earth curvature, I guess, would be inferred from that idea, but I wouldn't call it a measurement of Earth curve.
Yeah, the X, Y, Z coordinates plot out an arc of the expected radius, though. That's the thing. But it's not our in-mile straight edge and drop.
Well, don't they use a tangent plane? So, what do you mean?
Tangent plane for where, sorry?
Earth center, Earth fixed?
That's the coordinate system, yeah.
Yeah, but they're where you are is on a plane. Right, you're
Wait, you deliver an argument which establishes the proposition that flat Earth is true, you dumb fuck?
You did this the other day. Don't you have anything new? Really? Don't you have anything new? Come on, man. He's literally playing the same recording from the other day.
Oh, man. Man, this is the best room, man. Where else can you laugh like this?
I don't know. Is this like your new gaslighting? It's like gaslighting now? Yeah, we're all wasting our time. trying to like ruin our morale. Like, do you really think that that's gonna work? I don't think so. Yeah.
That probably woke up a apocryphon.
He's going to your house.
Why do I just find that shit so fucking funny, man?
I don't want to be mean, so I won't say it.
Ooh. Well, I mean, anyone can indeed answer his question.
Well, simple minds have simple pleasures, you know.
What's that one dude's name, Jekyll, who can talk really? He actually joined one of the VCs, one of the other VCs yesterday. Dude was talking mad fast, talking about like establishing the proposition or some dumb shit. It's funny.
Did it actually make sense, or was it just a bunch of buzzwords?
No, he actually did make sense. Like
No,
he was no.
What did he say
joined
that
the
made
other VC.
What did he say that made sense?
I barely remembered it, but like I actually because I clipped it and I went back on every word he said.
It didn't make sense, fool.
Hold on. I clipped it right, and I actually like listened to the words he said. So he was actually saying words, but he said it super fucking fast.
So you didn't understand it, which is what we're saying.
I barely understand. You can barely understand when he's just talking because he's just like.
Well, he didn't make sense,
he's
bro.
at, like,
That's the whole point.
I'd like speed. It
It
barely
didn't make
makes sense. You gotta replay that shit and slow it
It
down.
didn't make sense, bro. Talking other shit. That's the way it always goes with these guys. And
You
Dazzle
established a
too.
proposition. That shit's funny as fuck.
Yeah, but you got all this
Yeah.
all this talking and nothing to prove. You know, it's like, what do we get? What do we gain from all of that talking? If there's no model, there's nothing, no diagram, nothing, just a bunch of empty words. That's it.
Well, those people just joined. Those people just joined just to join and say some shit.
Yeah, that's it. And then we gotta clean up that shit.
Yeah.
It's okay. I got a
About
big
it.
fucking mop.
You need a big shovel, bro.
Microphone was
dude.
snoring. Dude was just yelling like 20 minutes ago. Someone said he's sleeping.
Yeah, he goes hard in the paint, man. Every time he talks, he's like, "Hey, Ned, you don't understand, but this is how it is." Like, Jesus, dude. What the fuck? That's all right. Every now, you know.
See, goes hard to say.
Miggy, why do you think I need a shovel, dude? There ain't pieces big enough that weren't a shovel.
Yeah, you need a fucking. I don't even know, man. Like
Dude, you
all the
just
bullshit they.
He's
Yeah,
a true
dude,
he's a true flat earth soldier, Apocryphon, man. Fights hard.
Yeah, he is. But he needs to slow down on the sauce.
No shit, dude. She's fucking. Yeah, I can just imagine. He's just guzzling in between, like arguing with you guys. He's just like fucking every paragraph he'll guzzle one down. It's like, fuck, dude.
Dude, there's like with drinking, there's a sweet spot. And it's hard for some people to stay in the sweet spot. Like, before he's drinking, he's okay. When he's got a little bit of a buzz, he's fucking just kicking ass. But then when you go past, it just becomes incoherent, repetitive shit.
And then he starts saying some wild shit, man, and the Globers are like, what the fuck? Fucking sky ice and all kinds of shit, dude.
It was
I'm like,
freaking the
what
Globers out. Yeah, we gotta step back.
Yo, man, I found out there's like a flat earther in like somewhere in the U.S. government that's like can't remember what it was. Some part of like the science and technology fucking committee, some shit like that. Hold on, let me find it.
There's always an oddball out, man.
Well, that person got outed. Nobody knew they were a flat earther. Then someone decided they're going to comb through the girl's past, and they found her freaking Twitter post with like
And they got rid of her because she was a. That's
No, I don't think they got rid of her.
Interesting.
Interesting.
I don't know. Yeah, I've been like. There's a Russian military guy I follow some of his stuff. He was talking about it. Her name is Lila Limona. Limon.
Earth is a ball. Dio, what's your thoughts on evolution? You think it's fake?
Unfalsifiable nonsense.
Falsifiable nonsense.
Unfalsifiable nonsense.
Got it.
Well, I mean, tell me. We have infinite resources. We can do one experiment that would prove evolution wrong if we had some result. What experiment would that be?
Why would you try to falsify it with an experiment? That's kind of weird.
Jesus fucking Christ. It's evolutionary. It calls a mechanism of speciation. Yes or no?
With you, man.
Well,
no,
evolution's not established through experiment. I don't know why you'd use an experiment to debunk it.
Oh, thanks. It wasn't established through experiment. Thanks. Cool.
Yeah, just like the scientific method doesn't actually depend upon it being experimental or not.
Well, that's news to me.
Yeah, the body of literature in the SCP, you can look at it.
Yeah, cool, man.
What are your
Richard
what are your
Feynman
thoughts
would
on all
be
the?
pissed. He's probably rolling in his grave right now that you just said that shit.
Who?
Richard Feynman.
Right, okay. Well, yeah, he can roll in his grave. That's fine.
Yeah, the fucking Nobel Prize must be hurting him every time he rolls over.
Yeah, it's just like how Isaac Newton said hypothesis non fingo, right? I don't care if he rolls in his grave either.
Yeah,
I mean,
think this
they're
is
purposely
shit.
making it hard to seek truth.
It's not all. It's not that. It's that's not all truth is established through laboratory experiment, and evolution isn't established through laboratory experiment. Its falsification wouldn't be established through laboratory experiment.
Okay, well, what could we do to falsify it then?
Observations didn't match the predictions.
What are the predictions?
There would be some sort of relationship between one species to the next species. Genetics could falsify evolution.
So
what's the time frame for that to happen?
Hold on a
'Cause, I
second.
mean,
What exactly would we see in a genetic test that would falsify evolution?
There's no relationship between the two species.
Well, that just means they wouldn't be related.
No, all species have
They
some
should
sort
be.
of shared genetic code.
Yeah.
yeah, but don't we share?
Cool.
Don't we
Well,
share
how
the
would
same
that
material
falsify
as an antenna?
evolution? That doesn't falsify evolution. It wouldn't show that evolution is wrong because two species didn't have this related genetic code.
Well, yes, it wouldn't falsify all of evolution. It would falsify our understanding of evolution.
Yeah, I want to falsify all of evolution. What test is that?
All of evolution.
It's seldom ever the case that you falsify a whole theory all in one go. I mean, that's just rarely ever the case.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Great. What test?
You might want to start small.
Yeah. It's
You've
so
never heard
funny,
of
dude.
Michel
Like,
Sala?
listen. If you can't falsify a theory, it's pseudoscience. You know that, right? If there's no available test, no, that's the definition of pseudoscience.
You don't have to test everything by one method.
Now, claims or
proof
theories
test.
which cannot be falsified by experiment is the definition of pseudoscience by the person that invented the word.
Yeah, well, Thomas Kuhn disagrees. He actually says that it's rarely ever the case you can falsify a whole theory in one single go, right? Rarely ever the case. Sometimes it is the case. Usually it's the case that you falsify parts of a theory and to redevelop the theory afterwards.
That sounds like ad hoc hypothesis nonsense.
Well, that's the same for anything. Like, for instance, utilitarianism was built upon the idea of no higher or lower pleasures. Then, by Bentham, the Mill came along, and all these objections against utilitarianism, Mill resolved.
Yeah, but that doesn't
by
work
going back to
though,
the theory
Jekyll.
and
Because like,
redeveloping it.
How can you falsify Narnia?
You can't falsify Narnia. It's unfalsifiable.
That's the thing. So that's the same thing like evolution. You can't falsify that either.
Of course you can.
Well, how?
What if we could show that morphology of a creature wasn't dependent on the genetic code, wasn't dependent on heredity?
You'd have to do something like, I suppose, uber retarded, like show like that the world was created and all species were created at the same time, and there was no species that came after that evolved from the previous one, right?
Doesn't that work against like what they
No
say with
effect whatsoever.
what's that saying? The strongest will survive, or what is that? How does that go?
Survival of the fittest.
Survival of the fittest. So if something came out completely screwed up as a something that was warped from like whatever from birth, then that would just be scrubbed, wouldn't it? It wouldn't make it.
No. Well, yes, that thing would die, right? But like there's a separation between survival of the fittest and the other idea, which is that
Mutations?
the genes that will be passed on will be the genes that are most advantageous to your environment, right? So if you were born a brown bear in the Arctic, that's not exactly fuckery, but you're going to be able to compete less effectively than your white polar bear counterparts, right? So your breeding will be hindered by that, and your passing on your genes will be hindered by
No, I
that.
mean I get what you're saying, but I don't think it has to do with like the tone of their fur. I think it has to do with like an anomaly, like the bear having like 6, appendages instead of it just being 4. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm saying. Like what gives some type of mutation an advantage when a mutation sounds like something that would be like a freak or something that nature had, pushed forward and it wasn't intended for it, you know what I mean? Its environment. It almost seems like it works against what the idea of evolution is. Because how can a mutation actually move forward if survival of the fittest would make it not? Like the thing that takes advantage of its environment is the most efficient thing, not the most corrupt or, mutated thing. Do you get what I'm saying? Because that's how like the transition starts to happen when the thing mutates into something different. And in the process of the mutation, like you were saying, it has to be adapting to its environment. But like, how does it go from the form it was to the mutated form to the form that it's going to be? And not be cut off by everything else that's taking advantage. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
I don't quite understand what you're saying. Maybe Matt Nuclear does because he's trying to say something.
Every one of us
No, I
are
mean,
mutations of
I
our
get what you're saying,
parents.
but I mean, if the mutation is a good thing, or I mean, some mutations aren't really important, like the blue-eyed one, right, that we've recently figured out came from like one guy or something. If the mutation isn't relevant, guy will survive. If it's beneficial, it might pass on. It really depends. I mean, what factors into
Hey,
it.
what did you say? The blue eye comes from one person?
Yeah, apparently it comes from one guy. And
All right, so
what was it,
Come
West?
on, man. Do you really believe that?
Yeah,
That's
but
possible.
let's say that's the
Yeah,
case.
it's what they
Yeah,
say.
let's be gracious enough to give you that. But what gives like you guys are talking about color change, fur color. You're talking about eye color. I'm talking about something like another head growing out of something.
Right. Okay. I think I understand now. Like, think
Yeah,
about
do
a
you get what I'm
dinosaur's
saying? Like,
think
because
about
you're
a
going from
dinosaur's limbs, right? Like what happened? Because it's going to be kind of the reverse of what you're talking about, but the reverse will give you an idea of the alternative, right? So a dinosaur's
Why do you
limbs,
go
its
straight
arms,
to dinosaurs, man?
according to it's because it's related to him talking about things like limbs, right? Things that you could grow more of, or grow and shrink, right? A dinosaur's limbs didn't. At one point, at least according to evolution, they were quite long.
And you know that.
It's not about whether I know. It's just about explaining him the concept, right?
You
So
can't
over
use it for
time,
an example then.
well, it doesn't matter because we're not trying to establish the truth of evolution. We're just explaining the concept. So the arms gradually over generations shrank to becoming a vestigial limb. It wasn't like one day a dinosaur woke up with tiny little arms, right? It was a very gradual sort of change in its limbs that made it smaller. So, for instance, if an animal grew a third limb, that would be more like a defect, a deformity. Usually,
So when did
people imagine evolution to be like
dinosaurs turn
slow.
into birds and start getting feathers then?
Well, yeah, no dinosaur gave birth to a bird. That's for sure.
Okay, so check this out. I got a better analogy. This is what they taught us in school. They said there was trees on the African savanna, and giraffes used to have short necks. But those giraffes ate the bottom leaves. But then some other giraffe was born, and he was a little bit taller, and he ate leaves a little bit higher up. And then the short giraffes, they starved to death. And then the ones that lived, they had bigger, taller giraffes, and then they lived, and then they eat the higher up leaves, and then the shorter giraffes, they starved to death. And then so on and so forth.
survival of
And
the
now,
fittest,
like
right?
the trees to get high enough, giraffes will have fucking 50,000 foot tall fucking necks if we have 50,000 tall trees. Dude, yeah, so that's the story of evolution. But here's the
Yeah, that's
problem
what
with all
I
that,
was
and I
getting
tried
to.
to. Go ahead, Mick. Sorry, before I start.
No, no,
Go
no.
ahead.
That's what I was getting to. I was saying exactly what you're saying. Is that how the fuck is survival of the fittest and like mutations coexist? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. One thing would be
And
killed
then
off. It would be killed off.
that
Apparently, the
giraffe has
mutations
to
are
now turn
random.
into that giraffe now has to turn into a different animal as well.
According to Jekyll, the mutations are random. So when there's an initiation of change, right? You could get like sharper teeth or blunter teeth. You could get a longer neck or a squiggly tail, or it just it's just random. Like
Yeah,
someone
but
pulling
how
a
does that? Wait,
slot machine
Tito.
and going ding ding ding.
Yeah, like it's random.
But
Okay,
it's
so
random
we're
in the
trying to
sense that
square.
like
Wait
what
a
you
minute.
don't
Wait.
know.
That's not what
Sorry,
Jekyll. That's not what you're saying, is it? Right? Like something
well,
like you're just rolling the dice and seeing what happens, like over
it's
time.
random in the sense that if you're born with a negative mutation, which just happen, right? Then that will either hinder or maybe potentially not have an effect on your capacity to breed. But you're always competing against other people and other people or other animals in different niches. So you can be born with. Like evolution doesn't say all mutations are going to be positive towards your survival. Some of them will be bad, right? Possibly. And those ones are weeded out through, like natural
Survival of
selection.
the fittest.
It's just natural selection, dude.
When does a fish turn into a shark or a dolphin or something like that? Don't say it. I know
Absolutely
dolphins.
never. Absolutely never.
Hey man, whales are even cooler. They lived in the ocean, then they climbed out of the ocean, and then they climbed
Yeah,
back
but
into the water.
abiogenesis.
They went
Abiogenesis
back.
is a tricky thing, man. Because when you
They
listen,
became
when you
elephants.
listen, when you listen to abiogenesis and how they say everything began, because everything has the origin story, right? So you take a look at like the rocks. You're like, well, they tell you that it rained and rained on the rocks, right? The beginning of all things, and lightning struck this pool of ooze or whatever, and it life was created like from non-living matter to living matter, which is like that's some mysticism. It's like magic. You guys don't find that funny in your paradigm? How that all began?
I don't know, man. I don't think that's too funny. I'm gonna be honest with you, Alf. I don't think that's too
Well,
funny.
you
Does that sound
actually
too
agree with
absurd
that?
to you? I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's too funny. I don't think that's like
It's
extreme to
crazy.
believe.
It's not funny. It's fucking ridiculous. That's
He's
what
the
it
one
is.
that thinks
Okay, but
someone's
how do you
coming in and
explain? But how would
farting
you
into their
explain
mic
like
is funny.
Neanderthals and like common ancestors that we have? How would you explain those? Skeletons of them. Come on, dude.
What do you
gotta
mean?
say something about it.
Okay, wait. You're saying that because people have different skeletal structures, that you've never seen different people on this earth that are living right now in different areas of the
not.
world have different skeletal structures. You're saying that that's not the
Not
case
it's
right
not
now.
just different skeletal structures, dude. They look very similar to us. I can post them. They look
No,
very
Hold
similar
on,
to us.
Matt.
They're
Matt.
I
Neanderthals.
gave
Matt.
you
Are you
a
gonna just
picture
deny
of
them?
what they look like,
Hold on.
dude.
Hold on. Matt, could Neanderthals mate with humans?
Theoretically,
Oh
yeah.
my god,
Could they
dude.
have babies with human beings?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure they lived in a different part of the world, actually.
They actually say that human beings have Neanderthal DNA in them. So yes, they could, which means they're not a different species. Different species can't mate and have viable
That's
offspring.
false. What about tigers and lions? Have you
Yeah,
ever
but
heard of a
they're
lion?
not.
Babies that have
They can't
viable
have
offspring.
babies. Yeah.
They can actually. They have. Do you know the babies that they have?
A
They have.
donkey and a
They've
horse
had.
can
They've
have
had babies
babies and
before.
have a mule, but the mule will be sterile.
Yeah.
Dude, how do you guys
Always.
even get to that point? How do you
Yeah,
get to that
a
point
tiger
to
and a
where
lion
like
had a baby, and they're different species. So, man, what do you say to
Yeah,
that?
but
where the light
the baby
They're
is
similar.
infertile, Matt. So the genus can't continue.
You know, I'm pretty sure Neanderthals, we didn't live with like we weren't like
Yes,
living in
we
the same part of
did.
the world and everything.
Apparently, we did. Apparently,
think
they
about the
say we did.
beginning, like Mickey was talking about with the freaking lightning striking the ooze. Like at some point the
They're a
ooze had
different
to turn
species,
into
dude. They
something.
died off on
And
their
then
own.
something had to freaking grow a dick. And then something had to grow a
Yeah.
vagina and then something
So
like
it went
so
from
stupid.
for
So
Captain Unibrow
stupid, like
dicks, and you
all of a
just need to get
sudden
over it.
something just had to grow a wiener, like a little nub, and then the nub had to get a little bit bigger. Then all of a sudden it turned into a ween, and it kept that ween around because it thought it
I'm telling
might
you, just
might
like
be
Paraplegic's
useful.
saying,
It's like so dumb,
it was
man.
a
Like
it was like mysticism. It's like magic, dude. You guys are talking about stuff that's just totally imaginary, and then expecting for rational thinking people to take that seriously. I don't understand. Like, how can I comprehend such like things that require so much faith and belief? I don't get it,
It's
dude.
not really
Like,
faith and
what
belief,
what do
though,
you
dude.
see in reality?
Did you know that
What
the
do you see in
fallopian
reality that
tubes
actually
and
resembles what you
the
say?
egg were separate? Like, and so the fallopian
They're
tube
really
actually
low,
grabs the
Elijah.
egg.
got Mr. Whisper back.
Scott
So,
Mackey, how you
what
doing,
would you
man?
guys say is the
The
meaning of
fallopian
truth?
tube grabs the egg. Isn't that crazy?
What'd you say, Elijah?
I think he said fallopian tube, and then something about an egg.
If you just let him
Yeah, because
answer, he'll probably tell you.
everything happens in 5 seconds, right? Boom, egg, boom, fish, boom, everything else. Boom.
Well, in terms of reproduction, it would, for me, it's kind of obvious because you have animals that reproduce in different ways. Not every animal has fallopian tubes. Not every animal will breed in their body, right? Sperm wasn't always meant to go inside the female. A lot of the time, it just fertilizes the actual fucking egg, right? That's the point of
And your
sperm.
point is,
Thinking of it like a tiny little nub grew, and that was meant to be used as a penis. Like, no.
Yeah, it's still broken, man. There's no way that you could get reality from all that. There's just no way.
Okay, but
You have to
what's the
believe in
other option we have?
imaginary things.
Can we?
Yeah, I
Creation.
mean,
Also, can we
the
like?
alternative
The
is
other
that we
option
came
is
from dirt, right?
no. The other option, yeah, but see, this is the thing, though. Yeah, because when a body decomposes, it actually does turn into dust. So think about this, though. If you were to say that all of this came from like non-living things, whereas an intelligent designer would actually create you from intent and purpose, that would be something separate. So instead of it being just like, well, I don't know, it's just like a complete accident. We came to be. Really? Accident all the way up to the level where we're at? I don't think so, man. That's
When if
too
the
much.
intelligent
That's way
designer?
too coincidental. Way too
When if the
coincidental.
intelligent? When if there is an intelligent designer, but not in the way you think he is, Alpha? When if evolution is true, but it's not
No,
like
it's
thought of
not,
any?
dude.
Then what?
Yeah, because he
What?
didn't think about this, man. It's always the chicken or egg example, which is what we
How
were
do you think
talking
we're
about
so
before. Hang
special
on, hang
compared
on,
to
hang
every
on.
other animal, though?
Fucking plane flying right over here. No, I'm
You
saying
know, I think
the
I
chicken
should.
or.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, go ahead, Jekyll.
I was just going to correct myself earlier because I think I was kind of like making sweepish statements to Indio. There is artificial tested evolution in laboratories, but I wouldn't say that's what evolution's built on. Right? It's meant to be support for
Oh
evolution.
shit, dude! I'd like to talk about that someday. Not right now, but someday. But if everything has intent and design in it, like the chicken or egg example would be the case for like, well, what came first, right? The chicken or the egg? And everybody would be in here talking about like, well, it had to come from something that reproduced the thing that it gave birth to, right? So how does that work when you don't have the first cause? I mean, you don't think about that. Like all of life, the way that it works,
Think
it
about that,
has to
man.
have
I'm
that
just thinking
first,
logically, bro.
the prime mover, that cause.
I'm gonna be honest, Alpha man. I'm just thinking logically. I don't think of this thing in the way that I'm trying to fit it into my paradigm. I'm just thinking about it in the way that it's makes the most sense? What's more logical? You know, I don't got
Yeah,
emotions
I'm
stuck
happy
into
if
it.
someone wants to say God
Information,
brought.
yeah. Information. I only got like 2 minutes left, but information has to be passed down from an information giver. So you can't just automatically say that information just existed, because all of us are constructed from so much information. Sorry about the truck.
I would say like there's no. I mean, in my mind, no problem with the idea of like God brought together a collection of chemicals that made the first very rudimentary life, right? I mean, someone wants to believe that, they can.
I don't know, man.
Dude, you'd have to believe that chickens with half grown weans are stumbling around for what, couple hundred freaking thousand years, and then all of a sudden they're stumbling around with bigger weans. They're not really working, and dude, it's nonsense. You realize how much would have to go perfectly, and how are they gonna reproduce while they're not able to reproduce, so that they can keep
Animals don't
living
always
and
use a
get
penis and vagina to
get.
reproduce.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but you need something though. You need some things, and they're not going to
Yeah.
stumble around in the dark without things that work for freaking years and years while it freaking grows and grows into something that does freaking work. It's nonsense.
No, I'm
Yeah, but
gonna be.
you could use different things sorry, but like frogs. I'm just gonna say this one thing because that Jekyll's just saying that it doesn't have to be like something inserted into something else and then creates life that way. It could be something like an egg being fertilized outside of the body of some animal or something. You know, they're trying to tell you to think like that in that respect, not always.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
other
but
animals
it still has to grow
already reproducing
something just to
ways.
fertilize the other thing. It needs something to fertilize the other thing. It has to grow that thing. Without this,
So my biggest issue with evolution is how did it decide or affirm something to be useful, to be continued or not? What's the learning process?
Whether it lives.
It doesn't have a sentience, right? We said we already said it doesn't have a sentience. It's a random genetic mutation.
Yeah, but actually, okay, fine.
Like,
once again, excuse me.
By natural selection.
Not only that, but also other things like our sight, the sight in any living being, how they see, how they smell, how they hear, how this is designed. It's not like out of the sudden, well, there was light and something happened and decided, what, well, we can use light and then process it, and then long process, trillions of trillions or whatever, stupid numbers, right? And then suddenly, we started having eyes. It doesn't work that way. Someone actually designed,
didn't we go over
decided connection.
We agree it doesn't work that way. No one says it worked that way. You should actually read something before you say how it didn't work. Nobody's saying that.
You've got to imagine, like I said, I had this conversation with
They
you
are
before,
actually ignoring it.
But let's just say, because with the eye, right? The eye has several functions, right? Our eye is very complex, obviously. Not perfect, but it's complex. You're not talking about major advantages, like straight away, like, oh my god, now I can suddenly see 20/20, right? It's like, imagine just a small change which allows you to distinguish light from dark. Not too complex, right? Just bit dimmer, bit lighter. That's an advantage automatically against competitors, right?
How did that happen?
A genetic mutation, a random genetic mutation, just a small difference in what you're able to see, right? And that transferred into being able to distinguish up and down, and then a bunch of other things. But
Nice story, man. Yeah, nice story. Very nice story.
You're imagining it like we're saying the eye came into being straight away, like a complete eye, right? You have animals today, Komori, that don't have a complete eye or better eyes than our eye, right? So you already know that this is the case just by looking around the world.
Or don't have eyes at all. Or that.
Yeah, or don't have eyes at all, right? So, I mean,
Murray,
various stages of eye is debate.
since our paradigm is so silly, can I just ask you? So how did it come to be in your world? Just boom.
Intelligent
every animal,
design.
every chicken, every dog. Boom.
Yeah, intelligent design. A god, a creator, actually decided he wants things in a specific way, and this is how he created them.
Just boom, snap. Human beings. No other
just
sort
boom,
of
actually.
animals.
Yeah, just boom.
You find that more
No
plausible
creatures
than
like us in the world,
you
right?
find that we came from. It's more plausible we came from dirt and a rib than it is say, an eye slowly developed over millennia.
Well, I mean, it's more plausible than we came from slime struck by lightning.
I'm just trying to figure this out.
It's almost
I'm
the
trying to
same
see how
thing.
this is logical to you. So Murray, in how humans were created, right? And how Homo sapiens were created with the designer, right? The designer also create Neanderthals or what? Because we have bones of Neanderthals, fully structured. So
Yeah, they're
what do we
humans.
do with that?
Just because we decided to classify them because they look different.
humans.
So what? Yeah, they're humans because they mated with humans.
So
yeah, that's right. You can't get
so there's
around it.
different types of humans that we just haven't heard of yet. We're a little bit
No,
dumber than us.
Neanderthals. They're humans. They're human beings.
So they died off, right?
They interbred. We bred them away. So people with
Interbred.
those attributes, we fucked until there wasn't any more people with those attributes. That's right. We're banging
did
unibrow
Neanderthals come to
chicks,
be
bro.
then?
You're like, that's a nice unibrow, baby. Come back to my cave.
How did Neanderthals come to be?
Same way. They're not. Listen, they're just visual differences. They don't mean anything.
Oh, there's just visual differences. Well, they died off, so I don't know how.
Well,
God's
so
gonna
here's a
judge those
funny
people. They
thing.
died.
Well, I want to bring
Oh,
up
good.
like the elephant in the room is people keep appealing to genetics. Genetics code for protein. They have nothing to do with body plan. This has been proven by experiment that the body plan of an organism is not in its genetic code. Genes code for proteins. They don't code for body plan, meaning arms, legs, feet, all that shit.
Anyways, more about the Neanderthals.
So if body plan
they
is
were
not
human beings.
if body plan is not based upon the genetic code, how does it get passed on through heredity?
What?
What does
We're talking
heredity
about
mean?
body plan.
Heredity means you have offspring, right? This whole thing of natural selection is based upon heredity.
Yeah, but what do you mean concretely? Like, how does that? And what's that in our biology? Because I would say it is DNA. I would say it is genetics. Right?
Yeah, but
I don't know
we know
your
we know it's
alternative
not
arguments.
from experiment.
Experiment.
So
Okay, so you just say
should check
heredity?
out.
It's not concrete.
No, we know that body plan is not in the genetic code.
Can you reference what you're talking about?
Yeah, so there's a guy named Michael Levin. He's an evolutionary biologist. He's done a bunch of experiments on organisms that regenerate body parts. So one such experiment is with a flatworm. So you can take a flatworm and you can cut it in half. And the tail half will grow a head and the head half will grow a tail. You can like chop these things up to like 250 times and like all the pieces will grow heads and tails or whatever. Right? So what he did was he as the flatworms were growing their body pieces back, he used some sort of sensor to determine the electric field created by the flatworm. So there was an extended electric field outside their body, right? That the protein and all the body would grow into, right? So basically, think about it like this: they take a plate with a bunch of sensors on it that measure the localized electric field. They cut the fucking worm in half. They put half that on it, and they analyze, what the electrical voltage is. Well, that electrical voltage will actually form the shape of where the worm will eventually grow, and it grows into that shape. So say you cut it in half and it's got a head, it'll make the shape of the tail, then the flatworm will eventually grow into the tail-shaped electric field. So what they did was, now they know the structure of the electric field, they cut these in half, and they take the electric field that would be the head, right? Say you took one in half and you had the tail, and the electric field that would be the head, they take that and they put it under the flatworm, and they grow a two-headed flatworm. And then they grow a three-headed flatworm. And then they cut the flatworm in half. And you know what the flatworm does? It doesn't grow a regular flatworm. It grows whatever they programmed it to be. right? So if they made a 3-headed flatworm, when they cut the flatworm in half, the pieces that are left, they grow 3-headed flatworms. Or 2-headed flatworms, or 2-tailed
Yeah,
flatworms, or whatever,
I'm looking.
right?
I'm looking into this as you speak, right? Have you read any criticisms of the paper you're referring to?
Well, I mean, it's a bunch of papers. There's more than one.
Yeah, I know. I can see that. There's a bunch of quotes referring to the exact same thing, but it seems like there's some objections to the idea that it only directs the construction of proteins. Objections to the idea that morphology isn't involved in genetics. You know.
Well, I mean, what are the objections? Did you just like Google
Right,
Michael
okay.
Lewin debunked?
Well, no, I didn't. I just searched. I actually searched in your favor. I searched. Genetics has no influence on body planning, right, or whatever, right? So I'm completely in your favor, right? I actually made the affirmative. You know? It says non-coding regions of DNA contain genetic switches called CIS, regulatory elements, CREs. CREs control when and where a gene is expressed. Mutations in CREs of ultra bithorax are responsible for the gene being turned off in fly hind wing, resulting in the four-wing fruit fly.
It's never going to be out.
CREs play an important role in the morphological evolution. There's a bit earlier on that
I'd just be expecting that you chuck us a cheeky million.
explore evolution fails to acknowledge the extensive research on mutations in DNA sequences that do not encode proteins, but which have important morphological effects.
What does that mean? What's the morphological effect?
Well, what do you think morphology means?
The shape of a body.
Yeah.
Physical, baby.
Yeah, so what's a morphological effect? Sounds like a weasel word.
A physical effect on the body.
Yeah, like what exactly? Like, are you
I
confused?
just told you.
No, it's something general. I want something specific.
Specific.
But the four-winged fruit fly, already said that. That was the first thing I said.
Yeah, so what specific body part is in the genetic code? Or body parts, or indication that you alter the genetic code, you can get it to form a different thing.
All right, it says, like I said, are responsible for the gene being turned off in the fly hind wing, resulting in a four-winged fruit fly, meaning that there are two less wings, right, in a four-winged fruit fly.
Well, that could, but that because genes code for protein, right, and enzymes. So now the thing might not be making a protein or enzyme required to make a four-winged fucking fruit fly.
So when you say body planning, can you clarify? Because then it seems like whether or not 2 legs, 2 arms, or 2 wings are grown is dependent on genes. Are you saying like where they're placed on the body? Is that what you're talking about?
Obviously, right, if you have a liver, right, and you knock out the genes for making the proteins for a liver, you're not going to have a liver in that organism, right? Because you don't have the proteins which constitute a liver. But the thing is, it's just something called cellular differentiation. It's like, how does the cell in that particular location know to be a liver cell and not a freaking bone cell or a freaking brain cell or a spermatozoa cell, right? How does it know not to be that? How does it know to be the cell that it?
This is a non-coding. This is non-coding part of your DNA. It's not to do with coding proteins. The switches, the CREs, are not to do with the
Talking
coding
about
part of your DNA.
Yeah, you're
The
talking about
protein part.
oncogenes, like the methylation of proteins. So, non-coding DNA tells the genes how to express themselves and tells a particular set of DNA how strongly to express itself or what proteins to make.
Yeah, so I'm not quite sure okay, with body planning then, what is your actual objection? Is it towards evolution, towards body, or towards genetics?
No, I'm just yes, the genetic the idea that the body plan, right? Say I'm a fucking elephant or like I'm a dog versus I'm an elephant, right? Because you said there's these small micro changes which lead eventually to divergence of species, right? And changes of body morphology. You use the dinosaur short little arms, right? Right, but eventually their body plan is going to have to change, like you mentioned about the eye, right? Eventually, the eye structure, what it is, what the cells do, proteins used, all that shit, it's going to have to be somewhere, that information. And your claim is that information's in the genes. Well, it might not be in the genes.
Jackal, well, Indio, I don't know if I'm off the bat here, but is this along the lines of the thing with the jellyfish that can regenerate itself once it's liquidated?
Yeah, kind of like that. I mean, it's not the exact same thing. They also do things like they make like hybrid organisms. Like I think this research started with hybrid organisms. So they mixed axolotls, which are salamanders, basically that regrow shit.
Where do they say it's where do they say this biology finds its root cause? Like, is it in our hormones? Is it in our genes? Is it somewhere else? Like, where is it exactly? Because hereditary is just an idea.
That's the thing.
Right?
That's the problem. They don't know yet. It's still. This is like nascent research. It isn't like fully fleshed out.
Well, then it's not really objecting to it being genetic. It kind of sounds like they don't really know what they're doing with it.
Well, all I'm saying is, well, yeah, they're still experimenting. But the thing is, they changed the morphology of a living creature. That what it is, right? Its shape, its structure, what it does, without changing any of the genetic code, right? So they changed the body plan independent of heredity. So I can't. So this was in England. There was some bug, right? It was like a moth, and it like reverted to like a stick bug. I don't know if this happened in the 1600s or 1800s. I don't remember exactly right or exactly fully, but it was some moth that was in England, and like something changed like in the climate, and the moth eventually became just like spontaneously a whole generation just became a completely different looking fucking creature. Like you've seen a stick bug, right? It went from like a moth to like a stick bug. I have to find it. It was really fucking weird. And it might have been a stick bug to moth. I think it was a moth to stick bug. And they said it's because the humidity or something changed or something like that. That was their rationalization. Something changed in the environment which made them like express a previous form that they had taken.
That's bizarre. I'm finding something about a peppered moth reverting back to grey, but this is 2009. Its colour changed, but nothing from. Oh, hang on, Darwin's evolution.
Obviously they don't know, but I would probably suppose it could be rooted in genetics. Probably is still rooted in genetics. They just probably don't know how.
I mean, but then how are they changing the shape of like these regenerative organisms, right? These organisms that can regenerate their body parts. How are they changing them, but they're not reproducing, changing their form? Now,
Like I said,
maybe they're just doing some like mad scientist shit, right?
Right. It would be silly for me to tell you how. But I think, in my view, based on what I know about genetics, nothing can happen in our bodies, like within our bodies, that are not in accordance with our genetics or hormones or anything like that.
You know what? Actually, listen. So, like, forget about all of this, like, very complicated stuff, which is, there is no doubt it's designed, the way it is. If you want to, like, really discuss it, go to the root of it. Like, imagine the simplest of the simplest cells, right? Or even a DNA code, like a gene, a single gene, right? And how it's connected to another very simple gene. How did they, like, start this, like, connection? How did they start this connection? How did they decide that?
That
What
sounds like
actually
something
we can connect, and by connecting together we can do other stuff.
I think this
that sounds
conversation
like
is going to be
that sounds
really
Do you know,
hard.
like you need
This
one
conversation
second,
will be
one
really
second,
hard to have
one more
with you
thing.
until you
You
stop
need
thinking of things like decide and will something into being,
one
right?
second. Because it is actually, yeah, there's no other language. So there's a function of like sending and receiving something, a data, a piece of information. How was that happening? How did they suddenly, or how, there's, see how I'm even having hard time choosing the language, because I can't avoid saying that they, or it must have something happened, designed, a function decided before for that to actually happen.
Well, that's just your limited mind. I don't know.
Really? So go ahead, explain it to me in this most simplest way. There's a
Are you asking
function
how you get
in
new
place
information in your
for
genes? Are you
something
asking how you
to progress. One second, for something to progress, yeah, that came out of the sudden, like suddenly happened.
suddenly? I mean, I don't know what. Yeah, it happened.
Must have. Had to have happened, because evolution's true, so it must have happened that way. Right?
It doesn't matter if it's sudden or not. I mean, like, it could be gradual.
Well, there's certain things which can't, like irreducible complexity. I'm sure you've heard that, right?
Yep, and I've also heard the criticisms of it.
Yeah, the criticisms are freaking weak.
Well, you think so. I don't.
How about the
How do we know who's
woodpecker?
right?
Well, I mean, I guess we're not going to know that. You're never going to know. I can say what
Yeah.
we're never going to know.
The problem I have with anti-evolution, right? Like, I can't wrap my head around it. Is that it's always like it's just not understood, right? Like the idea that people imagine it to be like people just grow an eye, right? I don't understand why people can't get past that idea of like, an eye could develop gradually.
I don't know, man. It feels like
Okay, we go back to the same.
The
We
eye
go
is
back to
one
square one.
argument
One
for
second.
irreducible complexity, but there's entire organisms. Look at the woodpecker. The woodpecker has like 11 parts that are only symbiotic with itself, right? They have basically a freaking coiled tongue that goes all the way into its body, and it's something like 2.5 feet long. Their skull has like a fucking shock absorber in it. Like it has all these parts, right? And like only if it was doing that activity of pecking at a freaking tree would it need any of those parts. But it needs all of those parts at the same time, or it can't peck at a fucking tree.
Exactly. Who decided that? How did it happen?
When you think about symbiotic parts, I mean, the eye is symbiotic. All parts of the eye work together, right? Just like how all of the parts of a beak work together, right? But that's how we're in our normative minds are thinking about it, right? There can be advantages of part of an eye, right, on its own, right, independent of the rest. But yes, it's better to have the rest. That's why they have the rest, because it was advantageous, right, and work together. So in the same sort of vein, you don't need the whole thing to think of something as like, oh, it has to be symbiotic because all parts of the eye work together. Even just a part of our eye is an advantage over having no eye at all, right? Or a part of a beak is better than having no beak at all. It depends on your environment about how advantageous that is.
See, that's funny. That's funny because like you are using the same language I'm using, advantageous, right? So how was that decided? Relative to what?
The
Relative to
environment
what set
decided
of
it. The environment
informations that
decided.
this environment decides? So it's
Yeah.
sentient, right?
So
It has a brain of its own, and it knows what's good, what's bad.
A desert, right? And you lose your hair, right? Yeah, I mean, like no one stepped in and said, "Okay, no more hair for you," right? It's not like that. It's like, oh, random genetic mutation caused it to lose its hair, right? And it was able to sweat more efficiently with relation to the environment that it's in, rather than this big hunk of fur. It has little furs instead, right? But very useful for desert environments, right? That's not like it was intended. It just is and was good for that environment, helped it to compete against its rivals.
Why is that important? Why does anything
Because
even want?
he's
Why does anything
can't
even
get out of
want to
his mind.
reproduce?
Well, he can't get out of his mind that he can't get it out of his mind that someone or something decided it.
Let me
It
ask
has to,
is nature or the universe or whatever you want to call it, reality, indifferent to life?
Yes.
Okay, then why would anything? Why is anything reproducing? Why would it want to?
Well, reproduction didn't start off like a sexual reproduction. It started off asexually, right? Just did. Random. One day, a gene decided to copy itself, right? Like, I mean, very rudimentary gene.
Decide.
You
Okay,
believe that,
funny you're using now
That's
decided,
fucked
right?
up, bro. sorry to laugh at you, dude, but you actually believe that? Like that one day some inorganic chemicals decided that it wants to reproduce and stay alive and continue, and just kept reproducing, and then made more and more complex arrangements of chemicals to keep reproducing for in a environment which is indifferent to life itself.
Yeah. Well, just to be clear, I did use decide. That is correct. I mean, that was a Freudian slip because we're talking about decisions and people's intentionalities all the time. But
I mean, life has to have an intention to stay alive.
Well, I mean, there's no consciousness of a gene, right? Just a gene itself, right? It doesn't decide anything. It just does things, right?
So at which part, Jekyll, did the code write itself so that the gene would split?
Well, that would, what? Which part of the gene does command itself to write itself?
Yeah, well, like which part of at what point did the code think, I have to rewrite myself here so that I split?
One sec, I'm looking it for you.
Yeah, what part codes to read out the code in backwards and then rewrite it every time there's cell division? Like your DNA is like unwound, right, and split in half, and then read backwards, and then fucking reassembled forwards.
Well, I mean, you're asking me for a very hyper-specific question. What part of the gene tells itself to reproduce? I mean, or to produce another gene or another cell or something akin to that, or copy
Let's
itself.
talk about the readout of the gene, like when it's read out like one part. So the double helix, right? That's split in half. One half is read forwards, one half is read backwards.
Yeah.
So if you know anything, right? So that means the part that goes first, right, can't be read with the part that goes last. Right? Because one's being read backwards, one's being read forwards.
All right, I've got the answer. So, 1 second. It says the process of copying DNA is primarily regulated by specific sequences within the DNA itself, known as a promoter regions and regulatory elements. Promoter regions are sequences of DNA that serve as binding sites for RNA, polymerase, and enzyme that initiates the transcription process, which is the first step in copying DNA to produce RNA.
The exact conditions happened for for these different
That's how our genes
things to come into play.
That's how our genes copy. I don't know what exactly the genetic were of these very rudimentary animals. You know.
Okay, when India asked like that single cellular creature, why does it care to reproduce, right? If I surrender you with all those all these nonsensical theories and explanations which you have like to invent to explain something, right? But why it care decide, you know what, well, I must reproduce, and this is not only this is a single
I got a good example, right? Have you ever seen Batman, The Dark Knight?
Yeah.
Right. Have you ever, the Joker, right? When he says, "I just do things," right? That's what DNA is, right? It just does things. This hard world, that kind of thing. That's what DNA does, right? It's what life does, right? It doesn't have this sort of idea of like, now I'm going to grow a second head, right? Like, it's not evolution, right? Not in the mind of what evolution is.
You know what? Actually, I can basically destroy your entire premise by talking about atoms. So, where all those atoms came from? How do they connect to each other? Why do they
I don't know
connect
the
to each
answer
other
to
the
that
way?
question.
Who decided that?
Who decided that is a different question to where do they come from.
What decided that? When?
What? I mean, like, where did they come
Yeah.
from? Don't know. Who? I don't know why we have to ask that question.
So why are you willing to go all the way to the end, but God forbid to surrender to a creator? Why is it so?
Honestly, I said earlier, I
why
could
are
give
you going
less
through all that effort to have to have any kind of explanation? But God forbid that explanation to be
No,
God
it's just not
or
my
creator or
explanation.
intelligent.
That's not my explanation. I don't. I try to keep everything secular when I try to explain things. But if you want to believe God caused enzymes to split from a previous DNA, or you want to believe atoms came from his, I don't know, gooch or whatever you want to believe, by all means, right? You're free to believe that.
Okay, so this because funny how you just take things from the end of it, like how it's like you take the final product and you start trying to explain it how it came about instead of actually going to the beginning of everything, where the time, the place, the how, the what is not answered at all, right? So how come suddenly, like, we have, did it all
Sounds like
start
you've got
from
a
a
gap
single
analogy.
hydrogen atom?
People are trying to
One second,
understand
one
that,
second,
but
one
it's
second.
not
Did
because
it
they have
all?
it doesn't mean you can throw God
One
into it.
second. Yeah, I'm still talking. I don't know why you're interrupting me. So, did it all start from a single hydrogen atom, or maybe something by a single proton and single neutron? How did they how did they come about? Where did the electron come from?
You're asking questions that nobody knows.
Well, I know actually it was created by God. He decided that. He spoke it into existence because he's all knowing, he's all capable. Yeah,
Whatever
he's
you
a
want to
creator,
believe, you know,
and I
whatever
see
you
the
want to
evidence
believe.
of it.
Whatever you want to believe, kiddo. Whatever you want to believe. If it's God, it's God, whatever.
Even mathematics. Listen, even by mathematically, I can give you a simple experiment. Bring 10 pieces of paper, right? Write on each one of them from 1 to 10 uniquely, right? So you end up with 10 pieces of paper with on each of them a number from 1 to 10, right? Unrepeated. Mix them up and keep on like drawing one by one. And every time you make a mistake that those numbers are not coming out or not being drawn in the correct sequence, in the correct order from 1 to 10, you repeat. The probability of that is more than 3 billions, or sorry, 3 millions. So this is like only 10 pieces of paper, right?
You know,
And now
funnily
you
enough, you
want
say
to
that.
include
Funnily enough, you say that. Yeah, it's funny
one
that you
second,
say that.
one second. All those electrons, all those protons, all those like whatever, right? And it just like came about the way it is, and that's it. And you think I'm willing just to surrender to that, like that we just don't know the explanation. And no, actually, I'm sorry.
No, I'm not asking you to surrender to we don't know, right? I'm asking you to surrender to let's find out, right? But you don't want to do that. You want to say, well, let's just say God did it and move on, right? No, that's not worthy investigation for me in my mind. But you are right about one thing, which is that the chances of all these things happening are so small, right? Chances of all of us being born are so tiny that I welcome you to believe in God as a result, right? If you want to believe in God as a result, you can try and find
Jekyll,
do a bit of Newton,
Jekyll,
do a bit of
just you believe in what you want, kiddo. Believe in what you want, kiddo.
Yeah, I just want to say that there's a worthy investigation, which is like a Newtonian mindset. Try to unlock.
Yeah, but you saying that we are only here by the tiniest minute chance is what you called out Co-Murray for saying as well. And then your reply to him, your reply to him was, "Okay, believe what you want, kiddo." So you believe what you want too, kiddo, because you're just making stuff up.
No, but I'm agreeing with him. Like, it's a good argument for God, right? Like, there's small probability of everything happening, right? And I'm saying, let's together hold hands and try and unlock the secrets of God, right? How about that?
Okay, go.
Well, that's the point. You want to ask the question of what was the first atom? You know, that kind of stuff. Where did they all come from? Let's look into it. Let's see what God's left behind, the crumbs of His work, right?
Go. Make a start. Where do we start?
All right. I'm getting into my lab right now.
Where do we start?
You think you
Well,
can find God in a lab? Jesus Christ Almighty!
Well, I mean, it's just the sentiment for what's his face to say, you know, you don't have to deny evolution, deny all of these sorts of questions, and think it's like godlessness, right? You can
Imagine
find God.
Imagine this, Jekyll. Imagine before you went to bed at night, you said a prayer. And imagine your prayers were answered. What would you think then?
Well, look, I mean, if my prayers were answered, it depends on what I was asking for and whether or not it could have been accidental. So, for instance, if I prayed that I would be my family would be healthy for 10 years, right? And they all were. I mean, good. I mean, it could be God, but probably it's just something to do with their lifestyle. And if I prayed that one day, T-double Timbo, well, it's Timbo in this chat right now, so Timbo one day be a globe earther. And it never happened.
That would be the only thing he
you
actually
can't pray
prayed for.
Yeah, you can't pray for other people for other people to think things. You can't do that.
Well, isn't that the whole point of religion?
Dude, no, we're not doing witchcraft,
You're lost in
okay?
the sauce, man. Yeah. That's
like you say,
controlling other people's minds. Like,
In religion, theoretically, people can do witchcraft on you, right?
what's that? Say that again.
Magic and stuff. I said in religion. I mean, so I don't know if this is your religion, but people can do witchcraft on you, right? Cast a spell on you or something.
A spell only works if you believe it. Yeah.
Only works if you believe it.
You know what? I'll do it. I'll pray for the next 10 years that you become a globe earther, Timbo. So we'll see what happens in 10 years.
Imagine this. Imagine this, Matt. Right? Someone said they put a spell on you, and you said, "What was it?" And then they told you, and then you started believing in that spell. Do you think that spell would work? I guarantee it would.
Not really. No, not really.
Of course it would, because you believe it.
Think about it like this,
Isn't that
though.
kind of
If
against
someone's actually going to put a spell on you, they're not going to let you know and be like, "Yeah, I put a spell on you. By the way, I want you to fail."
Well, then it does. Then you don't believe it because you don't know about it, and then it doesn't work. So it's silly, right?
It depends if like the probability of something's so low, right? So like I said, like
it's put on you by yourself because you'll be in that frame of mind where you think you've got a spell on you, and you'll act every day as if you've got a spell on you. So whatever can go wrong in your life is going to go wrong, and you're going to blame it on the spell. Whereas if you don't believe in that shit, then
it's
you
not
don't
really
even care
real,
enough. Exactly, it's not real.
It depends. It depends because it can actually be real, right? For instance, if I say, like, here's an example, right? I'm going to draw two analogies, right?
So you believe in witchcraft, then?
No, I
Is that what
don't.
you're saying?
This is gonna. It takes form in a real sort of way. So if I questioned your identity with witchcraft, like you are now a woman, huzzah, abracadabra, or whatever, and then that person believes they're a woman, right? I mean, that spell, for all intents and purposes, fucking worked, right? Because it changed their mind. But if I said something like you're gonna grow a third tail, Avada Kedavra, something like that, I don't know. And then they didn't grow a third tail, then obviously it didn't fucking work, right? In the same way, and this is the analogy to what I said earlier. Like if I prayed that you became a globe earther,
no, can't do that.
No, I'll tell you, right? If I prayed that you became a globe earther, I mean, because the probability is so low, you actually became a globe earther. My prayer I would take to be answered, right? Because there's no chance you'd ever become one. So it's like the tail thing, right? And the other one would be like if I prayed, I don't know, that my mum would be cured of cancer miraculously or something. I don't know, and she was cured.
Yeah.
And I believe it.
Then would
Oh
you
man,
believe?
you
Yeah.
I think you can pray on a test that you did good, but what actually matters is you know, what you
Well,
answered on
you're
it.
only
You know
gonna
what I mean?
you're only gonna receive what you need, yeah, not what you want.
You're only gonna receive what you put in, dude, on a test.
No, I'm not talking about the test. I'm talking about I was responding to Jekyll. I wasn't talking about a test.
Why
I'm not. I don't think God's interested in academics.
Yeah, but I need you to become a globe earther, Timbo.
Why? You want me on your side, Jekyll?
Yeah. I mean, we need you, you know?
I'm sure you do. You need me like a hole in the head, mate.
We need you to join the other side, man. Join the truth. For what it's worth.
Take me up in a
I
spaceship
know
and
deep
show me the
down
globe.
inside, Timbo, you know this is the truth, man. I know deep inside you.
No way, man.
Deep inside your corazon, your heart.
Yeah,
You
I looked at this for years before I came a flat earther, man. I denied it and denied it and denied it and kept on looking and looking and looking. And everything told me that this place is flat and exactly the opposite of what they fucking tell us.
Why do
you
you keep
understand with
looking?
that? Everything else would have to be.
What?
Everything else would
I
must be
kept on
bullshit.
looking
Space
because I didn't want to.
is
I
bullshit.
didn't want to be the one that was fooled.
Just go
I
on
said
with your
no.
life.
Yeah, I do go on with my life.
But before
I've
you
got a
did all the
really good
looking.
life. But I've got a really good life still as a flat earther.
But,
Like it didn't
why?
change. Like my life didn't change, but my thoughts about life changed. Right? So I have no matter what you think, I spend a lot of time on here because I have headphones and I'm at work. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I have a really fulfilled life. I don't know if you think that once I became a flat earther, I just hang out on Discord. That would be retarded.
No, I was asking why you started looking in the first place. Was there
Why
anything
did I
missing,
start
or
looking in the first place? Because
yeah?
I saw something, right? And then I started thinking, nah, that's fucking stupid. That's the dumbest shit. Right? And then I started looking around. And then I looked more into it. And then I went 3 days after that, I went surfing, Scott. You understand? I was sitting out on the back of the waves. I saw 10 Ks down the beach.
Mm-hmm.
I went, okay, I'm going to go and check the maths on that. I saw people walking on the beach, you know. I thought, okay, I'm going to say that maybe I'm a meter up in the air over the back of the waves compared to the beach. All right. Went, did the maths. The next time I went back, I saw 18 kilometers. I went, what the fuck is going on here? Right, middle of winter, man. The air temperature was the same as the water temperature. Right? And then I went back and I said, no, can't be. Can't be. Started looking into space and all that stuff. I said, surely they've shown us pictures from space. Right? Went down that rabbit hole. Found out there wasn't any fucking pictures from space. Right? Then it went on and on and on. I said, why the fuck is there no pictures from space? And then I saw the astronauts flying around on fucking acrobats. On acrobat fucking cables. Right? And them disappearing into things. And then them playing around with green screens and blue screens. I thought, why are they fucking faking it if they can just go up there?
Well,
it doesn't make any sense. None of it makes any sense. And then I started doing my own observations. And it turns out that it's flat.
But it seems to me there's something missing in what you said. You said you looked into pictures from space, and
Tell me what's missing.
And it turns out there wasn't any, but there's thousands of pictures from space. Something about
Scott,
you decided to reject them all.
Scott, the original photos from space, where they came from, why were they fooled? Why were they faked?
Well, that's something you've assumed. They're not.
I haven't assumed that.
How do you know
It
that,
is.
Scott? How do you know they're not fake, Scott? You're just asserting they're not. How do you know that?
Because somebody showed you, you saw these photos, and then you read something from somewhere that somebody said they're
I'm
fake.
not fucking stupid, Scott.
It's not an answer.
Right?
But why did you believe they're faked instead of the people who say they're not faked? You made a choice in there somewhere, right? to believe they're faked.
Yeah, when I
Why?
looked into the blue marble, and then I looked into the how they actually came up with that shot from the Apollo missions in the window, and then many things. It's showing a curve and the Earth not curving. That's another one. That's a bit of a fucking stick in the mud, isn't it? Earth doesn't curve, yet they're showing us a ball from outer space.
It seems to me you went into this with the conclusion assumed that the Earth wasn't a ball and you were going to reject
Scott.
everything that showed it was.
2 years I looked, trying to find that photo of space that they got trying to find that photo of space that they claim was the original photo. And then actually saw how they fucking came up with it.
But there are literally thousands of photos from space. Thousands.
There aren't, Scott.
How do you know?
You claim
There
there are
are.
thousands of photos, but
How do
you
you
can't
know?
prove that to me.
But I don't. Why do I have to prove it? But we've seen them, right? You've seen thousands,
Prove
but
it
you're
to
saying they're all
yourself.
fake.
Are they real photos of space?
I don't need to. I'm just wondering why you felt you needed to prove it to yourself.
You've got
What was the motivation?
You got a reference point, right? You got a reference. Don't fucking psychoanalyze me, cunt. Right? You've got a horse, right? Because you've seen a fucking horse before, right?
Yep.
So if someone shows you a picture of a horse, you say, yeah, that's a fucking horse, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've got no reference point of what the Earth looks like from space because you've got nothing to refer it to. Nothing. Not one fucking thing. Yet you say, oh, yeah, well, it must be a picture of space because it's a ball. But you've got no reference point. So you don't know if that's what it's supposed to look like or if it does look like. You've got no reference point at all.
There's lots of things for which I've never seen a giant squid, but I've seen pictures of them, and I believe the people who took the pictures of the giant squid.
Non sequitur, mate. We're talking about the spherical Earth. Don't be a dumb cunt.
It's the same thing. It's whether I have a reference for something.
Scott, because you can go and see a fucking giant squid in the museum, dickhead. Right?
But I haven't.
You've got no reference point. You've got no reference point for the spherical Earth from outer space. Just admit it.
But I don't need one.
You don't have a reference point, do you?
I agree. Why do I need one?
You agree. So how the fuck do you know what it's supposed to look like?
Why do I need one?
To evaluate
because
the image.
You need to... Exactly.
Well, if you don't have one either, how do you know they're false?
I don't need to know they're false. No one's ever seen it from this position. And we measure it to be flat, so how can it be a fucking sphere?
Okay, so we're off the validation of the pictures because you can't know they're false, right? Because you have no reference to compare them against something.
Yeah, exactly. So we've got no reference point to judge what the Earth looks like from outer space. I'm not giving you photos, am I? You're giving us photos.
Yes, but you're saying all the photos we're giving you, you're rejecting.
It's not my claim to say that it's not my claim. I'm not giving you photos from outer space of the flat Earth, am I? You're giving us photos saying, why are they fake? Why are they fake? Why are they real?
If somebody has a photo of something and shows you it, don't you think you should need good reason?
Why are they real? Why are they real?
Do you not think that
I'm
trying to answer your question?
Why are they real, and how do you know they're real?
Because the way I approach the world, if someone tells me they have something, I accept what they say until I have until I have good reason not to believe them.
Some chick walks up to you on the street. She says she's a chick, and then she pulls her pants off. She's got a dick. Yeah, but she told you she was a chick.
That's complete non sequitur, man.
It's non sequitur like you fucking giant squid, you stupid cunt.
There are thousands of pictures from space. Why are you rejecting them all?
They're not. How do you know they're real?
Because the people who took them said they were, and I have no reason to doubt them.
Yeah, there you go. Just like the fucking tranny that you picked up down the street. She said she was a woman.
Yeah, if you reject the photos from space, you're transphobic.
Wow, that's a reach.
That's funny. If you reject... What is it? You reject space, you're transphobic?
By Scott's logic, yes.
I don't think that would be Scott's logic because he's not telling you to... Wait. I'm confused.
But I've seen a 30-minute video, uncut, of people in the ISS floating around, just floating. This would not be possible to make.
Whoopity doo, Scott.
There you go. Just reject it for no good reason. Good job, Alpha.
Isn't Rachel Maddow on right now?
Yeah, I know you want to get rid of me, man. Hey, just go get Cortical. I'll go.
He comes in at will. I can't
Yeah,
force it, but
I
yeah.
know. I'll be
Sometimes
gone.
I wish I could force him to
Yeah, I'll
come
be
in.
gone lickety split as soon as he shows up. So, but anyways, I'll mute up anyways. I've asked the questions I need to ask. So.
What do we got left, Indio? Oh, he's AFK.
Oh, it's already over. I think it's
You
ironic
back?
that. Yeah, I think it's ironic that Scott accused Timbo of what he's doing.
Wait, what did I accuse him of doing?
You accused him of reaching a pre-drawn conclusion that the Earth was flat, and looked for evidence for that, which is actually what you're doing.
No, it's not though.
You already admitted it
How do I admit it?
when you
What did I
said
say?
that you believe the people that say this is a picture from space.
Until what?
So you believe them,
Until
right?
what do I believe people until?
You didn't say until.
Oh, I did. I definitely did.
No, you said the giant squid, right? Picture of a
I
giant
said
squid, and you just
I
believe
said
them.
I believe people until there's a good reason not to.
That's not true, and you know it.
No, it is true, and I do know it.
Okay, the Earth is flat. You have no good reason not to
I
believe that.
have lots of good reasons to reject that. First of all, my
Oh
own
yeah,
eyes.
the picture is based on other people you believe that you don't have any other good reason not to believe them. So yeah, you're doing the same thing you.
He's gonna appeal to his. He's gonna appeal to his incredulity. That's
So
it.
it's now my word against their word, right?
Whose word?
The people that claim to take pictures from space.
Do you have good reason to think they didn't?
It's not how it works, Scott.
That's what I said. I believe them until there's good reason not to believe them. You give me
Type
some
it in
good
now,
reasons.
Mackie. Scott Mackie,
Hey,
type
Merle.
in planet Earth from in your Google Images. Look at what comes up. Tell me which one's the real one.
I have no need to do that.
Oh, you might be surprised. You'll see a lot of cartoons, images of planet Earth come up.
Maybe.
To be fair, India, we can't believe that you went to outer space because there's no rocket powerful enough to carry your fat ass up there.
Oh, jeez.
Fat ass.
I shouldn't laugh.
My ass ain't never been fat. Someday. So I'm sure you've seen that 70s video of Bigfoot, Scott. Do you have any good reason not to believe them? Never seen a Bigfoot before.
Yeah, I have lots of good reason not to believe them. Exactly. Yeah, never seen a Bigfoot before. There's no evidence of them. There's no evidence whatsoever. There's one picture of it, and there's no scat. There's no hair. There's no remnant. There's no bones. There's nothing.
Awesome.
That's good reason.
Pictures aren't good enough.
No, more than one. If there were dozens of pictures, if Attenborough, followed around a Bigfoot for a while and told me about its mating and hunting habits and all the things that it does, yeah, I'd start to believe. I'd believe in Bigfoot, no problem.
I'm sure you'd believe in the Bigfoot if it was a picture from fucking space of Bigfoot.
No, I wouldn't. No, that'd be stupid.
Actually, you know what? Allow me, and you once again. Allow me. So
hold on, Corey. You caught Bigfoot on the fucking Himalaya. Be like, yeah, fucking proof of Bigfoot finally.
yeah, I'm sure statistically, there's more people have seen Bigfoot than people went to space. So you should believe that Bigfoot exists, man. It's weird that you go the opposite way.
That's just not true.
Yeah, actually.
No, not actually.
It's not true. So what's your evidence?
Who's seen Bigfoot?
You don't think more than 600 people have seen Bigfoot?
No, I don't.
Wow.
Okay.
Fucking wow. Well, how about just in the year 2010, 10,000 reports of people seeing flying saucers. Just in the United States.
But there's a difference between somebody gets in a rocket ship and goes up to space, orbits the Earth a couple thousand times, comes back a month later and tells us about it, and someone who thinks they saw some light in the sky. That's a pretty big difference in accounts.
There's people like Travis Walton that think they got sucked up by aliens and hung out with them for years.
Okay, so you got one crazy person, yeah.
Well, not just one crazy person. There's a lot of people claim alien abductions, man.
Uh-huh.
People that have seen ghosts, people that have seen demons, people that have been possessed, all sorts of shit.
There are a lot of people who've seen demons, yep, and ghosts. I agree with that. Yet somehow in this age of cameras everywhere, we have pictures of planes crashing into streets, suburban streets. We have pictures of lightning strikes. Not a single picture of a ghost or a demon. Not one. Amazing.
Well, they're immaterial. How could they ever be photographed?
Well, then how did people see them?
It's a good question.
Yeah,
right.
so in the side chat for you.
Seeing them with their eyes.
Well, maybe they're just imagining them and they're delusional.
You mean like pictures from space?
Yeah. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Cole Murray.
So in the chat, man, side chat, according to this search, more than 10,000 people have reported seeing Bigfoot. The same thing, Bigfoot. We know what is Bigfoot,
Uh-huh.
And I'm sure there is no 10,000 astronauts. Yeah.
Well, that's true. How do we know these 10,000 people all claim? Where are you seeing this? Where'd you look it up? I need to look it up myself.
Apparently
yeah, go.
Wikipedia.
Wikipedia. It's like only in the US.
Well, Bigfoot's only in the US, right? I mean.
Sorry, say again, you?
No, because they have a different name for it in other places, right? So they call it Yeti, Sasquatch, all that type of shit. So if you're in Canada, it's Sasquatch. Or if you're in fucking China, it's Yeti.
Somehow this thing doesn't eat or shit. Yeah.
Yeah, somehow the globe that pictures of space doesn't curve.
Yeah, somehow Earth doesn't.
Amazing how you always run away
atmosphere
from
doesn't
simple.
disappear into a vacuum. Yeah, it's interesting.
Well, gravity. That's an easy one, man.
Yeah, well, Yetis don't have bowels. They don't need them. It's pretty straightforward.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They're like
so
sharks.
some living creature is unlike every other living creature on Earth, yeah.
Oh, sharks excrete through their skin, right?
Oh, no, do they? I have no idea.
Yeah, they do. That's why people don't eat sharks. It's like one type of shark people will eat because it doesn't excrete through its skin.
I'll have to look that one up. I had no idea sharks didn't shit.
Well, I
I know
mean,
some
they
animals
do.
throw things up. They don't have anuses like a Gila monster, right? They just puke things back up, right?
Is it jellyfish shit? And is it jelly?
Yeah, I don't know.
You're a jellyfish. How would you even tell you have diarrhea?
I'm not sure it would be a concern.
Yeah, so I'm sure, Scott, I'm very sure that by bringing the statistics on who have about the like the reports of people going to space, or like those like alleged witnesses or people who have done it, and those who have actually seen and reported Bigfoot. Yeah, I destroyed you, man.
Oh, I feel destroyed. I don't know how I will sleep tonight or the next night even, man. I'm done. You got me. You won something tonight. What do you think you won though?
Okay, welcome to the welcome to the Bigfoot world, man.
Yeah, but you don't believe in Bigfoot either, so. But so what do you think you accomplished tonight by destroying me on Bigfoot?
Well, there is actually a good reason for why you believe in space and not Bigfoot, right? Do you want to hear what it is?
And once he asked me a question. He
I
asked me a
did.
question. So what I have
Okay, go on.
achieved, I have showed you that you are not consistent, man.
No, you didn't do that, but
Yeah, over 10,000 reports of Bigfoot only in the US, man. And yeah, there
and
is
how many
less than
pictures?
1,000 astronauts in the world, man. And you are willing to believe those like clowns than those people who have seen Bigfoot. Like,
Yeah, I will
at least
believe the person.
be
I will believe the
consistent, man.
person who got into a rocket ship and orbited the Earth a couple thousand times and came down a few months later. I'll believe that they actually did the thing they say, rather than someone who thinks they saw something off in the distance in the woods. Yeah, I'm strange that way.
Okay, here's the comparison. So someone
I just made the
walking in
comparison.
nature
I need to make
saw
another one.
something. Okay, they they identified it as like, yeah, well, yeah, that's Bigfoot, man. I just saw Bigfoot, and he reports it, right? And someone else who have like reached somewhere where no one have access to that somewhere at all. It's like a very private club for some like liars, clowns, right? And you are willing to believe those like
Why are you
clowns
assuming
and
they're
liars
liars? Why are you assuming they're
the people who
liars?
are waking, instead of the people who are actually walking in nature or maybe doing something in their backyard, and suddenly, you know what, Bigfoot.
Why are you assuming they're liars and clowns?
Not an assumption.
It is assumption. Just made it. He says they're
Don
liars and
Pettit
I'm
clowns.
not
certainly a
assuming.
liar, and I can prove NASA lies about shit.
Can you prove that these astronauts, the ones we're talking about, are lying about shit?
Well, at least Don Pettit, yeah.
So you're telling me the people who went up in the ISS, or the people before that went up in the space shuttle, and the people before that who went to the moon, are all lying? You can prove they're lying?
Well, I mean, one of them says well, yeah, because if you ask them if they've seen stars, you don't get a straight answer. And Chris Hadfield said the Earth looks flat and beautiful from outer space. So I don't know what really, like, what's the deal there? Is he lying about that? Like, is he lying when he says it looks flat and beautiful? And all the other ones are lying when they say they see a curved Earth? Heard cosmonauts say that when they re-entered the frickin' Earth from the ISS on the Soyuz capsule, that as they got closer to the Earth, they could feel gravity kicking in, which is
When they did
absolute
what?
when they were returning to Earth.
Well, you don't
In a
believe they did that, so why use it as an argument?
Well, I mean, I'm using it's not an argument. It's that this is another person that was claimed to be on the ISS. It's lying, right? He said that he could feel gravity kicking in. Well, guess what? When you're when you're falling in free fall, you can't feel gravity kick in.
Well, should have got a story straight, huh?
Should have.
I've been told I got to be quiet by my daughter.
Oh, okay. Better.
And instead of whispering like Eli, I'll mute.
I'm gonna say one more thing about evolution. I've never understood why people want to defend that freaking fairy tale. What even motivates someone to like, I'm gonna defend this bullshit.
I believe that the answer of that question is religious. There's consequences for
Yeah,
things,
I know.
in the world.
I know the answer. The thing is, the people that are defending evolution, I wonder if they know the answer. Because there's no like was said when it started off. It's not demonstrated experimentally. It was admitted. So then, like, how is it truth? If you can't even do the experiment to determine whether it's true or not. That you're just like inferring shit. And then there's a whole bunch of shit we didn't bring up, right? So we didn't bring up the proteins forming by chance, the amount of space, the possible mutations, right? The possible amount of genetic changes versus the amount of time. So even if you did all these crazy genetic changes and we had rapid mutation, we can tell how much mutations there's been in any particular time period by looking at current living organisms and watching the changes in their genetic code, and there just ain't enough time. There's not even close to enough time. There's something like you would need like the age of the universe times like a trillion, and that might not even be enough time. So there's so many problems with it. I just don't know why anybody would even want to defend it. I mean, even if I was an atheist, I wouldn't want that to be true. I mean, why do you want your creation story to be like, yeah, lightning hit fucking a pond of black goo of random fucking chemicals, and they became eventually fucking human beings that make Nike sneakers and Chinese sweatshops.
Now you're talking about what you want to be true. That's kind of retarded, right?
No, you're taking it the wrong way. I mean, y'all look for evidence to support evolution, which is contrary to the scientific method. You're trying to falsify it, but you guys don't want to falsify it. You don't even want to. You want it to be true. That's the fucked up part. I don't understand that part. Every scientist that comes up with a scientific theory should be like, I don't want this to be true. I'm going to prove it wrong.
So the Earth is a sphere. What do you think about that, Mike? I know you're awake.
It's a room with nothing but muted mics. Unless I'm missing something.
Oh, do you think the Earth is a globe?
What? What?
Do you think the Earth's a globe?
I don't know what that means.
A sphere? Do you think the Earth's a sphere?
No.
You don't? Okay, welcome to Flat Earth.
Thanks. What are what are we talking about in here? Why is we're talking about flat Earth, right?
Yeah, Flat Earth, yeah. I'm a Flat Earther. The main Flat Earther in this room, I guess.
Oh. And how did you come to think that what the hell is that? How did you come to think that the Earth was flat?
Observations. The observations of the Earth weren't matching what the globe tells us it should do.
What observations specifically?
Objects over a distance, over water.
What? I don't understand. What about objects at a distance?
So, what would the drop over distance be if you were looking on a ball? What do you reckon it would be?
I have no idea. What would it be?
It would be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And when you look out in a distance, you see further than that. You see miles and miles further than that, which goes against the globe geometry, globe-tard geometry.
Jesus. How did you calculate that? Where was it? Where do those numbers come from?
Have you ever heard of the black swan?
No.
Okay, someone post a black swan in the side chat. Chop, chop, come on. Don't make me do it. Not you. Okay, so if you look at the side chat, there's a modus tollens, right? You know what a modus tollens is?
No. I actually can't look at. I'm in the Xbox right now, so I can't look at anything.
All right, okay. Well, here we go. I'll just read it to you, right? So there's two platforms. There's two platforms. One is 6.21 miles away. The other is 9.5
9.5 miles away. Platform Hill House and Platform Habitat. These are known distances, okay? And the argument goes, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And because not Q, right? So you can see further than that. Therefore, not P. The Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3,959.
Okay. I didn't understand any of that, but okay, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
So
That's
well, what
interesting.
reasons do you think the Earth's a globe?
Oh, well, because that seems to be the consensus.
You know what we call consensus?
Mm-hmm.
An informal logical fallacy, appealing to consensus, right? We don't use appeal to consensus to establish anything.
Well, I'm not appealing. No, I'm not appealing to consensus. I'm just telling you why I think the Earth is a globe.
But that doesn't make it true, does it?
No.
You got any more concrete reasons besides just what other people tell you?
No, not really. It's pretty much the same reason that I accept, any specialized subject. That I don't usually do my own, like, what would you say, sort of layperson's thing with anything really that I'm not like specialized.
So what would you? So would you say that if you could see further than what the radius of the Earth tells us, we should be able to see? It can't be that radius.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, why not necessarily?
There could be, I don't know, to be, but like light bound. I don't know. There could be any number of.
There could be light. Yeah, there could be light, but what does that have to do with anything?
No. I'm saying there could be. I don't know. There could be hitherto unknown factors in why things appear to be closer or farther that I just don't know about.
Yeah. Well, do you think that this should be something you should investigate? Because as far as I can tell, you're just saying, well, I think it's a globe because other people tell me the observations don't match the globe, and when they don't match the globe, instead of actually engaging with it, you're just going to say, well, could be some other reason. Doesn't sound very convincing, does it?
Well, that was just an answer to your question. Is that not necessarily, because there could be other reasons that I'm not privy to. I don't know.
But it's good evidence to support that the Earth is not, in fact, a sphere of 3,959, right?
Sorry, say that again?
It should be a good argument for why the Earth is not a ball with a radius of 3,959, right?
Should there be a good argument for why the Earth is not that radius? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm saying that is a good argument for why it is not a radius of 3,959, right?
Oh, it could be. I don't know. I have at this.
So far, all you have, right? On the one side, you have that. So far, this is what we have in your knowledge base. We have people told me it's ball versus on the other side you have the observations of ball don't match with the radius of the Earth.
I have you telling me.
Which one do you think is more concrete than the other? What people told you, or what the radius is?
Well, so far I only have people telling me things. Like you're telling me what you've told me, and then the general consensus of everybody else is telling me a different thing. But I have no way of evaluating it.
But what do they tell you? Why do they tell you it's a ball? What's the reasons for it?
Well, I don't know, dude. I haven't been in school in like 30 years. I have no, and I dropped out of school in the 9th grade. I have no idea.
Well, so there you have it then. Like you don't even know why they even tell you it's a ball, but you know a good reason for why it's not a ball.
Yeah, but no, that's true. But I don't know. I don't understand how my toaster works. Like that's just not. I don't usually.
But on the balance of evidence that you have right now, you shouldn't. I mean, why are you sticking to the ball?
Well, because of the consensus. Like, I don't think that people just kind of make up batshit things that are just random. Like, what would be the what would be the point of like all of these different disciplines saying that the Earth is round, just even though it's flat? What?
Wait, what did you say? Sorry, I was typing something.
No, that's okay.
But did you say anything? What did you say?
Oh no, I said because of the consensus. Like, what would be the point of every? Why would every single discipline seem to indicate that the Earth is round when in fact it's flat? Why wouldn't they just say it's flat if they knew it's flat? Or
You know, throughout history, disciplines have been wrong most of the time. You know, almost always historically wrong. You know. Why would you think that our current day would be any different? Why do you think it would always... Now it's correct. Now we understand everything.
Well, because let's say that every discipline that could possibly speak on this subject tomorrow went, oh, fuck, we were absolutely wrong, the Earth is flat. Well, then I could make the same case, right? Well, everybody's always been wrong, so it can't be flat, it's got to be round.
Yeah.
Like,
well, do you think people can be mistaken?
Yeah, of course.
Do you think disciplines can be mistaken?
Sure.
So why is that a good reason to think anything?
Because right now, the sources that we go to verify these things point in a certain direction.
Can you? Yeah, but without appealing to what other people think, because we've got to think about what we have right now, right? You have people who think something, and that's making you think something, versus actual observation.
But I don't.
You're going for what people think, you know.
But I don't do actual observation. Like, if somebody's designing a car, I don't know anything about engineering. Like, I wouldn't do this for any other subject. Why would I do it with this? With the shape, something as absolutely trivial as the shape of the Earth.
They've corrupted your mind.
Who's they?
Gabriel. The people who want you to think as they do, like the people who the shepherds. You're the sheep and they're your shepherds. This is what you'll have to think today, Gabriel. Okay, good boy for thinking this, right? And your head gets patted and you go on your merry way.
No, I just don't have a phobia about that. I'm not afraid of being fooled by they. That's not a thing that's a part of my thing. Like I said, I approach the subject of the shape of the Earth the way I approach just about anything in my normal life that I'm not a specialist in. I'm not saying that you should do that. I'm just telling you what I think. It's just that the shape of the Earth has never been anything that I've even given a second thought about, or a first one.
Well, let's give it a thought. How about that?
Sure.
So
but I have no way of evaluating what you're telling me. That's the problem. I don't know anything about all that stuff you said, like with all that math and stuff. I have no idea what that is.
Okay. Well, if you're just going to appeal to the idea that, well, you know, maybe someone will tell you something else different, but the actual observation itself seems fine on first glance. I mean, does it seem fine on first glance? I mean, that's what the globe tells us, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You can look at a globe calculator, that's what it'll tell you. Any problem with that?
If you say so, sure. If that's
what
sure.
globe calculator, you can look them up. You can look up globe calculators, that's what it'll tell you. You know?
That's fine.
So, the radius, do you think that if we were living on a geometric shape, and we knew the radius, we would know what the drop over distance would be? Does that make sense? You would know, wouldn't you? Because it's geometry.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
And you watch something that doesn't correspond to that radius, do you think that would imply the radius is not correct?
Yeah, that could imply that, sure.
Yeah. And then you think the question becomes, why are they telling us that this Earth is this radius when no observation corresponds to that?
Sure, and at that point, my thought process is either the professional people in these institutions that do this are either lying, or they're stupid, or they know something that I don't. And the chances are, I'm going to put my money on they know something that I don't.
Okay. Why would you put your money on that rather than they're lying or mistaken?
Because they've dedicated their lives to these disciplines.
So if I was a flat earther and I dedicated my life to this discourse, would you say that I have any credibility?
If you were so far away from the rest of the field No. Well,
Okay.
it's not that you wouldn't have any credibility. You would just be a fringe.
So you have to be in conformity, and you have to dedicate your life to the field. So you have to agree with what. So when Einstein came along with E equals MC squared, and people were like, "Oh, I don't know about this," right? You would say, well, you would have been a Newtonian at the time. You would have said, we'll stick with Newton because what you're saying is not in accordance with the rest of the field.
Yeah, until the field moved and there were more than just that one person saying it. Yeah, absolutely, I would have been a Newtonian until.
So it's just
Sure.
So it's just the amount of people who think it. That's what you care about.
No,
At the end of the
it's not
day,
the amount of no, it's not the amount of people who think it. It's the amount of people in that field who are convinced based on the evidence in the case that he was making and replicated it and changed their minds. That's very convincing.
Yeah. So it's just sheep mind, right? Where you just agree with whatever the herd says, right?
Well, but it's not a herd. They're professionals. They're and they're.
Yeah, and I'm a professional flat earther. Now what?
Yeah, but we're back. But then we're right back to
the fact that you're a sheep. Yeah.
If that's what you think, that's fine. But what we're actually back to is that you would be a fringe part of that institution, and I'm saying. Normally, I go by when the rest of the field starts to be convinced, then I take that. Then that would be very convincing to me. That would mean that people were counterintuitively
sheep. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. Because as far as we've got what we've gone through today, right? You said, well, people tell you this, and I thought, okay, well, let's try something a bit more concrete and observation, and we laid out a nice thought pattern for why you would think that the Earth is not a globe of 3959. And you say there's three options. There's lies, there's being mistaken, and then there's they know something you don't know, right?
Right.
So actually, it could be a part of the first two, but
it
doesn't really matter. You picked that one, so it's obviously you just want to go with the trust sort of thing. And then we go into the idea of why would you pick these people's idea that they know something that you don't know? Well, they dedicated their whole life to the field. Well, I'm a flat earther. I've dedicated my entire life to flat earth. But then it becomes back to the problem of, most people think this, so I'll just go along with it. No, it's no way to think, is it?
Well, no, it's not that. It's going to take more than a guy that has one view to change my mind.
But it's no way to think, is it? It's not reasonable.
No, I think that's a really good way to think that it's that just one person saying something versus an entire field. No, I think that's a perfectly good way to think. Why should just a guy saying something convince me any more than?
Why should most people thinking something dictate how you think? I mean, nobody operates in that way for most things.
No, we do. We all do. But because it's not just some people. It's not just random people think the Earth is a globe. It's these professionals that have demonstrated to the satisfaction of the field and convinced most people, if not all people. I don't know if there's any flat Earth like physicists or anything. There might be, but that have convinced most people in the field based on their evidence that that's the case.
What evidence?
Whatever the evidence is that they're looking
exactly.
at.
You couldn't even point to one reason that the Earth's a sphere. One. Any.
No, I can't. No, you're right. I can't. But again, I'm going to go back to I don't understand.
That's what you're going to go back to.
No,
that's what you're going to do.
I don't understand how if I don't understand how my toaster works, but I know it makes my toast is then yeah, sure.
You could probably figure out some things about the toast, what the toaster, why it toasts your food. You know that heat is toasting your bread, right? You don't need there are parts that you'll figure out. Maybe the engineering of what the exact how does the heat come through. You might not know, right? I don't know.
Sure.
But but you know the basic sort of things about toasters,
I know that
right?
Somehow it's heating it up.
Not just somehow. You know that heat's coming from it. Electricity is generating heat, and heat is toasting your bread. You know basic stuff about it, right? You might not know the engineering of a toaster, but you know that's basically what's going on. Sure. With a globe, you can't even tell me a reason for why the Earth's a globe. But you can tell me what other people that you know think the Earth's a globe, right? But you can't tell me why they think that. You can just tell me that they think that. Does that sound reasonable to go along with what they say? I would say you'd have to be agnostic on such matters, right? But you clearly have a position
about that. Well, why would you be agnostic about that? Why wouldn't you?
Because you don't know the reasons If we're going to be a real critical thinkers here, we're going to base what we understand and know from reason, and you're just basing it off what other people think is true. I don't think that's any way to think.
Well, that's because I think we only tend to do the sort of critical thinking you're talking about when we have a subject that we think is important. And frankly, like, I have absolutely no idea how nuclear fission reactors work, but I accept that they're somehow dividing atoms, or they're doing something.
Yeah, so you know things, so you know reasons, right? You know reasons for why it works, right? Splitting atoms, general theory, right? You know it comes from.
I don't know any of that general theory. I know it's somehow atoms are involved. I don't even actually.
I mean, better than nothing. I mean, you don't even know the beginning stages of why you think the Earth's a globe. At least you know, like, atoms are involved in nuclear power, but you can't even tell me where any sort of idea comes from the globe, any at all. So it's just a belief. It's faith. It's religion. Well, you have a religious belief in the globe.
Well, it's not religion because there's no theology involved, but of course there is. It is what theology is involved in the shape of the Earth.
Oh, let's correspond it to what you'd imagine religion. You have your high priest, you have your scientists, right? Your high priests. They tell you they tell you the doctrine in Latin or science you speak, to the point where you can't understand what they're saying. And you think, well, they must be onto something there, right? And you go along with it. They give you a holy book, and that's a GCSE or A-level textbook, right? Which you probably haven't read because it's in a foreign language to you. You don't understand it. And then you say, well, I'm too stupid for all of this. I'll just go along with what they say, right? And then you get to this point where you just say, well, they say so.
Sure. So it's even worse than that because I'm a high school dropout, so I don't even know what that textbook is.
Exactly. You didn't even get a chance to read it in science you speak, right? So it's not even good, right? In that respect, you know.
Yeah, no.
But you see how it corresponds to religion.
No, not at all, because religion has to do with gods. There are no gods.
Your god is the sphere, right? They're telling you about the sphere, right?
No, but that's not a god.
Oh, our blessed sphere. He rotates 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Blessed be his name.
Do you think that? Wait, are you joking? Right? You don't really think that's how people feel about the shape of the Earth?
Of course, that's exactly how you're explaining it. You're explaining it that these priests are telling you about your god, the spherical Earth. I don't know how he exists or what he is, but I know he exists. You know, that's what you're telling me.
Okay, so we're at cross purposes here because I am actually religious, and I can tell you that my religion is nothing like my accepting what seems to be the consensus that the Earth is round.
Well, it might not be forward consciousness. It might be in the back of your mind, but the ball's always there. It's lingering in your mind to the point where, you know, you accept it blindly.
It's
faith.
It's an absolutely trivial notion. The shape of the Earth is an absolutely trivial notion.
God's existence might be trivial to you as well. Of course he exists, right? Of course the ball exists.
No, well, God's different. I converted to Christianity. That
of course God exists. Of course the ball exists.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Of course God exists.
Obvious. And heresy if you speak out otherwise.
Well, it's not obvious. I mean, there has to be a whole bunch of different observations involved. I mean,
speaking of what's not obvious, when you stand outside and you look around, do you observe ball?
Do I observe ball? What do you mean?
You know, you look left, right, up, down. Are you observing ball anywhere? Turn around, do a whole 360. Any balls, except for the ones between your legs.
I don't currently see any balls. No.
No. So, I mean, at the baseline, your assumption is flat, right? That's the only thing you observe, right?
The baseline assumption is flat. Oh, you mean that the area around me appears flat?
Yes. Well, anywhere you go, you can go a few miles one way, a few miles the other way. I mean, a few miles up, a few miles down. Doesn't matter. Anywhere on the surface of Earth, you're going to see flat, right?
Well, like, unless I'm going over the hill or something. Sure.
Oh, yeah, besides hills, you know, like, you know. So that's your baseline observation, right? And you can't tell me one observation that would make you think, aha, but ball.
Oh, me personally? No, anywhere. No, when I'm walking around.
Yeah, it's a religion. You don't observe it anywhere in your reality, but yeah, it's real.
Yes, accepting something counterintuitive based on the opinions of a specialized field is nothing like a religion. And I think you're trying to use religion.
Theology is a
pejorative.
specialized field.
Yes, it is. That's absolutely true. That doesn't mean
we're specializing theology into ball, right? Your God ball.
No, just
right?
because
our ball, who art thou in heaven, hallowed be thy name. And that's all I'm hearing from you.
So how are you hearing that from me? This is such a
because all you're saying is your priest told you.
Oh, but my priest didn't tell me. I dropped out of high school. I don't even know which scientific discipline is.
Oh, let's try this one. Let's try this one. Maybe we'll use some just basic logic. Is water flat?
Sure.
Yeah, when you pour a glass of water, horizontal, right? Perfectly horizontal. You use it to build buildings, for instance, right? Now, imagine you have a whole earth full of water, horizontal. You know, what's happening there?
What do you mean?
Horizontal water on a curved surface. What happens to horizontal water on a curved surface?
I have no idea. Talk to me like I'm 3.
Well, imagine a stream of water, right? You have it going downhill, right? Water will trickle down, right?
Okay, sure.
And water always tries to find its level. That is horizontal, right?
Oh, if you say so, okay.
Yeah, well, you poured a glass of water, I assume. You don't have to go that far into science to know that you can pour a glass of water and it's horizontal. It finds its level. You tip it a little bit, tip it the other way. It'll still be level, right?
Sure, let's say beer.
You use water levels to build things with, so to find if it's horizontal, yeah? Establish a horizontal. Water's horizontal,
sure,
yeah? Now imagine a whole earth of a curved earth with with water that finds horizontal. What happens to the water?
Well, it wouldn't be horizontal on a curve.
Or maybe the earth isn't curved. See, when I put you had 2 options there, or the earth isn't curved, or the water's not horizontal, and you went with Our Father, who art thou in globe, hallowed be thy name. Right? You couldn't think of anything else outside of that, really.
Hold on a second. You said what would happen to water on a curved earth? You said what would happen to horizontal water on a curved
it would flow from high to low, right?
We were assuming a curved earth, and I'm saying it wouldn't be horizontal on a curved earth.
Well, water will always find its level, but it would flow from high to low, right? It would go from the high point to the low point, yeah?
Not on a curved earth. There would, if a curved earth in space, there wouldn't be any such thing as high or low. What do you mean?
Well, I don't know what you mean by that. Do you have any sense of higher or lower? When you look over to the distance, is the Earth curving away from you, down?
Oh, when I look at the distance, probably not.
So, does it curve up or does it curve down? Is there a hump or a drop?
You lost me. I have no idea.
Well, look, you accept water's horizontal. You accept the ball. Water can't conform to ball. Has to be horizontal. Always finds its level. Always.
Well, why can't water conform to ball?
Well, because it always finds its level. It's always seeking horizontal, right?
I don't think that's right.
All over the earth, horizontal water. Sounds planar to me. I don't know about you.
It sounds that way, but the idea is that
your priests are globe, who art thou in heaven, right? That's what you're going to say to me, isn't it?
Well, I mean, right now you're a priest trying to proselytize to me about the flat.
I'm giving you reasons. I'm giving you reasons.
Well, I'm saying that the idea is that gravity pulls the water in around the Earth, and that the water is curved to the Earth because of gravity.
Oh, gravity. Oh, can you verify gravity for me?
No.
Yeah, can you verify it for me?
I told you 20 minutes ago that I dropped out of school in 9th grade. No,
I understand. Our globe, who art thou in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
No. You asked. No.
Globe come, thy will be done.
Yeah, except I began that sentence by saying the idea is that gravity would pull the water in the shape of the
What's
Earth.
gravity?
Yeah.
What is it?
I'm trying to think. So gravity is the fuck, dude.
Yeah. Crazy. I mean, look, it almost sounds like a religion, you know?
How can it be a religion when I have no idea what the fuck either you or the people that are talking about the gravity and shit are talking about? How could that be a religion?
I mean, you're following almost everything what I'm saying, and then, you know, but then you think, oh, I know. Well, let me think of my buzzword checklist. Oh, gravity. Aha. You know, I've got it.
I don't have
right?
a buzzword checklist. What are you talking about? I've never talked about this before.
Indoctrinated, dude. You're indoctrinated.
By what?
By your belief in your faith in the globe.
Okay, okay, that's fine. Fine. I have no. Again, I don't know how somebody can be indoctrinated by something that they dropped out of and never thought of again for the rest of their lives.
I mean, you continued to believe it for the rest of your life, didn't you?
Well, it's not a belief. I accept the conclusions of researchers. Like I could accept I accept the general conclusion, just like I do with everything else that I don't.
You accept the conclusion that is Earth's a ball, space exists. You can go to the moon. All right, all those things.
Wait, what? You don't think we?
Earth's a ball. You can go to space.
We
can go to the moon.
Space?
We have pictures. You know, there's pictures of Bigfoot. Do you think he's real?
I mean, it's possible. I haven't seen any convincing pictures of Bigfoot. No. What? But wait a minute.
What's a convincing picture?
What?
What's a convincing picture?
Well, I don't think a picture could convince me that Bigfoot exists.
But a picture can convince you that there's a thing called space. And the Earth's a ball.
No. So not a picture. I told you earlier what convinces me. It's that same thing when it comes to space.
Yeah, well, I know what convinces you about pictures. If you already want to believe that it's true, then it's a real picture. If you don't, then it's not real. That's how pictures work.
Why would I want to believe it that the Earth is round?
I don't know. You spent about 30 minutes defending it, so curious, isn't it?
No, I spent 30 minutes telling you why a guy.
It's not really a defense. It's more of like just telling me that the Earth's a ball over and over again.
Yeah, pretty much. So I spent 30 minutes telling you why a guy on Discord isn't going to change my mind about what the entire.
So I could present you with. There's no amount of evidence I could present you with in this conversation that would ever make you think maybe the Earth's not a ball.
Well, so in fairness to you,
we've gone over the black swan. We've gone over water.
Sure.
We've gone over images. Right.
Sure. So in fairness to you. You can't really present me evidence right now because I can't look at a screen, and this is a longer conversation that would have to be. So in fairness to what you're saying, this isn't the kind of conversation, if I really got into it, that would have the chance of doing that anyway. I was just curious why people think. So wait a second. So you don't think that you don't think that there's a space. What do you think space actually is that they're saying is space, but it's not?
Well, what do you mean? What it is? I mean, it's just more atmosphere. I don't know, or atmos as we call it in flat Earth, or a Freudian slip. You got to imagine the world like the Earth is the floor, right, of the universe, right, and then above us are things we can't really know what they are because we can't go there. You know, stars, wandering stars, and so on, the moon, whatever. You can't go there because gas pressure requires a container. So everything up there, I mean, that's just the ceiling, let's say, right? And we're on the floor.
Okay. But what is the moon? What do you think the moon is?
I don't know. What do you think the moon is?
I think it's a big rock in space.
You're going to tell me because other people told you that?
Yeah, let me talk to him real quick, Jekyll, for a moment.
I'm done.
Go for it.
All right, yeah,
Well
you
played,
probably
Kendall,
need to
by
take
the way.
a hot
That's
shower
right.
and scrub yourself down, huh? Anyway, so the guy's in here right now. He's asking questions. What's the moon? So, how do we know what the moon is, sir? You and me.
How do we know what the moon? Well, I don't know how. So astronomers know what the moon is by whatever it is they do in their field. I don't know.
So basically, everything you've been saying to Jekyll is all things that you say. You trust other people and what their knowledge is on the subject, right?
Institutions, yes.
Well, institutions are made up by individuals who go there. Is it not?
Yeah,
true?
but I don't just trust random people. I trust the conclusions of research, basically.
Okay, so what research? Because it sounds like you think there is research. Well, what research is there to back up what they know the moon is?
I have no idea.
Okay, so really you don't know if there's any research. So what we're finding out is in every turn you just think that there's something been done to know the information that you have right now.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, let's go a little step into what you think. What do you think the moon is?
I think it's a big rock in space.
Okay, what kind of rock?
I don't know what types of rocks there are off the top of my head. I couldn't name a single type of rock at all, even a terrestrial rock off the top of my head. So I have no idea.
So how do you feel just thinking about all these things that are mysteries to you, but you think somebody else figured them out?
Yeah.
Right. So how do you feel about that? Are you pretty comfortable in the knowledge that you have right now so far, that you just trust everyone for saying whatever they say and you just go based on that?
Yeah, so I'm gonna be, and to be completely fair to you guys, I'm gonna completely level with you. This is not a subject that I am really and I'm not talking about flat Earth. I'm talking about like astronomy, the shape of the Earth, science, any of that stuff. That simply isn't something that I'm interested in. It's not something that I don't have a dog in this fight at all. I just found
That's okay.
Yeah, no, I just find it fascinating.
You find it interesting. People are talking about the subject,
Right,
and
exactly.
you don't
So
know
I'm not
why.
trying to be exactly. So I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm not trying to be contrary. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I know. I know, and I get that. I get that certain vibe off of people, and I don't detect that that's what your goal is here.
Good.
So yeah, it's pretty. There's no radar that's pinging and saying, "Oh, this guy's a troll." But
No, and that's exactly. I'm glad you said that. I was worried that people would think that. No, I'm not. There's
Don't worry
no
about
heat.
it. Genuine, yeah, absolutely zero. Genuine curiosity needs to be given the chance to know what we are and what we think and all that kind of stuff. So,
sure.
I would say this: if you have any questions about anything that you want to know, I'll go ahead and give you the floor to ask any questions, and then I'll respond directly to anything that you ask.
So the thing that I'm really curious about is, and please don't take this question the wrong way. I mean it literally word for word. Why?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why do you? Yeah. So why do you guys? I mean, the flat Earth community seems to be growing online and in the world in general as an idea. Why does the shape of the Earth? Why is the shape of the Earth something that's important to you? And I ask that because I've never given it a second thought or a first one. Why is that question in particular important to you guys?
Right. Well, it shapes our worldview. Our epistemology of our worldview shapes the way we think about life and everything in it. So if we think that we're on a floating rock amongst other floating rocks, we're going to think of life in a very different way than we would if there isn't that paradigm. So let's just say the opposite to that, or what we would say, is that, like Jekyll was mentioning, we're the floor of the universe. So the ground that you stand on, that's the floor of everything that there is, right? And all that you see in the sky is basically all that there is. There isn't any more other planets or other things. The things that were here are just things that we can see in the sky, but there's nothing we can say with assurance that we know what they are. So in the two ideas, you have one paradigm where things are being explained to you, right, in a way that kind of you can say that you resonate with that information because they're explanations. So somebody knows something somehow, right? And you're like, okay, that's cool. somebody knows that information. I don't know, right? But what you don't realize is that on both sides, I'll just give you the both sides. One side is giving you an explanation. The other side is saying, well, we don't know. It's a mystery. The other side is like, well, we think of them as a mystery too, but we are going to give you our best guess of what they could be, right? So there's kind of an explanation. They're not telling you. So mainstream science isn't giving you these absolute statements of like they know for sure. I hope you know that.
And it never does. That's right.
Right. So that's still in line with like what we're saying. Both of us would say that we don't know, but on the one hand, you got mainstream science advocating for a position of they are going to give you an explanation of what they think it is. So as to progress, thinking to kind of analyze things that we see in real world scenarios. Like we know that this thing is like some type of energy that we can see here on Earth or something like plasma. That's what a star is or something. Just kind of so your mind can wrap your head around what it is. The thing that you're talking about. So on the one hand, you have this conversation about the world as a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, and on the other hand, you have what we're saying here is a created space that we were intentionally put here by a creator, and all of the things that we have in nature were designed by the creator. So it's more of a kind of like it puts us in a paradigm where we have intent and purpose to be in this environment that we are versus it being like and I don't want to bloviate too long. I just want you to understand like the positions, like why we take a different stance or why it's growing. So people label us flat earthers and that, but we would say that we're critical thinkers because we're analyzing the things that are being told to us and we're seeing if any of the things that are being said, like, what the moon is and all that, or maybe that you think that the information that you're listening to, you're taking it for granted. You just don't question it, right? We're actually taking a second look. Let's see if any of these things have any ways that we could validate or falsify as far as this information goes. So we don't have the ability to then put something under a microscope or to analyze something with the type of validity that we need to make it known as empirical, right? So the standard is make it something that you can say for sure, I know that the moon is a rock, right? There's no way to do that. You can say, I think the moon is a rock. That's the best you can do, right? Based on do that, right?
So you mean me personally?
Well, yeah, people in general, anyone.
Yeah, I mean,
even the quote unquote astrophysicist, right? That's telling you, well, we studied the stars and we know that the stars are. But they use the term "know" like as in they have this knowledge of it. They're not. When you ask them, if you were to press them on it, like they would probably tell you, well, we don't know. I mean, this is our best guess, however, because they don't have the same type of mindset that a person that comes in here that just believes that it does. The person that believes defends it more like an actual fact. And they don't ever make their words sound like that. They always put it to, it's a bit more ambiguous, it's kind of an educated.
Oh, yeah. Any scientist no scientist is ever going to say they have absolute knowledge of anything. Yeah, that's absolutely true.
Right. So that falls in line with why this is gaining momentum, because people are now saying, okay, well, if that guy doesn't know, but he's giving a best guess, and we say we don't know because it's a mystery to us, then how do we know our universe is consistent of the things that anyone's saying from any standpoint? So that's where we're at with this, right? How can we validate, how can we falsify any information that's being told to us as someone who will critically think about anything? So that's the thing that I would say for you. It's like, okay, they told you that the moon is a rock, and you say you trust them because institutions have given you this information. But yet when you go to those people, like professors or any teacher that's ever told you that, they're just going to tell you that's just our educated guess. That's our best guess. They're never going to give
they'll say that it's they'll say they'll use terms like it's the best explanation. They won't say this is the fact. No, I understand that. And and again, it's not so much people because like I said, I was telling the other guy, and the other guy was hitting me with some hard math, and I have no fucking idea how any of that works.
Cool. Yeah, what I tend to do is I get to gauge what a person where they're at right now with the information, and I don't dive too hard into it if I know the person is not equipped to have that type of conversation.
Sure,
I
know, and that's definitely.
I'll keep it on the surface because obviously, like let's just put all the cards on the table. You're probably just going to be in this call for maybe just a day, and then tomorrow you will forget about us and be doing some other things in your life. So the most that I wanted you to gain from this call, if just for a brief moment, is just to have that critical thinking process as to ask questions. How do we know this? And if it's true that I'm believing it, well, what is my belief based on? Is it based on something that's been scrutinized and I applied a bunch of rigor to, or is it something that I feel like is akin to faith, where I just believe it blindly because that guy said so, being from an institution? So this is what I'm offering to you. Just have an open mind when you listen to people tell you about your cosmology, because at the end of the day, you're the only person that has to live with that information. Now, if that's inconsequential to you in your life, then all things being equal, then it doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah,
If truth does matter to you, all right, if truth does matter to you, then you're gonna apply some rigor to those questions. You're gonna say, okay, that's fine. You can tell me all these ways that I should know that the thing that I'm looking at in the sky is what you're telling me, but I need to know what is the method that's applied so I can know that. Like, I can't just accept it as a faith-based belief. I want to know. And so if that's you in the future, or if you ever get to that point, then of course you're going to be like one of us sitting on the side thinking, you get what I'm saying?
And I do get what you're saying, and I appreciate that. And just to unpack that a little bit, first of all, if the person that I was talking to earlier is still here, I hope you understand, or you could tell him later. When I started laughing, I wasn't laughing at him. I have never heard anybody say, it was just talking about, I've never heard anybody say that they don't think space is like that.
I'll give you the inside scoop. He's a glober, but he knows our arguments to the effect of he's able to do it well like we do. So he thinks the Earth's a globe.
That's good. That's good. I like that. So I'm going to be real with you. This was sheer curiosity. The shape of the Earth. It's not an important question to me, and more than that, I think something that you said earlier is, and there's a part of that that's important, at least as far as I'm concerned. So earlier, one of the things that you said is that the reason that you guys are concerned about the shape of the Earth is because a person might come to make normative claims based on what our significance appears to be in the universe. That kind of sounds like what you're saying.
The deeper, it's almost as to say, philosophy would have a role to play in this, right? Because who am I? What is my role in this?
Sure, right.
The deeper things, and some people, that's just not them. They don't care about that stuff. They want to go about their day-to-day lives, making money, buying a house, doing other things, right? And so that's fair. If that's you in your life, and you're seeking ambitions about becoming somebody successful and all that stuff, that's okay. You can do all that.
It's a little bit. Yeah, see, it's even a little bit different than that. So as far as I'm concerned, so I'm a Christian. I believe in God. I believe that the universe was created by God. I believe that I was created by God. I believe all that stuff, all that good stuff. And I also accept what contemporary, what would you say, ordinary cosmology says about the user. Well, no, I mean, I also accept the cosmology. Yeah. Okay. So I accept that kind of at face value, because it's not something I think about. If we found out tomorrow that, within that framework of me accepting the cosmology that most people accept. I'm a Christian. I believe we have souls. I believe that we're saved by Christ, and all this good stuff. If we found out tomorrow that the Earth was flat, nothing would change. Like me personally, I don't know how anybody else feels about this. Maybe people.
Well, let's just take it. I'm gonna take a quick because I gotta go in a moment. I'll take a brief. I'll give you a brief kind of overview as to the biblical side of it. So you do understand the principle, let God be true and every man a liar. You know that, right? So you take the word of God to be an authoritative position in your life, right? Its word is supreme.
If by the word of God you mean the Bible, not necessarily.
Okay. So, what do you think the word of God is?
Well, I mean, if we're going by the Gospel of John, the word of God was Jesus. It was literally the words that created the universe.
But he's got words in the Bible, right?
What's that?
I mean, let's just make some. He's got words in the Bible, right? Let's just make some sense out of it. Let's just reason with like the understanding of this. How do you know about who Jesus is? From the Bible, right?
Yeah, kind of. It's
Okay,
a little
kind
bit
of.
more
No,
complicated than that. For sure, yeah.
it's directly drawn from that. That's how you know, right? So we're gonna understand the perspective from that realm, right? So if people learn from the Bible, then the Word of God would be from the Bible, the context of the Bible. Just real quick, right?
So, okay, I'll go with that for the sake of it. Sure.
Okay. So people learning about that would then turn to the Word and say, okay, let's examine where in cosmology can we understand the Word to speak about the things that we see in a way that coincides with modern, cosmological ideas. So it's curious to know that you can't find a globe cosmology in the Bible at all. As a matter of fact,
the cosmology.
It's opposite of that, because let me just give you a little hint, right? In Genesis, in the very beginning of the Bible, it speaks of how 3 days God made the heavens and the earth, right? So it talks about the creation scenario. And on the fourth day, the sun, moon, and stars were created. So just on that aspect alone, then how is it possible that the earth that already existed with all the things that were created in it happened to be in existence prior to the sun being created? So the sun wasn't there. So what were we going around in a heliocentric solar system? Doesn't make sense. So just
Jewish
appealing to
cosmology.
that side, I just want you to know that.
Yeah, no, so Jewish cosmology is nothing like the cosmology that we have today. They had a flat platform it's basically a big diver's helmet with windows. That was basically their cosmology. Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, so you could say that. Yeah, it has a very different cosmological aspect. Anyway, I got to get going, but
okay. Thank you very much.
I just got to let you know that if you go from that angle, you're going to find out that it's completely different than just modern cosmological ideas and such. But,
okay. That's in my brain. I'll think about it.
Just continue to be curious and ask questions. Don't ever stop learning. So unless you want to and just get money and.
Sure, no, I'm not about that either. So yeah, you got it. All right, thank you, guys. Thank you. I hope I wasn't irritating anybody. All right, take care, guys.
See ya.
24/7 flat Earth, more like 24/7 sleep room.
coming at the wrong time. It's like quiet.
Yo, what up, flat earthers? Was poppin' my Negroes? Yo, hello? Is anybody up?
Hello, I'm a flat earther.
So basically, the Earth is flat. I think we can all agree on that. Can we, or can we not?
I live California. California is icky.
What the fuck? We're all muted? Who got server muted? Apo Cryphon. He got server muted. That sucks. He must be like gay or something. What happened to him?
Nothing. Nothing going on, eh? Oh. Did Heretic scare everyone off? Who? Huh? Can't hear you, bud.
Blood's thicker. I don't know if you realised that your mic is open.
Oh, cheers.
Just some people have been like having trouble with it. Some glitch from the last update or something.
I'm constantly having problems with Discord at the minute.
Yeah, apparently other apps are causing your Discord mic to unmute. Yeah, stuff like that. I was just checking if you realised or not.
Sorry, someone just came in and talked to me, so I had to mute. What did you say?
Now it might be happening to Heretic.
Oh.
I think it has. Heretic, you there? The exact thing we were just talking about has happened to Heretic, I think. Heretic. Oh, Heretic. I'm gonna have to mute you. You were hot micing, bro. Just unmute yourself when you can. Seems to be happening like it just happened to two people much at the same time. I don't know if there's a correlation there. Oh. Very well.
Why, isn't it? Where is everyone?
I have no idea. Much going on anywhere at the moment.
Yeah. Whereabouts in Oz are you?
South Wales.
Right?
New South Wales. State of New South Wales.
Oh, okay.
The east, on the east side. Inland a little bit from the coast, or northeast coast, it's called.
All right.
Northeast coast of New South Wales.
Visited Noosa on holiday. Well, Melbourne, then I flew to Noosa with family from Melbourne, so they could have a holiday as well. I must say I preferred Queensland to Melbourne. Melbourne's pretty much like London, really.
Dreary.
Hey? I can't tell you what. Oh, I'll put
There's
you right
parts of
up.
New South Wales like that as well. The Blue Mountains is really dreary a lot throughout the year.
Okay.
And I've heard people say it reminds them of like, European London weather,
Oh, got you. Yeah. Yeah, 'cause I visited in, I think it was winter time. And Melbourne was pretty much, as I say, like London, winter. And then we flew to Queensland, a couple of hours on the plane, and it was amazing.
And probably like a vast difference in temperature, right?
Yeah. Such a difference. Couldn't believe it.
Yeah. It's
We got
amazing
like
just how short of a distance it makes as well. Like, drove my son a couple of hours north from where I
Yeah.
am a few months back, and just 2 hours away. Like I just noticed the difference in the heat of the sun. Like it was
Yeah.
like it was summer there.
It's mad, isn't it? So you got about 6 or 7 subtropic temperatures or something over there? 6,
Pretty
I believe.
diverse.
Mm.
It's pretty diverse. You've got arid and dry. You've got tropical, subtropical.
Yeah.
You got dry woodlands. You've got plains and hot mountains. You've got the Great Dividing Range on the east side, on the east coast.
Everything.
It extends for hundreds of miles, hundreds of kilometers. And and I guess you've got the western side. I haven't really explored the western side. I've only just heard about it.
Yeah.
Got cold, freezing.
Not
Almost
really.
snow
Mad,
can
isn't
stay
it?
there for months on end after a fall. It's all different. It's really diverse.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to visit some other places. One day.
Yeah, and of course surrounded by a beach.
Yes.
A lot of beaches. Anyway.
Yeah. I visited, you got the largest sand island, didn't you? Fuck was that called? Fraser Island?
Right. Yeah.
Well, right.
Yeah. I haven't been
Yeah,
there
right.
myself, but
Oh, right, yeah, no, I went there. That was pretty cool. Go see the original bingo. Go see Rainbow Rock. And the ship that I cannot remember was on the beach. Shipwreck. Can't remember the name of it. Pretty cool, though. Driving around it. Never seen trees that fucking size going around that island, I tell you. All in sand.
3 sets of tires.
Hey?
You say something about 3 sets of tires.
No, never seen trees that large. Absolutely huge. Like doing a little trip
sorry.
around Fraser Island and that, driving through it on a big 4x4 fucking truck, whatever it was. Huge moon buggy.
Yeah, okay, so there's some large trees there, eh?
Fucking huge. Never seen trees like it.
I've heard of trees in Western Australia too, apparently, and Tasmania. Like, there's some pretty big ones. I've heard of hollowed out tree trunks, right, in Western Australia. You can drive a couple of utility trucks in there and
Holy
get a
shit.
choir on the back of them. I mean,
That's nuts,
they're
isn't it?
huge. Yeah. And like makes you wonder. See this stuff about ancient forests being larger, trees being a lot larger once upon a time, animals being a lot larger, things like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen all that.
Even the globe entertains the
What's going on?
idea of oversized versions of creatures we have, we see today, relatively unchanged.
Yeah, I suppose you have to. This over the bones they're finding. Make something up. We lost our Kirsty or this is the last one. So yeah, they should bring him down on each job. Yes, should be like able to. Right, someone come in.
Was I muted that whole time? I was talking.
How were you talking with
You're saying, are you in London?
Yes, mate, not far from London. Near Heathrow, big airport.
I've heard of it and seen it in the movies.
Sorry?
But I've heard of it and seen it in movies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I've never been overseas.
I'll be off. Excuse me.
So, just curious, are you the same blood sticker as the YouTuber?
Yeah, I have a YouTube channel called that. I used it for a while.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there's a flat Earth channel called Blood Sticker that I've seen, some videos posted on that channel. I don't know if I'm thinking about another person or another channel, but I remember correctly, they often have, like, most of the time, they have their comments turned off.
No, I don't think I've got
You?
any of. I don't think I've got any of my comments turned off on any of the videos. So my hold on. Sorry, mate. It's a bit noisy here. Get it down, boys. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I've not turned comments off on any of my videos. Do. Double check this one. Oh, last video 5 years ago. Bloody hell. The last time I flew. No comment for that. London, Singapore. Comment to that. Blackburn clip.
Blood Sticker.
Hello.
Blood Sticker 5 6.
He cut out there.
Blood Sticker 5651.
1651. Where did you find that number? Oh yeah. That's it. Me. You can see comments turned off, can you? Which video?
And I wasn't subscribed yet, so I just subbed. But yeah, it's not. So obviously, it's not the one I'm thinking of, because
Oh, okay.
I think
No
it's
worries.
definitely, yeah.
No worries. There's a video of me on fucking Noosa Beach, Gold Coast, isn't it?
Nice.
Walk to a globe.
It looks like you got some cool videos there, so I'll check that out later. I'll have a watch.
Always do. Nothing great, mate.
Lapses are good. It looks so flat up there. Wow. Watching the time lapse in the airplane window.
Oh, what, to New York and back?
No, it doesn't say a flight in the title. But
Do you
yeah.
not?
Wait, hang on.
Got one more flew to Singapore, one way to Australia. I've got plane journeys in and around Australia. That's mostly on a long time lapse in there, though. My trip while I was there, I've done loads of time lapses of different things. Yeah,
What
last
type
video.
of lens were you using?
That was it's a Brino time lapse camera. I can't think of the lens that's on it. It's an actual dedicated camera that I stuck to the window and shoot everyone up. What the fuck's he doing in the window? What's that? Because he don't look like a camera.
That's brilliant. To me, it almost looks a little concave, like rather than
Yeah.
flat or
Yeah, it could be the
convex.
angle, the lens, anything like that, mate. You know that.
I'm just looking and it just looks like so flat. It doesn't look like it's getting to a point where it's starting to curve down and away. It looks like it's just going on and on forever.
Yeah, I'm just flying across to New York and back, really.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool, doesn't it?
Are you watching it too?
I'm just skipping through his videos, yeah. The reason it looks concave is because the horizon is just below the center line. If it was above it, it'd be convex.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I tried to get it in line, but it's so hot on the time lapse camera. You can just barely see the screen that you're looking through. Like the back of the screen's literally like a couple of inches. But I've got a new one now, and I'm waiting for another flight. I haven't flown since that New York flight for work, and I had to cancel a lot of flights during the 3-year incident. I've not flown since, unfortunately. But anyway, your windows will all be fucking LCD screens soon anyway, so you won't be able to look out the fucking windows.
What?
Yeah, won't be long, mate. They get really antsy, especially on a long haul flight. They want you to shut your windows certain times, and I was like, "Sorry, I've got a camera stuck to the window. I'm not doing it." Yeah, they didn't like it. You've got to shut your blinds. I won't shut my blinds.
What? Why? Like, did they want you to take a nap or something? It's like nap
Yeah,
time, children.
on a long haul. Yeah, I was flying via Singapore, Melbourne. They come over the tannoy and shut them all up. All the stewardesses and that went around telling people to shut them all up. Nah, you're all right, thanks. Yeah, I'll put my jumper over the camera though.
Yeah. No, thank you. I asked for a window seat for a very particular reason.
Exactly. Other flights haven't really been a problem. Someone said it to me. I said, "Oh, I'm filming." "Oh, you filming? No, that's quite all right." And they fucked off. Oh, fair enough. Even took a gyroscope on it. Plane. That was fun.
That's awesome. What happened? Did you get a shift? Did you get a
No shift.
procession?
No shift until the plane was moving. tilting left to right.
was on Bluetooth. Oh, doesn't matter.
What? Yeah, no. Okay, fine. You know, what doesn't stuff.
Gentlemen, if I post a really scientific picture that I put together on Paint in the chat, is anyone around to look at it and make me help sense of something?
What are you talking about?
So, there's been people messaging me to say, to try and debunk an argument I wasn't even putting forward, interestingly enough, talking about the way stars move and the way we see stars, and the reason you see stars moving in this direction versus the opposite direction, because it's northern versus southern hemisphere, therefore ball is the general premise. But I've heard people on the other side of the fence put forward a no, here's how that same phenomenon could work on a flat earth, and I'm trying to visualize it in my head so that when I'm discussing it with other people to say, well, maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong, no idea, but here's another way it could potentially work. But I just want to make sure I'm understanding this before I do, so if I highly scientific drawing I just put together in Paint, do you want to have a little look?
No, not really.
What do you mean not really?
Yeah, well, because what does this have to do with the topic?
Everything.
So the sky.
Well, not necessarily, no, because.
Well, how about just focus on the ground, man? You don't need the sky to describe what you see. You don't need the sky to explain what you see in the ground.
Well, you do and you don't. I've done. There we go. The movie stars of the Northern Hemisphere. So the way I've always understood it is that the reason somebody stood in the south, which could be either the bottom half of a ball or equally, it could be the outer. Call it the outer ring. I don't know what but basically towards the away from the center. If you're in the center, you'd look up, you'd see stars moving in one direction because you're almost inside their path of orbit. If you're outside, you would see the same stars moving in the complete opposite direction, going from right to left rather than left to right, even though you're looking at the same set of stars.
So
And
that's
to
not
me-
really what actually happens.
Well, it's why I'm asking. Like, I'm just going to post it anyway. You can look or you can not look. It makes no difference to me. It's a masterpiece. You can
So
miss it out.
they'll go from left to right or right to left, just depending which way you turn. That's all there is to it.
Well, that was my thinking. But when I've been discussing it with people, they say, "Well, here's my understanding of what could also be happening." No,
That's correct.
no way.
Most Globers get this completely screwed up, and I don't know why, because it's as simple as just looking at the sky. They make a claim about something that the sky does, which it doesn't, and then they say it proves a globe, so okay.
What are they saying that the sky does that it doesn't?
Okay, so you stand in the northern hemisphere and they claim it goes counterclockwise. Then you stand in the southern hemisphere and they claim it's now going clockwise. That's not really what happens. You face north and it's going to appear to be going counterclockwise. Doesn't matter where you are, north, south, doesn't matter. Turn around, face south, now it appears to be clockwise. That's all there is to it.
That was my understanding, to be honest. This is one of those, it could work in either quote unquote model. It's not some kind of slam dunk. Haha, there you go, the end.
A ceiling fan does the same thing. If you face in towards the center of it and it's going left to right, you can turn around, face out towards like the edge of the fan or whatever. While you're standing underneath it, now it's going to be going from right to left. It's just because you turned around.
So the little drawing I've done is a different way of, putting across what you just put there. But I just wanted to know that I had this right in my mind, because to me, it did and does seem really simple and an easy thing to visualize, that depending on where you're stood and the direction you're facing, the stars would appear to be traveling in a different direction.
But I don't get is where the center of rotation is coming from.
Yeah, but when you're talking about like clockwise and counterclockwise, I mean, it's really an apparent direction. You're dealing with left and right, so it's really as simple as turning around. That video I just posted shows it.
Seen this video before.
Because at 119, okay, well, I mean, it depends what kind of claim they make. If they want to say that they're going counterclockwise around Polaris, all right, you're facing north to look at Polaris, so okay, fine, whatever, fair enough. But if they want to say that in the northern hemisphere they go counterclockwise, well, here's a video from the so-called northern hemisphere. If you go to 119, he points the camera south, and it's going clockwise. Because it's just a matter of orientation of the observer. That's it.
It's really that simple.
Yeah.
You could do the same process on standing on different sides of the street. The cars come in from one direction, stand on the other side of the street, you come in from their side. You could, driving a car, look to your, like your driver's side, the wheels rotating one way. Look to your passenger side, the wheels rotating the other way.
Well, that was my understanding of it, to be honest. But I reached the point where I'm thinking to myself, is the person I'm talking to intentionally being obtuse and pretending they can't visualize this? Or
what you're looking at here,
genuinely not get it.
What you're looking at here is on the flatter side, they see the stars move, and you're like, "Yep, I see the stars move. You see the stars move." On the globe side, they're like, "You see the stars move." They're like, "Yep," and that means the Earth moves. What? So you see something else move, like you see you moving, and you decide that you're not moving. Something else is moving instead. That's what's the problem on the globe side, is that they do these large leaps of logic that are unsupported. And then instead of trying to support their claim, they ask a very scientifically illiterate question.
I've been here for a lot of that, where people are, they're kind of trying to nail people to the wall who aren't physics students with really over the top, scientific jargon. And well, does the square root of this divided by this times this minus refraction equal this? Well, does it? And the person they're talking to is like, I've got no fucking idea because, I'm not a physics student. Ha ha! Checkmate, retard.
Yeah, you just ask the globalist, like, do you see the stars move? They'll say, yep. Okay, is that the stars moving or is that not the stars moving? And they're like, it's not the stars moving. You're like,
that's
wow.
That's their argument, isn't it? Like,
yeah, what the fuck happened to you? Why? See, in their worldview, what they've done is they've accepted the contradiction. So that's a part you have to parse out. How do you use someone's worldview who's accepted the contradiction? And then to try to ask them to, like, hey, any targeted or pointed question, what other contradictions do you accept? And they generally don't. What they'll do is like the best way is someone says, you know what? Yep, I see the contradiction. There's an answer out there. I don't know what it is. Or B,
it's not a contradiction.
Or B, they just kind of say, you know what? Contradictions are fine. There's no problem with contradictions. That's kind of what they've done. And also C, you get a few of them who just freak out over flat Earth. Day in, day out, no change. They'll ask this question every day of the week and twice on Sunday without pause, without rest, over and over and over and over and over. Like for years at this point. Literally years have gone by and they keep asking the same question over and over and over. Like, do you understand observer dependency? No, they don't. They don't understand it. Okay, you break it down for them. They still don't get it. Because in their whole worldview is the Earth is a globe, and everything proves that. Everything proves the Earth is a globe. Even when they present to you flat Earth. That proves a globe too.
The best example of that, off the top of my head, is the whole gravity debate, because I'll leave that to better minds than me for the time being. But the whole idea of if I drop a pen, gravity makes things fall. So if I drop something, it falls. Therefore, gravity, which they don't seem to understand that just doesn't really hold. Because I could equally say gravity is because unicorn farts. I drop something, it falls. There we go. It fell, therefore unicorn farts. It doesn't actually prove the cause of what's making that thing fall.
Yeah,
So
man, gravity's just a bunch of bullshit.
Just say what it is. That'd be the best part. Gravity is, and then fill in the blank.
Bullshit.
The curvature of space-time.
Deep state NASA propaganda.
No, it's I don't know. That's what gravity is, a very long-winded ad nauseum. I don't know.
Yeah. Nobody knows
really all
what
it is.
gravity is.
Tyson said it best.
Explanation.
All these scientific communicators, they'll be honest. If they have a real conversation about what gravity is and what they do with it, they say it's I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look at Stephen Hawking's. That dude didn't know shit about anything. That's what he was saying the whole time. I don't know. He didn't even claim to have a theory. He just came up with some stuff and said, I don't know.
It's the only honest answer to a lot of questions.
Yeah.
I'm still haven't heard a convincing explanation as to why when people talk about gravity, and this is one of the things that it's like a stone in your shoe, right?
Yeah.
Why is it that what gravity does is keeps things pulls things towards it. Basically, that's what gravity does. A sufficiently large object curves space-time, which pulls things towards it. Unless, of course, when that object gets to a magical, the perfect distance from the object, sufficiently large enough to cause the gravity in the first place, at which point gravity no longer pulls things towards it. Instead, it makes that object circle around it infinitely, forever.
Yeah.
So what about the three-body problem then?
The three-body problem, like the TV show or the
No,
book?
The TV
there's a
show is just the
scientific
phenomenon.
problem. There's a scientific problem called the three-body problem, where when you take the most advanced supercomputer in the world and you write a program, okay, for a 3D model of two objects of that mass, density, all of the stuff needed for planets, right, in the solar system. You press play. It works in perfect harmony. It's repeatable. You can predict everything for thousands of years. But as soon as you add in a third body, the entire model goes into chaos mode, never repeating. How is that possible if gravity works and all of this stuff, and yet we have hundreds of bodies in our problems and everything supposedly works correctly? You can't even accurately reproduce that within a simulation. None
Like,
of your
you've
claims
never
that
heard
you
of
ever
a
make are actually empirically plausible.
2 words, right? Non-deterministic problem. Whoa. You've heard of those words, right? You know those. You're a scientist. Non-deterministic. You know what that means?
Have you ever heard of not actually having anything to be able to accurately represent the model that you are trying to preach? Because that is what you are. That's what you guys are failing.
No. You asked me a question, and I said, not.
No,
No, you're dodging the problem and the issue that occurs with that equation and model and projection. You have no way of actually proving that statement of equal, so bodies being the magic distance apart to be able to cause this and that. You can't actually even demonstrate it in a model, let alone just in reality. So what's the point of it?
Once they start making animal signs or sounds, that's it's over. He's started moving, so we're just gonna move on back to the conversation. So was that Felix? I think you're talking about
Sorry.
Oh.
something there.
My dog. I was just picking up my dog's shit. Yeah, it's just that idea of I've never heard a convincing explanation for why gravity pulls everything towards it, which as a concept you think okay, makes enough sense. But then I've never seen the answer for why does gravity pull things towards it, apart from when said object reaches the exact perfect height, and it reaches that height at the right speed as well. Because if you're going too fast, you'll fly out of the orbit and away from the gravity of that particular celestial object. So if you reach the exact right height, traveling at just the right exact speed, you will no longer be pulled towards said object. You will instead travel around it infinitely, forever. That just doesn't make sense to me. How it's both. I've never heard a convincing scientific explanation to explain that phenomenon. I'm not asking you guys to, because your answer would be that's not happening. There is no heliocentric system. There is no gravity. There is no elliptical orbits around planets. But yeah, it's just when people on the other side of the argument come up with a explain this then flat earthers, because if you can't, we've got you. That for me would be something I kind of want to hear. You know, somebody from the globe side address, argue, discuss, because that'd be interesting.
Maybe you're a retard.
Yo, Felix, are you a flat earther, Felix?
No, I'm new to the discussion, and I find it interesting.
Ah, okay, so you're still like on the fence, basically.
I think you're retarded.
It's a possibility. I was dropped on my head at birth. But so, yeah, I'm new to the conversation, and I'm just kind of approaching this from a bit of a, if I know nothing, and just kind of address this from a, day zero, wipe the slate clean, going into this, mindful of the possibility that I've been lied to, because it is a possibility, right? We get lied to about all kinds of things, and then hopefully people join the debate, people join the conversation, offering up more than whoever that guy is in the background, and I just get to sit here, and sometimes it is like that. You got people kind of going backwards and forwards, and I just get to sit here and listen and think, yeah, interesting, because it is interesting. It's an interesting it's an interesting debate.
Do you know why it gets dark out?
I understand the arguments for both quote unquote models. Yeah.
Why does it get dark when it's light on the other side of the world? Like, why is it light out for me when it's dark out for someone in the Philippines? Does that make any sense? How can someone have light when I'm in darkness, you know?
You're asking the wrong person. I'm not here to argue for either particular viewpoint.
Yeah,
I understand. I understand why. I understand the kind of what the what's the right word I'm looking for? Current consensus is within that side of the debate. as to
Maybe
why
you're
it gets dark.
focused on a retarded topic. Maybe the entire topic that you want to talk about is retarded.
I don't want to talk about it. I want other people to talk about it, so I can listen.
It's alright. It's not your fault.
I appreciate that, brother. I feel a lot better.
It's hard to grasp. The world is very big. And we're very little.
Yeah, that's not actually that hard to grasp.
Yeah.
It is for a lot
pretty
of
simple
retards on
concept.
Discord.
Hums don't really bring anything to a conversation. It doesn't prove your intelligence or that you're right in any way, shape, or form. So it just proves that you lack.
Do you know what I mean? It's a simple enough idea. Man small, earth big. I'm there. So what's next?
There is no next. They stop. They abruptly stop right there. They say the Earth is so large, it presents as flat.
No, this is perfect.
not,
Actually,
they say not flat.
This is perfect, right? So I'm on garden leave at the minute. Start a new job soon, so I've got a bit of free time on my hands, and I thought, hey, this is a topic I'm interested in. So I'll check out what people have got to say on the matter. So if we take what you're saying as given, yeah, we've got here a room full of retards, to use your words. Educate them, put it to bed.
Okay, why is it dark out for me while at the same time it's light out for someone else? Explain that. How is that even possible?
Question.
Light spreads and moves in all directions, and it disperses the farther it goes out. It does not travel infinitely, because the sun isn't within a vacuum. It is within the enclosed system known as Earth, which has an atmosphere, which has density, which also means that light can't travel forever. After a certain point, it's going to stop. Where the light isn't strong enough to penetrate through the quote-unquote, I call it the opaque deck of opacity, right? Because there's so much shit in the atmosphere and the light can't go on forever because it disperses, right? It's not the same strength every meter you go outwards, let alone every kilometer or 10 kilometers or 1,000 kilometers. That's one thing to notice.
Yeah, light attenuates. Quick, easy, 5th grade level of education. And he still didn't get it. Won't get it. And tomorrow, or even today, he'll ask again.
So, say I have a flash.
Attenuates. Light attenuate. Just repeat back what you heard. Does light attenuate or does light not attenuate?
It attenuates.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you, man.
So now if you ever ask again, ever, you'll demonstrate you got the mind of a goldfish.
That was what I was thinking exactly. For those people in this VC that are flat earthers and that are trying to get beyond the point of just the flat earth topic, understand everything behind it, I highly recommend that you guys look into the toroidal field or electromagnetism and how it functions. The answer is all within it.
Do you have any resources on that particular topic? Because one thing I've found is if I go on to, even if I use Brave, yeah, it doesn't matter which browser I'm using. Brave is marginally better than Google, but it's so hard to find good quality information on the topic.
It is. So, you accepted my friend request. Perfect. I'm gonna
Yeah,
DM you a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I'll take a look.
Interesting fact.
I'm open-minded.
I'm happy that you've noticed and that you actually acknowledge, hey, why is this topic so hard to search out, even though there are videos of it, thousands of videos, millions of videos, right? Back in 2016, I believe it was that's when the elections were, when Trump was running for president. Back in the day on YouTube, you had a leaderboard or a scoreboard to see what is the most searched up topics, right? Well, Flat Earth actually overtook Donald Trump in the YouTube search bar in the #1 position. The very next day, the search bar was taskbar, if you will, of the top searches was completely removed from YouTube. That's another thing to notice. If you try to YouTube search a flat Earth channel and you misspell one letter, it will not show up. But I can spell PewDiePie with all numbers and just the first letter of Pewdie, and it will still put PewDiePie up. Now that's
It's worse
something
than
also
that.
to be.
Because when I first started trying to look into it, my viewpoint on it was, for anyone who's not heard me kind of give this intro to how we even fell into this in the first place, was what I'm looking for is seemingly intelligent, articulate people who think the Earth is flat and are able to articulate how they arrived at such a ridiculous viewpoint. That's how I felt.
Good day, my friend. You asked. Here I am.
Well,
You had some
there we go, right? So
questions.
that's how I. But then
I just came.
when I went onto
I just
YouTube,
came barging in.
I like it.
Bye.
I like it. So when I went onto
Mm.
YouTube, though, to find those people, because I thought they're obviously out there, right? It can't just be everybody who disagrees with me is a retard. Like, it's such a childish viewpoint. There has to be people out there who are intelligent, articulate, well-reasoned, who just think differently to me on this particular topic. I'm going to find them. But then I tried to find it on YouTube, and I was exclusively, you were talking about the censorship, served up with videos of, here's why you're a cretin for even looking into this topic. And the people talking about it were so sneering and so ridiculing, I almost felt like ashamed. Because the way
To even
they
consider yourself a globe earther, because that's how they represent the globe community.
But it gets worse, though, because then when I look if I go into my history bar, you were talking about if you slightly misspell the name of a channel. No, you can spell it exactly right and it still won't come up. And not only that, I've seen this with my own eyes. If I go into my search history, I can copy and paste the title exactly into the search bar of my watch history, and the video will not be in my watch history. In real time, YouTube will delete those videos from my watch history, and not only that, replace them with videos that I've never even watched. It will replace my watch history with flat earth debunking videos I've never even clicked before. And that to me was okay, I still think they're wrong, but I need to look into this properly, because something within the overarching conspiracy of flat earth, something within that, they are trying very, very, very hard to hide. What is it?
If you want the short answer, this verse, I'm gonna paraphrase it slightly, is found in many different religions, right? But once you see my creation, you can no longer deny my existence. If you have this constant, this is like a spiritual war thing as well, in essence. If they can convince you that you're nothing but a mere speck in this vast empty space of nothingness, right? And you're just happened by accident from the Big Bang, a meteor can come at any time and wipe you out. First, you live in a constant state of fear subconsciously, right? And your subconscious that governs everything, right? You forget, your conscious forgets, but your subconscious doesn't. Secondly, that induces fear and this low vibrational energy, right? It also then disconnects you from God because God is removed from the equation because Big Bang, everything started from nothing, right? Dude, like it's basically denying God and going against you being a divine being because you are, for lack of better words, child or son of God. You are. Jesus Christ himself said it in the Bible. It says, the Christ is within. Divinity is within. Man is God asleep and God is man awake. Once you start understanding yourself better, you understand that, yes, we are all individuals, but we are collectively one, right? And we're just living different perspectives. Hence, God sees, knows, hears all, because he actually experiences all. He's living his own creation. And
Well
once you
said.
realize that,
I just want to say, well said, brother.
Thank you so much.
100%. And what I will say is that I used to be an atheist. Big, like, just as far as I was concerned, case closed, done. And researching into this recently, I've done a complete 180, and now I am 100%. I wouldn't say God, because God suggests, well, which book, which team did you pick? But creator, definitely. There is no doubt in my mind.
Okay, so I'm going to slightly ease the time for a second. You said like which book or which like God, right? I've spent the last 5 years diving deep, as you said. I know nothing, right? Once I came across the flat Earth, that's the first thought that came to my mind. Okay, I want to actually see how much is right, how much is wrong, what is false, what is correct. I don't know shit. I forget everything I've ever been told, family-wise, school-wise, everything, right? And start over from scratch.
The Earth is flat.
It is. But now that's a bit digressing right now. If you look at any religion, no matter if it's monotheistic, polytheistic, pagan, whatever it may be, right? All of the religions are talking about the exact same thing. It's just encoded in esoteric meanings and symbols and metaphors. There are no thousands of deities like, for example, in pagan, and it's not just one singular god like it's in Abrahamic. It's all talking about the exact same thing. Source, or you can call it prima mobile in Italian, right? In Latin, it's consciousness itself, God, the creator itself, spreading downwards underneath. It enlightens the waters that are above the dome. The dome is the crystalline sea where the heavens are embedded. And then you have the 7 planets, the 7 rings to Earth. Saturn is the lord of the rings because he's the first planet, well, the 7th planet, the first one you come through, right? What does Saturn have in its North Pole, as they say? A hexagon. The hexagon is found within Islam, the Kaaba, right? You open up that black cube, it becomes a cross. The black cube is also found in Judaism. It's all Saturn worship, or so Saturn, Satan, Chronos, Father Time. That's the same deity, the same description of things. You're born into sin. That's what they tell you. It's because you're born into sine wave, sin wave, sine wave. Everything is harmonics, frequency, vibration, and energy. That is everything.
What about
Don't be
Neptune?
fooled.
What about Neptune?
Those 2 planets are less. So first, they're not planets. You can call them wandering star or luminaries, right?
2
Their
planets. I
effects
just mentioned one. Just Neptune.
Yeah. So Neptune. Let me see. That's going to be. Let me pull it up. I have everything written down.
While you're looking for it, I would definitely agree that after doing a real, deep dive on multiple religions recently, reading the holy books, to getting a real interest in theology, the way I tried to kind of make sense of it in my head is that in many instances, it's the same story. It's just the characters have got different names, almost like localized versions of the same story, of the same ideas. Where I then break away from it and take umbrage is when it starts getting into different versions of thou shalt not. because it would be naive to imagine that men at some point haven't and didn't alter the words to suit themselves.
Amen.
At a base level, as far as I can see, as far as I can tell, it's the same. Yeah, it's localized versions of the same story, of the same events.
It is. It is.
We can't blindly go with like this passage in the Bible that I like, where it talks about paying your taxes, obeying the laws of the land, and you're like, wait, Jesus said that? Are you sure that when God made the earth, he's like, oh, by the way, this is really important. Pay your taxes and obey your local councilman. Like, come on, give me a break.
What that lesson was based, not to turn it into a biblical chat, but what that lesson was basically stating is that to honor the rules of the place that you're within. I'm not going to come into somebody's house, kick up my feet on the couch, and say, forget your couch. I'll be respectful of where I venture to, right? So I don't cause any angst, turmoil of where I am. I just come in, respect the place, and I do my business. And that's just observing things for what they are versus bringing drama to your doorstep.
Good rule to live by, in fairness.
That's the point.
It's more of a general comment on the idea of we do have to be mindful that the books are printed in a factory by men, by people, and we know how men behave. We know how, as man as a general term for mankind, if there is an opportunity to meddle, to twist, to change, to suit their own agenda, they will take it. So I'm all for the idea of holy books as a bit of a guideline as to how to somewhere to base morality, because without morality, it's Lord of the Flies overnight. So I'm all for that, but I do just think that we need to be mindful. Like, for example, I'm not going to pick on Islam specifically, but I've been reading. I don't know if anybody's heard of Sam Gerrans, and he wrote what he believes is a more correct interpretation of the Quran. It leaves out the hadiths, it leaves out other things like that, and nowhere in the Quran itself does it actually say women need to be covered head to toe, women need to wear burqas, women need to wear niqabs. It's not in the Quran, it's not in there anywhere. But men, and it was men, kind of added that bit on, and now they just, there's a whole entire religion who are like, oh well, this is what you got to do, but it was never actually said at any point within the holy book. And I'm just using that as an example of why we do need to be mindful. People can and will and probably have twist and change things to suit themselves, because that's what people do, right?
Yes. So I found it.
Nice.
I found it. It took me a bit of time. Pardon me for that. I found it. No, I left it. No, open the folder again. Fuck. Man, I'm on my phone. Like, if I could turn on my camera right now, but my room's a fucking mess. Like, I got documents and paperwork and shit everywhere, right? I got folders on folders in my laptop and computer and everywhere. Just a mess, man.
Does it look like when they do the whole caricature of a conspiracy theorist, and there's the cork board on the wall with drawing pins and red string all over the place?
I'm missing a whiteboard right now because I need a whiteboard.
Like Charlie from It's Always Sunny in the mailroom.
Right, there we go. Perfect
Yes.
example. I wasn't sure if people would get the reference, but I'm always Sunny's absolutely good.
Okay, so when
It's
it
Always
comes
Sunny
to the
is like-
planets and Neptune, Neptune correlates to Poseidon, right, which governs the sea. It is also part of one of the trinities that you find in all religions, being Neptune, Poseidon, and Poseidon, Zeus, and Hades would be a trinity, right? Heavens above, earth, and then the realm beneath, right? Which would basically be in some senses celestial, terrestrial, and telestial. Now, the planets correlate with the 7 days of the week, Sunday being the sun, Monday being Moon's Day, Tuesday being Mars, or Mertes, right? Wednesday would be Woden's Day, which is Mercury. Thursday would be Thor's Day, which is Jupiter or Peter, right, from the Bible, Jupiter. Friday is going to be Frigga's Day, which is Venus. And Saturday is going to be Saturn's Day, which is Saturn, Kronos, Satan, all the same thing. Hades, same representation. They also correlate to the 7 metals: sun, gold, moon, silver. Iron is going to be Mars. Mercury is going to be mercury, Venus is going to be tin, Friday is going to be copper, and lead is going to be Saturn. Lead being the densest of them all. Hence, you're hexed into human form, right? Into matter, because you are a light being. You were just low vibrational light that descended and became high vibrational matter. Your job is to raise your vibration. The 144,000 people that are going to heaven, it's not the amount of people, rather it's the frequency that the crown chakra vibrates at, which is 144,000 hertz. It also has 144,000 petals around it. Once you raise your vibration through love, forgiveness, gratitude, and abundance, right? You raise your vibration, and you then are able to enter the God mind, which is the right hemisphere. As it says within the Solomon's temple, God resides within the right side, the right hand of God. It's always the right side, the feminine side, creativity, passion, all of that stuff. You have to move from the masculine perspective, which is left hemispherical, and shift into right hemispherical and hemisync. This is explained through the sun and moon, Isis and Ra, and then you have the pineal gland, which is another god, El, right? Or Elohim as well, which is just electricity again. Those three together get Israel, the place that is promised to the Israelites, to the which is every single human being is your mind, your temple. The only temple that is created in silence without any human hands or tools is the temple in between your fingers when you put them on the side of your heads in your mother's womb. That is where God resides. And don't forget that. Don't mistreat your mind, body, and soul.
Um,
Sorry for going off a tangent.
so
No, I like it.
were those metals like certain special metals? Because that wasn't
Yeah.
all the metals.
No, so these are the seven I'm gonna call them right now primary or divine metals, right? These are very important. This is, for example, copper and tin together within alchemy is how you produce mercury, the philosopher's stone. All of these processes, they're talking about metabolical and biological processes happening within your body. That's all it is, and explaining you.
Right, which was I was a little confused because sodium. I didn't hear sodium in there.
No. That differs to something else, right? That's now something else. Sodium does have a lot to play in, but this is just correlating with the seven. How you have seven notes in the solfego, seven colors of the rainbow, seven vowels: A, E, I, O, U, W, and sometimes Y, right? There are actually seven, and it continues so on and so forth. All of this is intertwined. Physics, music, mathematics, you name it, it all connects into one giant picture. And the more you understand from one topic, the more you're going to start seeing and understanding in another field, and until you get all the pieces together. It's beautiful.
So what do you think about the fact that like most ancient cultures didn't even have seven colors? Like I'm not sure if you've ever heard that. Like the way we like identify colors, like we just make them up. Like so, like violet and blue. You know, violet's just a dark blue, so it's not really like another color. It's just we just made another category for that color.
So here's the cool thing. Throughout my, let's say, studies and research, I've come to the acceptance that a lot of things that we've been taught about what actually happened in history all are BS, like completely BS. I can name you like the 300-year time gap where nothing literally happened, not a single movement of any kind in the like progressive mode happened. We were just stagnant for 300 years. That never happened. Our
But
year
they didn't even
currently.
have like the language didn't even have the word for that color. So like
I would argue that. I would argue that because blue is found within nature still, right?
what's
So
the Latin word for violet?
let me fucking look. You know, man, from the top of
Isn't
my
it just
head.
dark blue?
Let me see. Latin word for violet. I have to take this with a grain of salt because it's internet. Okay. Let me go look. So, small wild plant with purplish blue flowers, from the Old French violette, diminutive of
that's where the
viola.
word violet comes from. But
Yeah, so violet from Latin viola, the violet, a violet color, cognate with Greek for uh, iodine, probably from a pre-Indo-European substrate Mediterranean language. The color sense developed from the flower, and then it
that's the
has.
like violet is the origin of the word. That's not same as saying like the word for violet in Roman times was in Latin, like in Latin was violet. Like they didn't have a word for the color violet. It was just dark blue.
Well, you have the adjective of it. I'm looking at the English Latin dictionary right now. You have the noun feminine viola, then the adjective is gonna be purpureus, which kind of sounds similar to purple, right? But hey, again, now we're just like
This is like an observed thing. Like ancient colors, like ancient cultures didn't like most of them were like they had like four colors. Like colors were like slowly developed over time. Like because we
no,
just
ancient civilizations were more advanced than we are currently, my friend.
Are you sure about that?
I liked how you said my
I
friend
am
at the end of that.
1000% sure, man.
I mean,
Just
it took them weeks to communicate, like from country to country. We can
That's
do
what
that.
you've been told. That's what you read in your books, Rockefeller books. Yes, look at books prior to 1920. Look at the books where it talks about.
So how are they communicating instantly back then?
Oh, thankfully, so unfortunately, Nikola Tesla perished before he could give us all the sauce and shit. But they understood that frequency, vibration, and energy are the keys to the universe, and they understood what the toroidal field actually is, and that everything is the torus field, literally everything, even atoms. And they could send information just through the fucking atmosphere, literally through air.
I've read a lot
Are you talking
about
about
this
a culture
idea.
that we've never heard of before, that like existed before, like the Greeks and the Romans and Egyptians?
Look up the world fairs, look up back in the 1900s, 1800s, everything they already had. You had a woman from Connecticut, I don't know if she's still alive, a few years ago, I believe in like 2019, 2018. She was alive during the world fairs, bro. She's like 100. She was 100 and something, right? And she had good memory. She said, "I've never seen the night so lit up before in my life." Like they had electricity at that point, and like how is that? Like we
But
weren't
that's
taught
not
that.
like
You have Tartaria.
that's like modern
You
time.
have Tartaria. You have Tartaria and ancient buildings throughout the entire world that have the capacity to produce electricity. That's why they have to be grounded. Ancient quote unquote structures. You can go into monasteries, mosques, temples, and holy sites, these ancient structures, right? And you can actually feel the vibration and frequency and energy within those places because it's magnified, because those are central vortexes, if you will, on Earth that amplifies energy, and the ancients knew that. You even have pyramids, pardon me, plural, in Bosnia. The pyramid of the sun is the biggest pyramid in the world. It's even bigger than the ones in Egypt. It's even more accurate in facing the cardinal directions of north, east, south, and west than the pyramids in Egypt. It has an EMF rating of 60 times higher than anywhere else in the world. And from the dating that, now I'm going to butcher this word. I'm not sure if it's called carbon dating or however, architects test the validity or age of something, right? They send samples to different places, and so modern day media and the internet is going to say you that this is bullshit and it's a lie. But roughly anywhere between 23 to 28,000 years old, which predates all ancient structures that we found up until this point by at the low scale, 13,000 years. That leaves a gap of 13,000 years of unknown history, supposedly, right? If you look at meditation, the chakra points, the chakra system, it's not just magic, woo-boo, hocus-pocus stuff, right? It represents the 7 central nerve centers in your spine, which are also known as the electrical resistors for the kundalini energy, which is electrical energy, because we are electrical beings, right? Synapses going from one part of your body to your brain telling you, oh, you stubbed your toe. That's electrical current energy going from your body to give you a message. So when you say, oh, and then silence, you're actually using those words, the letters, to pronounce those words to open up the electrical resistors to allow that Kundalini energy, quote unquote, electrical energy to rise up and hit your pineal gland, which will throw open the right side of your hemisphere. And what is the international measurement for electrical resistance? You guessed it, ohm. Ancients knew about this shit way before, man. And this same process actually happens on Earth, because we live on a stationary geocentric or egocentric, right? Geo-ego, Earth, where the sun goes from December to April, from the south hemiplane to the north hemiplane, goes into March where Aries is, and then we have summer in our north hemisphere. Same process that happens within, with the Kundalini energy in the right hemisphere. As above, so below, as within, so without.
Well, how can you argue against that?
What do you? Again, I'm not sure what you're asking right now.
You just laid it all out there for us.
So
That was
first and foremost,
it's a lot to process.
it is. So I will be like, I am currently in the process of trying to make like 3 separate presentations. One explaining the esoteric symbolism and meaning of scriptures, right, and what they actually talk about. Another one is using physics and mathematics as well as the esoteric occult knowledge to explain the physics and how the Earth actually functions within the flat Earth model, from the sun, moon, eclipses, everything, you name it. It's all explained. It can be all explained with this, and it works perfectly. And another video which I'm going to keep at a disclosed pace for now. But hey, so if you want me to start from a single place, should I start with explaining what a toroidal field is?
I would prefer you give us a measurement of the ether that conforms to a toroidal field.
Have you ever looked at a magnet through a ferrocell by any chance?
Yeah, I understand the similarity. I want the actual measurement and the SI units of ether, and I want to see how it's determined that a toroidal geometry exists out of that.
First and foremost, let me get some water. My mouth is getting dry. Give me a sec.
Because I've seen so many ether demonstrations. I'm quite familiar with the phenomenon. What I'm not familiar with, what I've never seen, is how those measurements conform to a presupposed toroidal shape.
So first and foremost, when you're saying ether, you're just talking about electromagnetism, nothing else. That's what ether is.
Electromagnetic drag, as appearing in Dayton Miller's setups, Michelson-Morley, and so on. Yes, that phenomenon.
Okay. Like, let me see if I can post in this VC call by any chance.
Yeah, there's a DM, or not DM.
No, so my I can click on, like, I can text and stuff, but when I click on to like add pictures, my pictures are all grayed out, so I don't know why.
You got a concern. My big concern with this is in affirming the consequent fallacy that flat earthers undertake when they talk about the subject. They assume a toroidal ether configuration exists, and then they go look for evidence that backs that up. I have not seen any measurement that would indicate that there is a toroidal configuration to the electromagnetic drag phenomenon. I think anybody suggesting there is spurious without any evidence.
How does your compass work? Please explain to me.
That's magnetism. We're talking about the electromagnetic drag from the supposed ether, which runs in an east-west direction.
Wait, what is a toroidal field? What is a toroidal field? What does it consist out of?
What, you're asking about the magnetic field?
What makes a toroidal field a toroidal field? What does it contain?
Well, if you're talking magnetism, it's the shape of the electromagnet or of the magnetic material. It's the coherency of the side.
So, one second, let me pull this up for you.
Yeah, like think Maxwell's equations, right? That's what I think.
So, first and foremost, a toroidal field is a symbiotic give and take relationship of feeding off of
Yes,
each
I
other from
understand that.
magnetism. 1 second.
I
And
understand that.
dielectricity.
How does
You
that
may
relate to the
understand it,
ether?
but hey, again, there are people
It's a
here
red
like
herring.
Felix who want to learn, so I want to explain it for everybody so everybody
All
knows
right.
about it.
I'm putting you on the block, and I'm trying to toss out a red herring.
Dude, you can try, but it's not going to work. I'll go into it. So first and foremost, magnetism itself.
How about I put you on mute because you're dodging the question? I'm asking you about the supposed ether, which you came in talking about. You're talking about magnetism. That's a separate phenomenon. That's a physical process that we can demonstrate in reality and prove what
We've got
caused
something
it.
better than that. Why would we want that when we've got something better than that?
What's better than that?
We've got an excavator that's better than that.
I think, are you hot miking?
What?
Batman.
Oh, here we go.
That makes
again.
sense. All right, Batman, I put you on mute. It sounds like you're at a construction site talking about excavators. All right, I'm going to unmute you, Mur. If you're going to provide evidence of ether toroidal geometry that isn't a presupposition.
I can't post, as I said. I can't post anything. I can't.
It's all right. You can talk to me about it and tell me, drop some of the names and the locations, describe what they did, tell us what equipment they used, what methodology they employed, how they tried to falsify it, etc. I'd love to see some real hardcore evidence.
I already see where this is going. This is going to be fun.
What's a curiosity?
Well, I think it's awesome to actually keep the conversation in a place where we're mentally discussing discussing these things and mentally forming the pictures that you're attempting to post, right? Posting evidence and things like this the evidence should be propping up you as the authority within the confines of the conversation. And Amish, thank you for keeping the conversation honest.
You're welcome. I've got a big problem with ether in this regard. I'm not denying the phenomenon at all, but it's making this logical leap to suggest that because we measure it coming from a certain direction, which I will grant. I would still say there might be some play with that, but let's grant the east-west direction exists. How do you go from that to saying it's this beautiful toroid that resembles a what do they say? The flower of life. But the funny thing is, the flower of life are independent circles that are interlinked and not spirals. So that whole analogy falls flat on its face. You can't claim sacred geometry from toroids because sacred geometry pertains to the flower of life geometry, which is not toroidal. It's conformal to a spiral and from the top down, or concentric circles from the top down. And toroid is a spiral, right? It's got all the S shapes in it. And as you pointed out, you've got the meeting point in the middle of energy that is released and then pulled back into the center state of equilibrium. I mean, we got that. You got like the throw of the flux, right? As far as it goes, and then it returns all the way back. So what I want to see is some kind of measurement of that arcing motion of the flux lines of the ether, for lack of a better term. Nobody has ever produced that, ever. Right? We can see in ferrocells the geometry of different magnetic field configurations, depending on the materials and the configuration of those materials and the coherency of the material itself. Nobody can demonstrate that with ether claims. And what's even crazier is the whole ether thing was being developed by globers who are geocentrists for the most part. So the whole ether thing isn't even exclusive to a flat Earth cosmology at all. It's a position of weakness to argue from because you're stuck with affirming the consequent fallacies on top of a phenomenon that may exist the way it is claimed, and then developing an entire cosmology based off of that can't be substantiated with direct first order measurements. So it makes you no different than a glober.
Did he leave?
He's just quiet. I mean, not so fun anymore, right? He was like, "Oh, this is going to be fun."
No, I think he
he's,
left.
No, he's not. He's not left. I think he's having problems trying to.
Am I finally unmuted?
He was having problems trying to
You've
talk.
been unmuted.
He's back to muted.
Yeah. So
who's charged it? Anyway, doesn't matter. Where's Murph?
He's gone. Yeah, so I'm like, show me the ether. And he's like, well, have you seen a magnetic field? I'm like, oh, stop the cap. Why do all you guys do this? I asked for the ether, separate phenomenon. And you want to show me magnetic field. That's fallacious, composition fallacy. I mean, there are other types of fallacies you can suss out of that. You're showing me one thing as if it's supposed to be accepted as proof of another thing. Stop doing that crap. Like, you don't have the evidence you think you have, and you're trying to develop an alternate cosmology because you realize that as a flat earther, you don't have the advantage of 500 years of cosmology development of stories and reifications and ad hoc band-aids and formulas to make your worldview work. You don't need any of that. But you're trying to produce that because you want to baffle the globies with something that is wow and spectacular and it's going to blow their minds. Well, it's not about blowing minds. It's about showing what the truth is. Okay? If the truth happens to blow your mind, great. If it doesn't, great. Move on.
Can I ask you a question on this? I'm new to this.
Sure,
kind of
Chardsy, you're unmuted.
You know,
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
You know, ether and things like that. And from what I've noticed, whenever the topic comes up, it's generally greeted with quite a lot of hostility. Is the reason for that because you're worried if people hear people talking about that, then it throws the idea of flat Earth into the realm of pseudoscience? Is that where the hostility towards the topic comes from?
Two things. Not quite. First thing is, like I said, very often when this topic is discussed, not in all cases, but very popularly discussed right now amongst our own brothers in other servers and other communities, is the notion of a toroidal ether form over a flat Earth. And this includes the fallacious reasoning and argumentation that I brought up as well just previously, where they offer things like magnetic toroids as examples of the ether to suggest that the ether must be toroidally configured as well, which it may be, but they've not demonstrated that by measurement or anything. No, certainly no observation of the toroidal ether form. So what is going on there? That seems very dishonest. And secondly, the second problem I have is this ether cosmology was developed by globers. It is not at all exclusive to flat Earth. And so when we're talking about flat Earth, we want to discuss topics related to the exclusivity of claims of flat Earth being the only cosmological interpretation that conforms to observable and measurable reality. Ether doesn't do that. You can't get those discussions out of the ether people.
Could you describe the ether for those of us who are uninitiated?
Yeah, it was supposed, before Einstein came along, ether was supposed to exist as the primal medium, the universal medium that gives rise to all matter and energy. A substrate, kind of like the Force in Star Wars. Not even joking.
So is this like something that like makes up the universe, or what is it?
Yeah, is it physical?
I don't think it was ever claimed to be, but it's claimed to be the medium that vibrates with light and electromagnetic emissions.
That's exactly what I thought as well. I thought that the ether was literally the soft composition of the soft stuff, if you will, within the closed system. So the air pressure, as an example, that's measured at sea level, 14.7 psi, 1 bar. That would be an example of the ether. The very same water that you're standing beside measuring that pressure would be another example of the ether. Again, just from my own little vantage, I'm not trying to project the truth, just a potential understanding of what the composition, the explanation of the composition of the ether within the closed system.
Yeah, so the idea is you've got vacuum energy, and the energy seems to flux in a specific direction.
Exactly. East to
Yep.
west.
Yeah,
right?
east-west.
And
Yep.
it seems as though that light and sound both propagate on that medium, and calling that medium again the ether, and I say that respectfully, not trying to project anything, seems to be it. Now, associating that, as Amish was saying, with an actual structured makeup, it's very hard to make that insinuation that a medium can be associated with a structure,
Right.
unless you then.
That something is causing a drag, because it's supposed that the drag shouldn't exist but does. But I would also offer that it's possible that this east-west drag that's noticed is just what electromagnetism is and does as an axiom. Like, there's no reason for it. And people trying to uncover reasons in this toroidal geometry and flower of life and stuff where the claims don't make any sense anymore, because these analogies are not comparable to anything we've actually been able to experience or measure at all. It becomes kind of like the Glober's gravity, right? You've got like the ether for flat earthers, and you got like gravity for Globers. And you're at an impasse because neither of these can be substantiated by any causative demonstration, like a scientific experiment. So, I mean, it weakens it absolutely. So can you, Felix, to answer your question, it absolutely does weaken our position, because we're straying into pseudoscience, right? The definition of pseudoscience is when you offer something that appears to conform to the scientific method and doesn't, as an offer of truth. Well, it's the same kind of nonsense when somebody offers me the geometry of a ring magnet and says, well, that's what the toroidal ether is. And I say, well, how do you logically connect the two without any observation or measurement of that? And then it's just like, oh, ho, ho, and a lot of awkward laughter. This happens all the time when discussing this with these folks.
That's exactly where the wheels fall off the wagon, is that we ask for direct evidence, which is testable, repeatable by any man, right? Versus you, and I'm saying this respectfully, posting something that requires circumstantial evidence, right? A post that done by some guy where he was able to collect evidence under circumstances he set up to collect that evidence is circumstantial evidence. We want to see the direct evidence, which is repeatable, testable, and we can do it ourselves. Any man, woman, and child.
Is that so? You're asking for gravity to be done in a laboratory, right?
In this case, the ether, manipulating the cause of this electromagnetic drag.
No, what you want is to falsify one of the two.
Yeah. So what we're talking about here is the same demonstrable or lack of demonstration of the cause of gravity is analogous to claims of the ether toroid.
What kind of predictions does the ether generate?
That's another one. About the only thing I've seen it predict is a general slowing down, west to east or east to west.
That's all it predicts?
Yeah, I think so. And then that's baked into some of the math for GPS corrections and stuff like that. It's observed all the time in the Sagnac effect.
What do you mean What do you mean the slowing down of east and west? Well,
Oh, electromagnetic radiation tends to propagate at a different speed east to west than other directions.
Is that what the ether predicts?
That's what people say the ether is manifesting as.
Well, we need to look with things like gravity and ether, right? You can generate support for them or whatever evidence for it. But that's not really what your main aim should be. It should be to try and falsify it, right? Well, how could you, right? What predictions does it generate? Does it generate any predictions? And if it does, how can we test those predictions? Then we'll see if it's successful, right? If it is successful, then we'll keep the theory. If it isn't, can either, depending on how demonstrably bad the predictions were, just remove the theory, throw it in the bin, or develop the theory further. But I don't know what predictions are generated.
Spot on. So really, Jekyll, if you weren't listening before, I'm basically just trying to hold everybody's claims to the same so-called ridiculous standard of evidence that these flat earthers try to hold claims to. So, I mean, if a flat earther is going to come in and preach occultism tied to the ether toroid, I'm going to have some big questions about that. And I did, and ran the guy out of here.
Yeah, but I would say it's important to remember that we're not trying to verify gravity, right, or ether.
Yeah, we're trying to falsify it.
Yeah, exactly. It helps to have support for something, right? It makes it, every time you're testing a prediction, if you're verifying your prediction, it helps. I mean, it's not complete verification, but it supports the idea. That helps. But like you say, we are trying to falsify it. So, does anyone know what predictions we're generating with ether? Anyone? Because I don't know. I don't know much about the ether. All I know is the wizard talks about it.
Yeah, the other prediction is it provides a substrate for electromagnetic radiation to oscillate in a waveform. Because as far as we know, all waves are a medium that oscillates. However, we have light doing it in a vacuum. So the ether is the so-called prediction that if it is present, then electromagnetic radiation will oscillate in a vacuum. Although that's not a real prediction either. So I really don't know, Jekyll.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know much about the ether.
So I don't think there's anything to truly know about it, is my point. And the people talking about it are making assumptions and leaping to logical conclusions, whistling past graveyards along the way.
So just asking, how do you possibly predict something that is may in fact just be victim of a force that we're not aware of, right? Like the medium seems to be operating on its own, taking its own momentum and movement. We don't know what the causation of that is. So how do you possibly predict that movement if you don't know what the causation of that movement actually is?
Right. So I asked the guy, I said, what is the SI unit for a measurement of ether? What is an ether unit? Do you even have that? What are you even saying this is?
Well, an example of that is, let's take a cup, and I'm going to put that cup underneath the faucet. I'm going to open up the faucet and let the water run into the cup. Now, the water is the medium filling the cup, and I'm observing the force, which is the faucet providing the water into the cup. So I know that based on the force being supplied by the faucet that is acting upon the water, how that water is going to interact with the container that it's engaging within. There's predictability that we can observe. But again, without knowing what that force is that's causing that medium to interact with the container that it's within, your guess is as good as mine how the medium's going to behave within that container.
Well, then it's kind of with all due respect, right? If you can't do much predicting with it, or you can't really test it in any sort of way, what am I meant to make of it?
Right.
How are you going
to... if we shoot a light beam west and it takes longer to reach the target at the same distances, like shooting it east, you could just say that this is just a naturally occurring phenomenon that arises out of electromagnetism itself. It's just a phenomenon. It's like dropping something in a vacuum. This is just a phenomenon that it just happens, and it's an axiom. There's no way to ascertain a cause for it. And at least until we can demonstrate something and manipulate a presumed cause for it, and have it achieve an effect that you can predict.
I wouldn't say you have to do that. I mean, there are.
Hey, Jekyll, you cut out, man, and I gotta go. I'll be around later.
Later, Amish. Oh wait, he did.
Oh, Killian. You've returned to me.
I didn't know that you were a destination.
Yeah. What do you think, Duncan Duff? What do you think about this ether stuff?
Oh, but I would like to offer this option. You know, most people in here know I have my Theodolite, my transit. If you guys want to come up with an experiment, the steps, the procedures, I'd be happy to do it for you and post my results.
See, dude, this is
Just offering that out there.
This is the idea that's on the table, right? It's you do your experiments, you figure out your stuff, but that makes you your arbiter, right? That makes you a truth holder for you. So then you're able to take your findings, right, and put them into your mental set and then regurgitate them in the conversation that we're having now. So it's like, what did you find?
I'm sorry, you must have misunderstood me. I said if you would like to come up with an experiment and give me the steps and the procedures, so it'd be your experiment.
What you got for us, Killian? Any experiment you want to do with the Theodolite?
I'm sorry, I obviously misunderstood because I thought that he said he has his theodolite and he had his experiments. I misunderstood, so I'll withdraw.
Right, okay. Is there any method you would like to prove the flat Earth? I don't know. Any in particular? Killian? Because you must have arrived at it somehow. Or is it just that you saw far one day and you were like, that flat?
Jackal, I've told you multiple times, right? You can say scientist and I can say construction worker, right? You appeal to your scientist as an authority, I'll appeal to the construction worker as my authority. I've already told you multiple times, built form literally stipulates that this place is a topographical plane.
Well, technically, I'm in the construction field. I'm a land surveyor, part of the construction process.
Absolutely fantastic. And so the question I'll ask you is, do construction workers, right, those who lay floors and lay roofs and all these things, build to a principle of level?
Yes.
I rest my case. Thanks.
Why do you rest your case?
Because you can then prove how your spheroid can literally coexist with level being observed everywhere. You can prove how your spheroid exists.
Well, I mean, it depends on which way around you're going to say it, right? Because level is a semantics problem, right? And
Right.
fine, field to construction workers.
I'm sorry. Can you steel man the globe's definition of what level means?
Well, yeah, you can't really steel man a definition because definition is words. All right, I'm using a principle, principle, right, which is not a definition. It's a principle, and then I would appeal to a construction level to reinforce my principle. Simply. Now, if you would like me to steel man how your spheroid can work with the claim of level being observed everywhere, I can go ahead and do that, which is the explanation of gravity.
Okay.
So if you want to go down the gravity,
can you think of the right? So can you think of the experiment that can be done with my light that would prove level in one area is not parallel with level in another area? Can you think of an experiment that would do that for features? And I'd be happy to repeat that for you.
you need
give you the respect
because you're sad to hate your words.
What I said was, can you think of an experiment that would prove that level is not parallel with level in another area? Using my theodolite.
No, I see. Here's the thing: I don't need to get an experiment. I don't need to perform one. I can just literally appeal to the construction industry, and literally anybody sitting here in the chat right now is observing level locally. Right. So again, the burden at that point in time gets flipped back to the spheroid claim to show how a spheroid can exist with everybody observing level locally. Right. And it's not a linear type of relationship. It is a matter of multiple instances being observed level simultaneously.
So no, you can't come up with the experiment?
No, I can't come up with your experiment.
No, come up with a experiment. Not mine. I'm asking if you think you could come up with an experiment using my tools, my theodolites, that would help prove or disprove one of those hypotheses.
Nope, I got nothing for you.
Okay. It's too bad.
You surely have something. Come on. Come on, Killian. I know you. You're the brightest flat earther I've ever met, you know?
I bet you say that to all the flat earthers.
Brother,
You
like I said,
sauce pots.
right, you...
Again, sorry to interrupt you, people, and sorry to interrupt you right now.
Did anybody think of an experiment that could prove Earth rotation or movement of the Earth? Just like hypothetically, but just, chucking it out there.
Isn't that what the Foucault pendulum?
Foucault's pendulum is a parlor trick. It's unfortunately not proof of anything.
But I'm saying, isn't that the globe's proof of the Earth rotating?
It would be the globe's proof for people who haven't bothered to read more than 2 minutes on the topic.
Well, okay, so I mean, like, you understand the premise of it, and when you bring that to the table, right? Understanding how it works, you quickly realize that if the experiment gets thrown out, does the observation still count, or does it become circumstantial evidence, i.e., again, like I said earlier, the circumstances have to exist in order for the evidence to be collected?
The only reason I ask is because I forgot the chap who was talking earlier. It's that whole idea of trying to pin him to the wall of, like, you know, where's the experiments, where's the evidence, how can you prove this very specific thing you've just said? But then if you take it there, then surely the reverse has to apply for the opposite, right? But then it always seems to be, no, we can't prove that and we don't need to.
Well,
like different standards, if you know what I mean, different standards of argument, different standards of evidence.
So the thing that I say is, like, okay, when your Foucault pendulum, as you said, right, has been dispelled, doesn't make any sense. That's their claim. But then I look at, again, I'll go to the construction industry and look at a tower crane as an example, right? A boom crane, which has the vertical member and then the horizontal member. And why is it that shows absolutely no movement within it? Why is it that a crane operator at the end of his shift has to devein his crane, make it non-operational so that it can move around should the winds pick up overnight? Why is it that this crane, when observed over a 12-hour period, shows no movement in it on a calm evening or a calm night? Like, these are questions that are being asked. If the claim is the fact that the surface is rotating, why is it that these high steel cranes, construction cranes, don't show any movement if movement is being imparted upon them?
It's a fair question.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Doubling down on that question is, why is it that when we take a helicopter to 1,000 feet altitude, we see further out the higher up we go? Why isn't the surface moving beneath us?
I think the idea is always supposed to be, and this is, I struggle with this in my head as an idea, because the idea is supposed to be the atmosphere moves along with the Earth. So if you're 10 feet off the ground, that section of the atmosphere is moving with the Earth at a certain speed, all the way up to 17,500 miles. 17,500 miles an hour at the outermost of the atmosphere. Because the higher up they go, the bigger the circle, the faster that section of the atmosphere needs to be traveling to be moving in perfect tandem with the Earth. But then, surely, if I was jumping against that atmosphere that's being dragged along with the Earth, I don't understand how we wouldn't feel that, how we wouldn't observe that. You know, if you get a tennis, I don't know, like a baseball pitcher to throw with this supposed dragged atmosphere versus throwing a baseball into the supposed dragged atmosphere, or even get a robot to do it, never mind a baseball player, get a robot to do it so you can eliminate variables, the exact ball shot with the exact same force, both with and against the supposed drag of the atmosphere, and observe the results, because you'd see a difference, right? You would see a notable difference in terms of how far this ball travels. Would you not?
Well, that's just it. I mean, you raised a couple of points. One, you got ballistics in there as an observable thing, which is how the projectile interacts with it. But the two things, right, is they'll say it's Coriolis is the reason why you're not experiencing that. But then they'll say the Foucault pendulum will show the movement. So it's like you can't suck and blow at the same time. Which one is it? Is it that when I am at 1,000 feet, Coriolis is not showing me the effect of the spin, or is it that the pendulum, Foucault pendulum, is showing the movement though it's attached to the Earth? Something's not making sense. It's not adding up, and this is why, on a consistent basis, you investigate it, check it out. It's not showing up as it should be. So you go back to your default position, if you will.
Does anybody, any other people on the, let's call it, globe side of the debate, do they have anything for that? Is there an explanation or a rebuttal I'm not familiar with, where I'd go, oh, okay, yeah, that does make sense now? I guess not. Maybe another time. But that's something I've always struggled with. If the atmosphere is dragged along with the Earth, which kind of like makes sense as an idea, but then why can that not then be observed? As far as things flying into the drag versus away from the drag, throwing, make cannonballs or whatever else it might be. I know they have done tests where they shot cannonballs straight up into the air, and in some instances, they actually fell back down into the cannon itself.
Have you ever looked up a railgun?
My knowledge of railgun don't extend beyond computer games and sci-fi films, admittedly.
Oh, well, in your time when you can research a railgun, research the distances that it shoots to, all these different things, right? Because a railgun will show you is a ballistic. It will also show you the lack of the drop over distance that is supposedly in play. Because a railgun, I believe, can shoot to a distance of 100 miles plus. So, if in fact that claim is true, then you would be looking for a 5,200 foot drop over that distance that it's shooting to. So not only will that observance of the ballistic give you an idea of how the claimed Coriolis doesn't work, but also the revelation of the drop over distance, or the lack of the drop over distance. Thanks for the chat this morning. It's been a pleasure. Be well.
It's been surprisingly civil.
This is what Killian does. He's always, whenever he finishes a conversation, like, thank you for listening.
Dude, because here's the thing, right? I understand the truth from my perspective, right? Being my own arbiter for what I observe it to be, and then how I portray that to the other people that I'm speaking to, or the people that may be listening to, is I ask questions which will create a little bit of space for them to thought. Or a little bit of space for them to think. I'm not trying to project my truth onto anybody. I'm simply asking questions for people to consider in their aspect of observing this realm that we're in.
Oh, I'm trying to depart all of my truth onto everyone, so can't relate to that.
And this is why you're you and I'm me. Thanks, Jekyll.
Thanks for listening.
Let's hear that Joker impression.
My father was a drinker and a fiend. One night, he goes off crazier than usual.
That's not bad, man. Not bad at all. Yeah, I like the other one that you were saying earlier.
With the globe, the Joker saying something like, "I just do things,"
Yeah, that's a good line. Yeah, I like that line. Best Joker ever, by the way.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, Keith was he was an amazing person.
Is that because you liked his performance in Brokeback Mountain, Alpha?
No, I like his performance as the Joker. Not Brokeback.
It was pretty good.
The guy know he's a good actors are good actors. So that's all I gotta say.
I reckon that's something to do with the fact he never participated in a space film. That's why you like him.
That's a happy accident.
It makes it so hard to make the globe side cool when Neil deGrasse Tyson's supposed to be one of our representatives. It's really fucking hard.
You're killing me here, Tyson.
Yeah.
Michio Kaku's he's probably a close second. When we told you about Newtonian's gravity, we lied to you.
Yeah. Gravity is pulling you down.
The Glover's like, I can't win? Fuck it. And then you give the mic to like Don Pettit, and then he just fucks everything up.
Oh,
So
luckily
what do
we
you
have
do? What?
McToon and Dave McKeegan, to save the day.
Oh Jesus, dude! I don't think you want them representing. You seen McToon's Happy Dance?
No.
Oh shit! It's a sight. That's all I gotta say. Maybe somebody can. I have it. It's on my phone, but I'm driving at the moment. The shit is awesome. It's like when a man-child completes his Lego like Star Wars Millennium Falcon. They do that happy dance with their hands like gyrate. It's funny, funny as fuck. Dave McKeegan is he's new to the scene. He made a little bread from doing a little bit of anti-flat earth stuff. So he's like, oh shit, I can make money off of doing this. Okay.
Yeah, I watched one of his videos where he shat on one deck, which I thought was pretty funny. Because he was doing a Nathan Oakley video, right? But one deck, he was, I don't know, mini Nathan Oakley or whatever. And he did a video on one deck, and I was like, oh, scathing, absolutely scathing.
He did it on one deck? No way.
Yeah, because one deck was arguing with him in the comment section, so he did a whole video, which basically was about one deck's arguments.
That's pretty scandalous.
How's your YouTube career? I heard that you're on YouTube now.
I've been on YouTube. I shellacked ITR on one of them.
I've not heard him debate. I've only heard him
debate.
kiss ass.
He doesn't debate. So his entry into this was an encounter with us. Oh, it must have been earlier this year. I'm not really sure. But I did the 3 points on him, but it was kind of lengthy. I would say like 30 minutes or something, maybe close to an hour. And it was harder for him to concede on that third point, but yeah, I got him to concede on space. It was awesome. It was freaking awesome. I'm like, yeah, bag me an astrophysicist, one in the bag.
Well, isn't he at like university, like an astrophysicist in training? Is that right?
Yeah, that's what he's doing. To me, it's all the same shit, but I mean, that's fine. We'll wait till he gets the actual badge, and then
you can add that one to your bucket. Yeah.
Yeah. But this, I don't know. People just don't know what this arena is about, so they come in here like half stepping, and all of a sudden find out that they step in a bear's trap. You know what I mean? It's there's an art form to this. I don't know.
Right. Sometimes they come in with long trolls, right? Like long cons. And we've been at this so long, we see it a mile away. So when we kick them, in order to avoid getting into some gnarly conversations, most of the audience may not realize what we understand of the situation already and thinks we're just being like some kind of internet Nazi, right?
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. I think on both sides, well, it just depends who they are. People that value a good debate or like a good, I don't know, showdown or whatever it is, a battle of wits, whatever you want to call it. They want to see something that's, that's moving, that's spectacular. And when you see this guy coming in here that doesn't know shit, both of us are unimpressed. Like the Glober and the Flat Earther are like, we're just like, dude, get this weenie out of here. This intellectual weenie. It's like, we don't want to see this guy. Like, hell no. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
because I can see,
Yeah, you don't
I
want
can
to hear
see
like
both
two
of
middle
us.
schoolers arguing over physics.
Yeah. And it's like, the Glober hears him going like, well, pictures from NASA? And they're just rolling their eyes. And we're like, yes. And then we get the same shit when the guy's like, well, we got sky ice coming down on us. And we're like, no, shut the fuck up, dude. Don't say that.
Oh, did that just happen?
No, I'm just saying, like, or some guy talking about what's beyond the dome. It's kind of like different water. And I was like, come on, man. This is, yeah.
Yeah, so
on
Alpha,
both
we're
sides.
here earlier this morning. About a half hour ago, I ran a guy out of here.
Really? Who was it?
Yeah, he was a guy. I forgot his name. He had one of those Egyptian like winged serpent things in his PFP. He comes in. He's talking about like toroidal ether, flat Earth, occultism, Kabbalah stuff.
Raymond?
And I'm like, all right, dude. No, not him. It was this guy. I'd never talked to him before. I'd never seen him before. He had like 3 letters in his name, like SEZ or something. But anyway, I mean, he came in, right? And he was basically
it was Merce.
Yeah,
Merce.
that was it. Bringing FPV Angel kind of stuff in. You know what I mean? So I said, okay, great. So there's a claim on the table that ether must follow a toroidal configuration. What are the measurements that gave rise to this conclusion? He's like, oh, this will be fun. You know what a magnet is?
Damn.
So he's like, yeah. So he's like, well, the ring magnet has a toroid. Therefore, flat Earth must have an ether toroid that isn't magnet. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the level we're dealing with when people from that side of the community come in here. And we have to expose that because it makes us all look like morons.
Yeah, the anything
Why
goes.
expose it? Why not just watch it happen? It's even funnier.
I can
Right,
see
so
value
he's
in
presuming to have to educate us on the occultism of flat Earth.
that. Really? Is that what he was doing?
Yeah, basically. And I told him too, another problem I have with a lot of this ether stuff is how they show flower of life configurations, which are those are circles that are linked to each other, but they are circles independent of one another. And then they say, well, this is analogous to a toroidal field. And I'm like, no, it's not.
This dumbass, yeah.
And I hear this all the time from flat earthers, like, oh, you see, the ether is a toroid, just like this flower of life configuration. It's like, what?
Yeah. Oh my
Like,
god.
seriously, what? The flower of life is not a toroid, and you don't know that the ether does that. So what the hell are you talking about? And then they offer magnetism. It's like, what? No, you're talking ether. What the hell does magnetism have to do with this? And it just turns into this crazy derailed topic. I mean, Jekyll heard it. I was laying into the poor bastard, and I had to mute him.
Yeah, I know, but sometimes I let the ones who have been in here, the Globers, I just let them have them. Like, just take them. We don't want to just chew them up.
Well, for the Globers' benefit, got to hear a flat earther eat his own. But I also got to understand, or try to understand what this guy's motivation was, because he came in sounding like the sage on the stage, like he had all the answers to everything, and he was going to educate us.
It's like giving your pet dogs some food. Like, here you go. There's a steak.
No, that was like a full course meal right there. That guy, you could take your time and devour him like it was some savory bit. I don't know.
Golden Corral, man. Gold Country Buffet.
Yeah, just go to work, man. Yeah, something like that. You could just make it. We know where we stand, both of us, on the arguments. The people that have been here, and then you get these guys that come in here just I don't know. They're so left field, man. You got the.
Wouldn't it be good entertainment for the channel though? To like,
I don't give
you
a
know,
shit. Like you know what? I mute up. I don't give a shit. As long as he doesn't keep going, then it
go at
irritates
him.
me. I'm like, dude, shut. Like, some point, just shut up. Like, but yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it don't bother me. I mean, like, not to that level. I'm like, yeah, fuck it. If he was gonna keep saying shit like that, somebody else. Because the other guy I ripped into was talking about like what's beyond the dome, the water, that how it's like it's different, and it's like, dude, you don't know that. What the fuck, dude? Why are we talking about this? And like everybody's, the Globers and stuff were having a good field day on him, but he was talking like a matter of fact, and that's what made me upset. Dudes, don't do that.
Do you prefer the people that don't make claims more? Is that
No,
why?
I prefer the people that know when they're talking about something, that they know what they're talking about, versus the ones who are like talking about ether and sky ice and fucking what's beyond the outer ponders and shit. Like, that's annoying.
Gotcha.
Duncan Darv pulls you down.
Who, Duncan? No, he doesn't. He's a very confused individual. I mean, I'm
So
just
not
calling the spade a
gravity
spade,
pulls you
bro.
down,
Well,
Duncan Dart.
what do you mean? How am I confused? What am I confused about?
Well, I mean, like when you
Because
wake up in
gravity's
the
a push,
morning.
not a pull.
Yeah, I mean, like when you wake up in the morning, you're just confused all around. Life in general.
When Michio Kaku says gravity's a push and not a pull, you need to change Duncan Dart pulls you down. Needs to be pushes.
It's funny that Duncan Darv can't really respond to that without sounding confused. You've got him in a catch-22 there.
I thought I came up with a very nice offer before.
Well, I think it's a better approach, right? To ask them for a method as opposed to saying, "Here's my method. Here's my proof." If they feel like, because then all possible critiques is their problem because it's their method, right? You're just using the tool, right?
Exactly. Like, you give me the steps, the procedures, the control, everything you want me to do, lay it out for me, and I'll do it.
All right, so that's that. We killed the conversation. Great.
Well, what do you think about my offer?
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What offer?
So you know I have a theodolite. If you want to come up with an experiment, you give me the steps, you give me the procedures, the control, what you want me to do. I'll do that experiment and I'll post the results.
Why not just do a planar survey?
Like I said, whatever you want me to do this experiment, just give me the steps, the procedures, and I can make it happen for you.
Okay. Don't presuppose any geodetic datum. and go do a survey measurement and find curvature. The floor is yours. It's an open canvas for you to express yourself on. You can choose however you plan to go about it, but the requirement is you must conduct a survey without invoking the use of a mathematical datum. And
again, you must have misunderstood me.
No, I didn't.
You come up with the experiment, the steps, the procedures, and I'll do it. So if you want to write it out, I'll give you some time. It's fine.
I mean, if I cared to do that, I'd just buy Theodolite and do it myself, but I don't care to, so no, sorry.
All right. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
They're expensive.
Yeah, I know. But if you need somebody to tell you how to do it, then you won't know enough to evaluate whether or not the process that somebody gave to you was a fair process.
I don't think
I
he
don't want to waste your time with that. I don't want to send you down a potential rabbit trail, because what if I am dishonest? What if I came up with some flat earth trickery, then you can't see it?
Okay, so I want to remove the bias by having you come up with the experiment. I want to remove the bias by having you.
No, you remove this potentiality by coming up with the process yourself and then carrying it out. I would give you blanket permission to use any process as long as it is conformal to acceptable standards, with the one exception: you cannot invoke a datum in the first instance. Go create your own and show us the method and process.
Okay, man, you could have just said, no thanks, I don't want to do that.
No, I'm telling you what I would like to see you do with your capabilities. And I mean, if you don't agree to that, fine. I mean, it's no skin off my back. I don't need you to do it to prove anything to me.
You're not agreeing to my offer. That's, I think, would be more accurate. I'm offering for you to come up with an experiment,
right. And
for you to come up with the steps and the procedures, and you're declining, and that's okay.
I decline because I don't care to do your homework for you.
Don't let him push you around like that, Darth.
I think it's pretty evident as to what's going on.
Yeah, you're not willing to put forth the effort it takes to prove this to yourself. I can't prove anything for you. You know, we tell people all the time, you have to go figure this out on your own. We can share the information as we're doing. We can have arguments. We can have banter. We can laugh and cry and whatever together. But if ultimately you have to prove it to yourself if you want to, I can't make you do it.
Anyone else want to come up with an experiment? Offers out there.
I wouldn't use a theodolite for this purpose in the first instance, so no.
I reckon Ray Nimrod has an idea for theodolites.
I need to discuss the event maybe into this.
Do you know much about theodolites, Ray Nimrod?
Not specifically, from being honest. I know they're used for surveying and for blood-in, but that's them.
Do you think a theodolite could prove curvature?
I would imagine that curvature would be easily able to prove with any sort of device.
Is gravity pushing you down?
That's what we were saying earlier. It's not a pull, it's a push. I mean, if we sit in here spending time arguing against every glober's version of cosmology, we may never start to address and fact check what establishment claims are of the globe supposed to be. So it'd be a waste of time.
Is that the whole you can't bring your own ball? Is that the point of that?
Yeah, we're not interested in so much in challenging people's individual worldview claims. We're trying to challenge establishment science in quotation marks. Right, because the general masses may not be up to speed on all the literature and rhetoric going on within these academic circles or scientific and engineering circles. So we want to talk to those people who are having these discussions through more formal channels and get them in here and have these discussions for the whole public to see. I mean, so when we talk to somebody who comes in with like their toroidal ether garbage, it's like, no, get the hell out of here. I'm not wasting my time with that. I mean, they're not even coming in claiming to have any mainstream scientific or engineering background that touches on this, or any kind of expertise, any life experience that would lend to having expertise in this field. It always seems to devolve into somebody who's seen a lot of pretty Photoshop pictures of sacred geometry and then comes up with a cosmological worldview that integrates it. And I'm just not interested in that kind of stuff. One of the primary reasons is, I think Canyu Felix, we were talking about this earlier. The primary reason for this is that the world thinks flat earthers are fucking delusional nuts to begin